Janice! He sat on his large throne and looked around the room. A man worked on his hands and knees, trying his best to scrub blood off the wooden floor. He had been going for days, and it would take an age, but this was the site of a major magic battle, and thus it had gotten bloody. His little blonde friend. Mena the Ostian had killed 52 red mages and then Grigor the High. On one hand, he was happy. A very powerful 600-year-old mage had come to kill him and didn't. If those mages had died protecting him, everyone would be happy. But the brainwashed idiots instead tried to put Grigor on the throne and were killed by an outsider. He'd also lost one of his red shadows and she needed to be replaced. The problem was the Red Death were the pinnacle of his magic protection, and she had smashed them. Ertrella walked into the room. He'd always liked her, and now she was one of the only loyalists left. She wore a sword and the clothes of a red mage. She was a fighter, and one of his strongest and most skilled mages left. In honesty, he'd always thought she was the perfect Carthian woman, the perfect combination of beauty and strength.
You summoned me, Majesty.
I have two problems, and hope you can solve both of them. She seemed interested. As you know, Mena saved me, but in doing so she killed a lot of red mages, including my red shadow. I still have Hector, but 2 are needed. Also, my new shadow would train Mena, and she likes you. Will you become a red shadow to be my nighttime guard?
Of course, but will you tell Mena?
Yes. That was good. He felt better. She would protect him, and he liked having one man and one woman. Also, it was good to have her around. Maybe his shadow would stop being so lazy when it saw what it could be. Good. Good, come tomorrow morning as we travel to Ostia.
I will see you then.
He was busy today, and he also had Mena coming in. She walked after Ertrella left, and she walked in with a haughty look.
Yes, sire, you summoned me.
Yes, I did. I have problems, and you caused them. But you also saved my life and Rain from a very dangerous man, so if you help me now, I'll call it even.
Tell me then.
So sadly, I'm down 52 mages, and also you have shown a lot of power lays in the Ostian farm girl.
So what?
You agree to be my Red Shadow trainee. Ertrella will train you, and you'll live here and train to replace her. She is a captain. Second, we go to Ostia and free all the female mages, and each one will be taught healing, wards, and other things. Third, you teach me some unique spells like join, that memory thing, and more. He didn't know how she felt about him in Carthage, but it was only 4 years of her many, many years. Also, she did like Ertrella, and she'd be a good trainer too.
When would we leave for Ostia?
Right away. He wanted to attack Ostia and needed extra mages. He also had an idea for changing the red mages to be more of a support role. Right now, they were seen as blood-soaked killers.
Okay, I guess you get me for 4 years, but I want a nice place to live.
Sounds good. I'll inform Ertrella to start packing. Gunnolf was next, and the man had a simple mission, to rebuild a new legion of warded people and magic-trained soldiers. The big soldier came in and he smiled at him. Mena was his find. Weirdly, he had saved her life months ago when she was different. He was going to send him to Grigor's keep, but had decided not. He had just sent some red mages. They sent him back some diaries and found a few not too crazy female mages they sent to join his new division. Gunnolf came in. Did he know his girlfriend was a red shadow now?
So, recruitment, organization and planning, am I the man for this?
You are a common who killed Yoland. I want a warded division, trained with magic, and to test it out. Try to have 100 soldiers ready when I return in a month. Do you have funds?
Yes, sir. My requests are being handled. Anything else?
Ertrella is going to be my new red shadow, so I'm taking her to Ostia. But I need to tell you I'm going by boat because I don't trust zendrif. I can travel by doorway.
Really? How?
Magic. You can still see her, and I'll expect reports.
Gunnolf. He sat outside a door. He was waiting for Janice to finish talking to someone, but he was back in the Red Keep. He kept thinking about his life, and if he was honest, he had taken the job to kill Yoland because he hated who he was, and he thought that might be the end. Time and time again he had picked the most dangerous path, and thought the only good he'd do was kill people who were worse than him. But now he knew there were many worse people if he just tried to kill less. The world was full of monsters. He knew that the White Tower could be a beacon of learning where they healed, but instead, they made gold and learned mind control. He waited and waited. Janice was holding court in the Red Keep, and Gunnolf walked into the throne room. It was a vast hall, and Janice had his golden-handled sword, which he could use. They spoke in Carthian, and Gunnolf came close. As soon as he was close, Janice stood, raised his hands and yelled, "Flammer!" and launched a ball of fire at him. It did nothing. He had many wards, 2 fire, and the ball hit a ward he didn't even make. It did scare him, though, but he guessed Janice was making a point.
How much have we spent training you?
A lot. 8 years, and I was paid everyone, plus food, bed, weapons, and gear.
But soldiers die of rotten teeth, infected cuts, broken limbs.
So, when the women will heal us, that will be good.
If every legion has a helper mage, I need around 50. In the meantime, I want something new. I want you to recruit 100 soldiers, ward them, train them with magic, and have them ready for my open day in a month.
Am I the right person to do this?
You're a warded soldier and a centurion. I want 100 warded soldiers, and you can have a helper mage to charge the wards. Is 100 stones enough, or do we need more?
400 is better. Fire, magic, healing, and mind control.
Talk to Mena and Ertrella. I will get them and send a letter, but you have 1 month. I will be the emperor who improves Carthage for all, and you will help.
His wards had saved him many times, and he knew that he was much more than just a soldier, but he had to think now. Most of his life was smashing people with his mace, but now he was helping Janice to build a new sort of army. He really didn't think he was the right man for this, but he knew what he would want, and maybe that was enough.
The king. He was only 23 and hadn't planned on being the king. He was enjoying his fairly carefree life as a prince. But then bloody Gregor happened. First he made everyone hate Carthage and think they could beat them. Then it turns out his uncle, the king, was long dead, and Gregor was him. He then went to Carthage and tried to kill Janice and become the new emperor. Mena the Ostian showed up with 5 demons and killed him and 52 other red mages, which was good. So the king was dead, and he had no children. So it went back to his brother's kids, and he was one of 3. But they were dead, pox and war. So he, Jacob, was now king. Ostia was an empire, and while it was often called Ostia, that was the empire. The land masses had names, like Kingsland and Frieden. He lived in Kingsland, and his duke ran the port city, Helden. Basically, he hated magic, mages, and wizards. Gregor had really screwed up, and the White Tower were monsters. Frieden was a good territory, but for them, they had ruined it. He thought they would bring students, wealth, and tourists, and they did, but they also killed, raped, and did mind magic. He had a lot of spies and soldiers, but he hoped now the Carthians and the White Tower would fight. As he sat, the Duke walked in. He was about 25 and was a pretty good leader. He, unlike Jacob, loved magic. The same Mena had saved him.
What about the men?
Zendrif, the leader of the White Tower, had asked for 1,000 soldiers. He had been planning an attack and was ready. He was going to attack this year. I don't want to, but do I have a choice?
That's the problem they are asking, but we'll take Frieden if we say no.
Send the worst soldiers, not armed and criminals, clear the dungeons. Let us get something out of this.
If he was going to send people, they would be awful. He could do that. He really did hate the White Tower.
Daisy. For most of her life, magic had been a bad thing. She had power, and she assumed that's why Gregor tricked her mother. She learned from him that his mother was a pretty Carthian mage, and he used magic to trick her into giving her body to him and then the child. Born of 2 mages, they knew she had power, and she was shipped off at her 13th name day, and her powers came in. She didn't really remember her mother, or if she was kind, but she did say she was pretty as a daisy, and that name was something her father couldn't take. Gregor had taken her memory, tested her, joined with her, and made her hurt people. But now he was dead. She had met the envoy of the emperor, and things were looking up. She was walking around the keep when Claire walked up. Next to her was a man, and he bowed. He was a true red mage, and he took her hand.
Can I speak to you all?
The keep had a few guests since Gregor's death, but she assumed someone would come and loot it soon. It was full of her fairly mad siblings, but she went with Claire and all her sane sisters. The man led them to a room and spoke.
My Lord Janice is putting together a female-only healing mage unit. He will have a welcome dinner in 5 days. He asks you to come to the keep as his guests and stay until then.
He gave them a pass for the border and left them. It was a pretty good offer. She'd like a few nights at the keep, instead of in her cold room, which she had to lock against the men. One good thing about Gregor is his keep was very large and had things in it to steal. Also, everyone knew who he was. The mage had come straight here. She was keen to get paid, get trained, and meet the emperor. Janice was very attractive, and she might actually meet him, which would be amazing. She was thinking of leaving this place. She liked her sisters but hated her brothers. Animals. The women coming with her were her actual sisters, they were called. Deborah, Jennifer, and Claire. They were about her real age of 30 and had a weaker gift than her. She was a strong mage, and until now, that was bad. Gregor had tested her the most. Her power was strong, and he tried to get her to burn people.
So that man, the red mage, gave us a letter for the border. And keep, I say we take a mage carriage and leave soon.
She was excited to start, and mostly it was to have a place to belong, and of course to be around Janice. It was amazing he'd come to the keep, but magic was rare, and everyone wanted it. Men also wanted to throw her on the bed and do it to her, but only her husband could. Men were animals, she was told often by Claire. Okay, let's leave soon. I hate this place. She hadn't used a mage carriage before, but Deborah had, and it was about lashing the shadow to it. She had 5 gold coins, clothes in a chest, food, and a nice dagger hidden away. Still, if she was attacked, she'd use magic, but no one would try 4 mage women with a pass. She knew she wasn't really a child, and was actually old, but Gregor had attacked her mind. She wasn't too upset though. She liked being younger. They rode for hours, and she just made herself sleep. They travelled through the night, and she ate when hungry. Soon enough, they were at the border. They were leaving Ostia and the keep, and joining the Carthians. There were soldiers and mages, and a woman in a long red robe with red armour walked up to their window. A real red mage. She was a female with no hair, but looked nice enough.
Good morning, girls. Where are you going?
She gave her the paper. It was from the emperor, and said he was starting a group.
So you're mages. I did sense magic.
She made a shield ward around her and let it fade. We're the first of many.
My cousin might join. Is this open? She's not keen on killing, but would like to use her gift. Can I ask about the pay?
Sure, it's 5 gold a month.
That's pretty good. And food and bed?
Yes, and Janice is so nice and handsome. I saw his engraving. The woman laughed.
Yeah, I guess. Thanks for joining. Do you need help? The keep is another day.
No, we're fine, but thanks. The woman let them pass, and soon they were in Carthage, or New Carthage, though it was about 1,000 years old. They travelled for another day, talking about lives and freedom. Not many of them had ever experienced much outside the keep, but she was trusting fate now. It was nice she would staying in the keep, but it was very large, and she guessed he wanted them close. It was 2 days' travel for her. He was nice, it seemed. She had heard so.
Zendrif. He was the child of mages, and thus knew on his 13th name day he'd get the magic. His parents were part of the Red Death and loved Carthage. But something happened, he knew not what. But one day, his mother dressed in black was packing a wagon, and they were leaving home. His father was gone, killed by Carthage, and they travelled over sea, and in many carts and dusty roads, and came to the sunny but warm land of Frieden. His mother had no one, but she had magic, and he remembered her well. When they came to their house, father had left them 50 gold, and they had bought the farmhouse, cows and lands. But 3 men were there, Ostian bandits. They looked at his mother. She was a fine Carthian woman, long black hair, dark eyes, and a strong voice.
I'm a soldier and mage. Leave my house or die bloody.
The bandits were in his house but ruining it. It was inside, but they had a fire and were ripping wood off the walls to burn.
A woman, I doubt it. You could join us. I need a woman.
His mother vanished, and in a moment, he was hit. He knew it was the shadow punch, and he was hit by an unseen hand. It sent him flying, and he hit a wall. She muttered some words, and they were hit with a weak fireball. She appeared.
Please leave.
He watched all three run. He was 12 and got his power the next year, but the creature was different from his mother's. It couldn't speak to him, but he had strange dreams. He dreamt of the death of bodies in the grave, and he knew when she would die when he was 20. He still had power and learned all from her. She was a red death mage and knew all attacks, vanish, hardened skin, sword fighting, and silence. One day alone he was practicing the sword, and she was gone and he felt it. The creature was trying to speak to him. He put his sword away and laughed aloud as he flew. He didn't control it, but he was taken from the yard to the roof. He gathered his courage and jumped off again. He landed gently and laughed again. He was 14 and hadn't laughed since his father died. He looked at the roof and knew it could fly. He had done wards and attacks and knew it spoke the language, but he didn't know fly, but he did know up and he said that. "Ilos," he said. He held firm and he floated to the roof. It was easy and jumped off again. He was interested to see if it could do a good distance. Did it had wings or fly with its magic? And that was it. He said Elos over and laughed as he was carried like a sack over the house and to the other side, so it could do the distance. He came to learn he could fly, and at night he would. He could go miles in moments. His mother taught him, but she always spoke of Carthage, and he knew she had forgiven them. One night she spoke to him. He was 16, so a man.
I want to go back. But if we do, our magic will be used to help, then only, and I want you to have the choices I didn't have.
Why would I go? I can sell wards and charms here and be rich and happy.
Duty matters too. I was so angry, but know now he was a soldier, and I must be again. But you can keep the house and farm. I won't force you.
Leaving me is forcing me. She did leave in a few weeks. She walked and left him the horse and wagon, but all he felt was betrayed. They spoke like Carthage was so great, but everything was for the nation. He would be a servant fighting for them, whereas here could use his magic to profit himself. Once she left, he cried for weeks, but soon was forced to the market from lack of food. He had some money and a farm, and used his powers to eat, but buying was faster. One day, he walked around the local market, and it had grown, and now it was hundreds of people buying wine, honey, bread, vegetables, and things. It even had guards from the city. He knew it was set up by the king, but was run by a local man, and he went to him now. He was older, maybe 40, and looked later a farmer. I am Zendrif, the son of Zenda and Julia. I'm a mage and interested in having a stall.
Selling what?
Magical items. As far as he was aware, he was the only mage in Ostia. It was a Carthian power, and he was Carthian.
What can magic be put into things?
A stone like a diamond, ruby, garnet, sapphire, emerald or opal, can hold spells from people like me.
Could you spell a ring I own already?
Yes, and that's probably better as not many have enough gold to buy a diamond.
So you could offer a spelling service and take stones people own and put magic in them,
he said, not really believing. Simple things only. He turned invisible, and the man gasped. That is much too complex, but a shield would work. Or attack, healing, strength.
Okay, you can have a free stall if I get 20% and you spell some rings for me.
Sure thing, partner. Now where can I get some bread? He had a small bag of money, and was thinking of selling his horse and flying around. It would raise his profile. He walked to a man who had a vast ring of horses, and he showed him his. "Want to buy this one?" "Maybe, but why?" He looked over and touched its legs and looked at its mouth. "I'm a mage. I can fly."
"Ha ha, really?"
he said Ilos, and floated an inch off the ground, and in a moment was set down.
"A real mage. Can you do time magic? Could you take my old horse and make it young?"
He'd never done it, but knew he could. His mother never aged a day. "Yes, but sadly, I didn't know the spell."
"Try to learn and I can pay you, but I'll take that one for 10 gold if you want, but come to me if you learn it."
Ertrella. Her whole life, or certainly from when she was 13 and first got her powers, she'd hoped to be a red shadow. She was a legate, so she could command a legion of 1,000 soldiers, but this was guarding the Emperor's body. She had trained at the Red Keep, learned the battle mage skills. She could vanish or shimmer, hardened her skin, could fight well, shield and cast attacks. She could do dual lighting blasts, which was hard, but her shadow loved her. Her family were far from noble, but they had a long history of being mages and in the Red Death. Both her mother and father were mages, and she was born one. No one like her with the blood didn't get the power. She knew what it was now. Her blood, the Carthians, made a deal with magical demons for power, and they got some touch. She often spoke to hers in her dreams and thought of it as an angry man. It could be bribed by hurting nice people, but it was loyal to her. Other people didn't know Janice as well as her, but he was a mage too, maybe not as strong as her or skilled. He was 35, not 123, but for a man in charge of an empire with a dark shadow whispering to him, he was okay. He didn't want a sex slave like Yolande did, though he was always looking at her and finding ways to say she looked good. Nice armor, it was the uniform. She was trying her new armor and deep red cloak when Gunnolf walked in. They were living together in the Red Palace. It wasn't their new house. It was just guest quarters they had been given for a few days. Both of them were soldiers and should be staying at the barracks, but he wanted them close.
"So, you are a red shadow. That's nice."
A dream, but it's only for a year while I train Mena. I am a legate after all. What about us? He seemed sad, but she was hardly going to leave him. This was meant to be a fling, something to make her trip more fun. But he was sweet and handsome enough to be attractive, but still gave her much daily praise. "I'm 123. I love you. I'm not going to let you die. I have to go to Ostia. Don't betray me with a new recruit." He laughed, and she wished she could see his mind, but he'd be crazy to betray her, and he was far from that kind of person.
"Mena owes me some years."
"Take them later. I don't want you too young."
"I can't believe this is my reality. When are you leaving? When do you start?"
"Tomorrow morning."
"Did he tell you about his magic staff?"
She laughed. "Really? No, he's not an idiot."
"It's a tool to travel. It can bring you doorway to doorway."
"There is no way. It can't be done." She didn't really believe it, but Janice's father had some weird powers and was often reported at 2 places. But she thought they had guises to draw assassins and send them to boring events, like dinners and balls. She wouldn't go to them if she could just send a servant with a guise stone.
"So, I don't have to worry. We'll just meet up when you're back."
She kissed him. "It's only a month and we'll be together for years and years. Want sex?"
"Of course."
He led her to the bedroom.
Mena, it was fair to say almost everyone in Carthage now hated her. She had killed at least 50 of their red mages, and while every one of them had been risen back, they had been stripped of their magic power and were useless to the Emperor, and thus only getting half pay. His plan was pretty good, really. It was to get all the female mages now rotting in boredom and prison in Frieden and bringing them over here. Even if they didn't want to fight, they could make weapons and breed with the locals. Also, he was talking of a new idea of people on the battlefield to help others. Called nurses, they just tried to heal people. A mage-healed army would be hard to beat. She hated Janice and was not looking forward to spending a few months with him. She missed Gunnolf already and wished things had ended differently. Still, she was a mage, and he had a mage lover. Chances were they could be friends again in 100 years. Mena walked out of the keep. She had on a red robe, but no sword at her side, and she went to the mage carriage. Beside it was Ertrella. She looked good. She hugged her. She was in red armor, a bald head, a deep red cloak, and a sword.
I'm his daytime shadow and your trainer.
I know, that's why I agreed. A young man walked up. He was tall and around 35, quite handsome. He smiled at her.
Hello, Mena and Ertrella.
Hello? Ertrella bowed and, with a shove of her hand, forced her to her knees as well. Your Highness, the woman said. Or Majesty. I can't decide, really. She stood up with a great will and saw in his eyes. Indeed, it was Janice. He had his golden sword at his side, and he grinned at her.
Better?
You are still a boy.
I am actually 35, but I like to de-age when I meet people. Always appear less than you are.
Well said.
Thanks for doing this, Captain. I feel much safer with you around and know you're an amazing mage.
She opened the door to the carriage. Janice got in and Ertrella onto the top. She went to get up, next to her, and Ertrella shook her head.
He wants to talk to you.
Great, she said, and got inside. The carriage started to move, and it was quite as seamless. It didn't bounce around, and she sat on the plush velvet seat. It was just him and her, on the other side, but he didn't look at her. They had days and days of travel. Even with Ertrella using her shadow to run, it would take them a long time, until the other side of Londinium, and then a boat back to Frieden. She wondered if he'd just leave her in Frieden. No one much cared for her in Carthage. But now she wasn't keen on taking Gregor's place as ruler of all, so she decided to settle for the greatest female mage ever to live.
Why don't you like me?
You had me whipped and you watched it, and I'm assuming loved it. He just smiled at her. He did love it. Men were such perverts.
Imagine your life if I took your magic away. That's what you did. And not just 52 people, that's 52 families of mage blood, and now those people must live like cripples in families that now hate them.
She knew that, and felt bad, but she also saved him. She wished she knew some Carthian words of wisdom for it, and thought of Gunnolf, and spoke. He just sat there, but he could have her whipped again if he liked it. Sure, she could fight, but when would it stop? Medicine can taste bitter, she said in Carthian. They had been speaking in common, or Ostian. He laughed.
True enough. Look, you put up with me for a month. Free the female mages of your land and only see me at work. It's not so bad.
No matter how badly they have been treated, most won't fight their own kind.
Mage kind is their own kind, Carthian, Ostian. Southern is just skin color.
They lapsed into silence, and she looked out the glass window of the carriage as it rode smoothly onwards. Outside everywhere were farms in neat rows. They had taken this place from her people because of the weather and the ground. It rained a lot and was sunny a lot. Everything was green, most of the year. For a people from the desert, they knew a lot about crops. He sat and looked as well. He was a mage, too, but had never shown a spark of power to her. Can you turn invisible? As she looked at him, he started to shimmer and fade, until he was hard to see, and all she saw was a shadow on the bench. Then she felt a hand on her cheek. She should have expected that. Then he was back before her.
It's not invisible, it's just hard to see.
At night, in the shadows, it would be impossible to see, or running through a crowd with a sword or two, it would be deadly. Mena liked it. The fire of greed and passion stirred in her. Her grandfather was quite relaxed as far as demons went, she thought, yet he always wanted more skill. A power like this would be very useful. His insidiousness was a slow burning greed. She'd get there, she'd be the strongest, and no one would know she was doing it. Teach me.
Ertrella will. She is the teacher.
She felt a burst of hope. She didn't want to go back to Frieden and work selling trinkets and being hated. She was hated in Carthage too, but they would forget all of this in 4 years' time. She didn't say anything but nodded. 4 years, won't it fly by? He nodded back.
Good. As I said, the more the better, and...
We're here?
She knew it was Ertrella, and the carriage slowly dropped in speed. She felt it lurch, then stop. Janice held the door for her, and she climbed out. They had only been going for an hour at the most, and now she looked at the sight before her and gasped. What is that? Ertrella stood next to Janice, and both had their swords out. She saw the river, and across it was some kind of nest of vines, but it had grown up into a nest of spikes and massive flowers. It looked pretty and deadly, and not at all of this world. It was like a writhing nest of snakes, but across the water.
I think Gregor did it.
She raised her hands and, yelling fire, let go of 2 bolts. They fired from her hands and hit the nest of vines. She heard a hideous shriek, and it actually writhed like a nest of burned snakes. The fire crackled around them, but they turned green again, unburned. One raised up and, looking like a snake's head, with actual fangs, it struck at her. It flew across the meters of dirt and lunged its head at her. Janice shoved her to the side and slashed it. In a fast upward cut, he cut it off at the head. It shrieked and sprayed and green bile from the end as it withdrew. Some hit his chest piece, and it started to smoke and burn like acid. He shouted, and Ertrella ripped it off of him and cast it to the dirt. As they watched, the silver and gold started to melt fast, leaving a hole in the piece.
Well, this won't do, Ertrella, mena, maybe 6 bolts, constant lightning.
Now she was pissed off and raising her hands. She yelled, "Lightning!" as the other said the same in shadow. The bolts of lightning fired from them and hit the nest of vines. It was joined by 2 more, and then 4 more, as all of them focused their destructive will on the plant. It started to roast and cook, and the smell of cooking meat came to her nose. The screech and cries grew loud, and indeed sounded from another world. She guided her lightning onwards and on, until she saw a large chunk of burned vine break and float away in the stream. Mena stomped on the ground as hard as she could, the shadow doing the same. The shockwave rippled across the ground and broke the thing apart. It was dead, and the lightning stopped, as it floated away on the river, like a raft of vines. They watched as it went, leaving just the clear river in front of them.
That was exciting. Now how do we cross this?
Gunnolf. After 8 years in the army, it was pretty hard not to be awake at dawn, with the first crack of the sun. But he was up and exercising. He did a short routine, and then practiced with the thing. It was a blunt and heavy mace. He was stronger than he was as a younger man. Because of Mena, she was always strengthening him, and it had lasting effects. He was treated to a final stare and chat with his perfect mage girlfriend. If he could control his body, he'd be perfect too. But the Reds weren't supposed to use magic on this. But she didn't look her 123 years. If she wasn't killed, she'd live a long time. Him too. She got dressed in her deep red armor and robe, but she was naked first. She was breathtaking. She could change her body too. Now she was bald. But her height was bones, and 5010 was fine. You are perfect.
Thanks. So you're off too.
I'm going to meet my old captain and ask him about building a squad. I only need 100 soldiers and think I can get them from the current legions.
Good idea. I have to go.
She kissed him, and he knew this would be his life now. He didn't want to not see her for weeks, but maybe he wouldn't have to. She could mind walk, and maybe that staff worked. Yet he didn't want to lose her, and they were both soldiers. He was lucky she'd only be a shadow for a year while she trained Mena. He was sweating but looking forward to seeing his old troop. He was seeing his commander or captain. His old legion was the 23rd, and was one of the few made for the people serving again. He'd done 8 years, and the reason was he'd been young, no real plans, and he liked it. The army had him from 16 to 20 doing his standard. Then 20-24 he did extra, if he thought about it. Everything was better then. He'd only killed other soldiers and not many. Going to Ostia had been a bad idea, but he had met Grella, Skinner, Jenny, Mena and Ertrella. He wouldn't trade that. And Mena had saved Carthage. If he'd stayed, he could be serving in Emperor Gregor's army. Also, he met Ertrella there, so it was worth it. He washed, got dressed, and ate. He was meeting the man at noon after he'd eaten. The camp wasn't that far, and he walked outside the keep. They had rooms as he walked towards his horse. He saw a mage carriage stop before him. It was going fast, bloody things, and a woman leaned her head out. It was Gregor's daughter, the crazy blonde who had shot him. She seemed to recognize him. He remembered her holding that crossbow. The wagon stopped, and she jumped out. She didn't know his name, but it seemed like she wanted to talk.
Hello, sir. We are mages here at Janice's request to find out about his new division.
Honestly, he was very glad she wasn't here for revenge. He never knew she was a mage, but she was of the right blood. He knew it was all about children and family. I'm Gunnolf. Do you remember me?
I do, and praise Helven we met. I'm very sorry I shot you. Glad you're okay. Gregor made me do it, and worse, a lot worse, but he's gone, and we're free now.
He didn't really remember or care. Everyone was crazy. Even Ertrella was under the control of the join. If Janice needed mages so badly, he got her, that was fine. If she tried to kill him, Ertrella would enjoy smashing her face. It's fine. I'm sure Janice needs you all. Are you staying here?
He's speaking in 5 days. A dinner, and we're invited.
He was on a ship to Ostia, so that staff had better work, or he was sending a soldier with a guise, which happened. See you then. He walked off. He didn't hold much of a grudge against her. He knew magic control was real, and while all those people were angry Mena had won, what if she hadn't? Gregor would be emperor, and a random red mage would have killed her. They were angry that their magic was taken away, but they were more upset some untrained Ostian girl of 20 had saved Carthage, not the Red Death. It was lucky she had 5 shadows for them to hide behind. But she beat Yolland with only 1, and he was stronger than them. He walked to the stables and hired a horse. He was mounting up when that girl mage walked up to him. The horse was strong and black and looked built for soldiers. The girl was blonde and young. She sort of looked like Mena, but had a dress and no weapons.
I'm Daisy. Do you need any help from a mage?
It would help him to show his wards protected him. Also, she could give the horse strength. Also, he'd much rather travel with her. Maybe they'd talk. He wasn't afraid to go, but the countryside was full of mad returned soldiers, and maybe she could make a shield. Can you throw fireballs and attack?
Yes, sir. And lightning too.
If you had hit me with that, it would have been over. She looked sad.
I know, but he never said how. I'm not burning anyone alive. That's bad.
Good. You could come. I'm building a warded division, and it would be good to show fire and lightning are warded against.
Will it help Janice?
He laughed. I guess so. He does want this new squad. It's a mission.
I will help then, just please say I did.
She was a bit crazy, but he would rather her be on their side than not. Are you happy to ride with me? Or should we get you a horse?
Let's get another. I can't ride pressed against you, that's rude. What would people say?
He laughed, but it was free. They got another horse, and they left her sisters to check in. It was a strange turn, but stuff like that happened. She clearly felt she owed him something, so he was glad to take advantage. The trip was faster with her. He could push harder. And she just touched the horse and said, "Strength." She was a natural too. Dangerous. Sadly, they didn't talk much, but it was better having someone. Soon enough, they arrived at the camp of the Legion. It was a real camp, and he was impressed. No wonder they had the world. The camp was big, with 1,000 fighting men and women, but cooks, blacksmiths, followers, and a lot of tradespeople. The gate was cut spikes, and around was a trench with more spikes. They rode up. Some bold soldier was there, but he knew him not. Still, his name would be on the sheets. He was expected, and Janice had sent a letter. I'm Gunnolf the Centurion, and this is Daisy, a mage who is assisting me. He hoped she was. If she wanted revenge, she was getting the front row. Was this dumb? They read his name and let him pass.
Go to the command tent.
Much like the Romans, each legion had an eagle and flag. Spotting the command tent was easy. It had the eagle but also many guards. Now he was inside. He did know a few faces. He nodded to a few people. They dismounted and slowly walked their horses. They were trained enough they could be let go and wouldn't wander off.
Was this your legion?
It was. I have to recruit 100 people and hope to get some here.
This is exciting. Glad I can help you.
Me too. Bringing a mage is smart, and Mena is a natural too.
I know. I'm not. I mean, Gregor, my father, was a mage, and my mother too. But my shadow knows my thoughts. It's joined more closely.
That's interesting. Mena uses words, but I think it knows as well. It wants to protect her, and will skin ward from fear. They waited for a while, and were seen inside the big tent. The man looked like an older, grisly Janus. His name was something very Roman like Claudius, and he shook Gunnolf wrist to wrist. He had a very fancy but worn sword.
Well met, Centurion.
Well met, Captain. Thanks for this.
So you will try take the best of my people for some new warded thing?
Yes, but it's the same army, and I'll take whatever you agree to.
Ha ha, don't tempt me or you'll get my dregs and criminals.
And 100 was not a lot from one legion, and he wanted a mix. He didn't want one legion to rule. Ideally, it would be 20, from 5 different ones. Janus could have just sent a letter and changed the division, but the volunteers fought better, and were much less likely to desert. Well, we will see if any want to join. It is new, but we'll see. They walked outside, and he waited as word spread he was putting on a show, and soon he was surrounded by the soldiers. Daisy looked nervous but excited. She came to him.
I can boost your voice if you like.
Thanks. She muttered something as his voice boomed. Already good. Magic was good. He should have brought someone. He was lucky he met her. Or he was unlucky if she was going to try kill Janus. Well, soldiers, you might know me. I'm of this legion. Gunnolf I am. I'm a centurion and forming a new division. Warded, mage healed and trained. We will be the ones to fight the White Tower if they ever act. We will also fight rogue mages and normal battles. I am warded and have brought Daisy a mage to show you a warded soldier is more dangerous than a mage. I will fight with a sword as you will. She walked to a clearing and raised her hand. I'll do a fireball. She held her left hand out and let it build and build until it was quite big. She fired at him, and everyone gasped. It hit, but did nothing. She turned it to solid, and he drew the short sword, but a white shield was now formed. She was tired, but kept the barrage of fire from both hands. It was hot and powerful. She had spared him, using the arrow. She could burn someone to ash in minutes. Her shadow must be old and strong. Mana will expire, but my wards are strong, made and charged by Mena the Ostian. Also, I have 20 years of fighting. Most mages don't. They hated Mena, but respected her. Sadly, she had made most of the Reds look like children. Daisy, said Lightning, and fired a blast at him. She had both hands closed, and it was one stream, but he had a lightning ward. He jumped forward and slashed at her. She dropped her attack and warded. They stopped. He held the blade above her, and she held the shield, and then yelled, "Okay, stop!" He did. Mages can only do one spell at a time unless warded, but most are not. Also, mana runs out and shields fail. He went to her. She was panting but smiling. It was a good show. The captain spoke, and Daisy lowered her ward.
Gunnolf needs soldiers for this new group. It's the same army, so pay and food are the same, but Gunnolf will be your leader, and you'll get wards to keep.
In the end, he got 32 people, but only took 20. He would come back in a few days. He was very happy, and it was going much better than he hoped. He walked up to Daisy. So I got my 20. I will go to the other legions over the next few days, but I might ask a red mage to help. This was good. She seemed to be thinking. So he'd try. Or you could do it. I'd pay you 5 gold a day.
If you return me before our dinner, that's fine. It was fun. But is Ertrella Festino your lover? Will she mind us being alone together?
He laughed. No, it's fine, but I'm a stranger. You should be scared.
I'm a mage, and beside you have Ertrella, and she's a proper Red Death mage.
Janice?
Mena the Ostian was probably the most attractive person he'd ever seen. She was skinny, blonde, and had blue eyes, things very uncarthian and exotic, in a world of brown hair and brown eyes like him. She also had saved his life and his throne. She thought him cruel because he'd had her whipped, but she was a mage, and not only could she heal the wounds, she could erase the memory. His people had cried for her head. He had to do something. The Romans had loved to talk of the mob, of keeping the common man happy, and it was true. They had tried to kill him twice already, and he was popular. That said, she had given him the best hope for a new Carthian dynasty. The question was always, how are you going to be remembered? Are you the emperor who defended your borders and had some nice parties? Or were you the one who expanded the holding and made the world kneel before you? This girl was damned exceptional. The thing he liked most, other than her looks, was she had killed over 52 red mages, and she was some untrained farm girl from Ostia. Sure, she had a few extra shadows in her, but that too was great. Who knew it could be more than one? Now they were going to Ostia to rescue as many female mages as he could get, and hopefully find his new wife. He wanted a mage wife now. The Ostians viewed gender very differently to them, but it was because they had no forced army service. Everyone did 4 years, man or woman. A woman could kill you just as well with a sword as a man, and certainly with a fireball. In fact, the demons liked women more, and were more likely to do little things for them. His would never bring him a drink. It would rather splash it in his face. He'd seen the shadow of Ertrella open a bloody door for her, but he'd never get that. But it got to see her naked daily, not him. Thus was in a much better mood. Mena and Ertrella were the reason he wanted a mage wife. He loved a woman that could fight as his equal. Plus he would live long, and they were quite physical. He didn't feel different from everyone else, but he might be. He wasn't going to marry someone with an army. He had one. They had finished building a bridge that would do for a few weeks. They had used some nearby trees and had them laid across. The carriage could be lifted, but he needed to think of his people and save some expense for the mage workers. Actually, if the women wouldn't fight, he could get them, making bridges and the like. They got back in the carriage, and he sat now across from Mena. She was fine, and now she was a little out of breath. She panted slightly. It was charming. He opened a chest in the middle of the carriage. It held mostly wine, but had some weak beer. He poured a glass for her. She actually thanked him. He was the emperor, and he didn't get infatuated. He'd not act the fool. He was 35.
Where do we sleep? She asked as they rode onwards.
Wherever we like. There is a town called Juliantine, and we are on the road to it. There will be a place to stay.
You just find a nice house and say, I am coming for dinner.
Of course, he replied, sensing a tone. She laughed.
It's good to be king.
Emperor, our vassals have kings.
Sorry, sire.
Your Highness or Majesty. She was teasing him, it seemed, but she seemed to like it. He had heard often the soldiers would make fun of each other as a form of endearment. Maybe that's what this was. While he had a vast family, none of them now lived in New Carthage. They all lived in Rome. New Carthage was seen as quite provincial, but they were happy to eat the grain from it, but no one lived there. They rode onwards in silence, and as the sun began to set, they passed a sign for Juliantine. He watched out of the corner of his eye as she stretched out her tired body and tried not to look. The carriage pulled up to an iron gate, and after a few moments the carriage went into a vast yard. There were gardens to either side, trees, and it was fine. Clearly stolen from some rich man. They had only held this land 400 years or so.
Where are we?
Someone's house, it seems. Maybe the head man. The carriage stopped and the door was opened. He looked out, and there was quite the group of people gathered to receive them. He saw some rough-looking fellow with a shaved head, and he had a black fist and 2 lines under it. This man was his second cousin. It was his house. He got out and held the man's wrist. Well met, cousin, he said loudly. The crowd of now, mostly servants he saw, seemed to be quite impressed he really was the emperor, and knew this man. And you, your majesty. He bowed. They all did. Then he stood.
We have dinner ready, as we're expecting you.
The man walked towards the house, as did the servants. He turned to Mena and Ertrella. He was safe, but he wanted them close. Also, no one had any idea who she was, and she couldn't just go wandering about by herself. That's why he gave her the red robe. But still. You two with me. Ertrella and Mena fell in next to him, and he walked into the house. It was quite large, but still he saw it was quite bare. It didn't have many fine things. He knew this role was given this man, for his blood and this house, the staff, were a part of it. He looked at the maid who held the door and her stocking. It had a hole in it that was odd. While the man was his relative, he was not a mage, or he'd be in the Red Keep, and it was rare in one that far removed. Still, life was good for him. The man was nattering on about the harvest and how well it was going and the crops. Then he was talking about Gunnolf and how they thought he was Gregor and so glad he was alive and all of that. People often forgot he was a mage, because one of the things he liked to do, to stay sharp, was take away people's memories of him being one. It was something all red mages did, and it was to seem less than you were. A well-worn Carthian motto. Now it came in handy. Even a non-mage could try hide their memories. Most would fail, but they could try. He went into this man's memories, and in just a second he had one of note. He was standing in this very room, and he was looking at a fine tapestry on the wall. No longer there. It was of his grandfather, Janus I, and his victory over the Picts. He was looking at it and thinking, I can get 120 gold for that. Janus was now stuck. He hated things like this. This man was robbing them and no doubt making bad decisions about their grain, but he was also family. He was also hungry, and to accuse him and get him arrested now would certainly ruin the dinner plans. He'd wait and ruin the man's life in the morning, let him sleep one more night on his fine feather bed. He turned to a servant. If she has a room, please take her. The servant nodded, and taking Mena and bags full of clothes, went out of the room. The man was still with them. He'd said his name a few times, and Janus had missed it.
Will you have dinner now?
A bead of sweat dripped from his head. Janus didn't like it, not one bit. When in doubt, it was best to assume the worst. He looked at Ertrella and whispered to her, Get ready. He has been stealing, and this might be a coup. Janus pulled a knife from his back and pressed it against the man's neck. He yelled truth and pushed his will down on him. It broke the man, and he collapsed to the ground.
I had to use old meat for dinner and hoped you wouldn't notice.
What, no coup? No rebel Ostians?
I have a gambling debt and spent all the money.
Janus pulled the blade from his neck and helped him up. This harvest better be incredible, or you're off to Germania.
Mena. She was woken in the morning by a servant who came to her and roused her with a few gentle words. She got dressed and went down the stairs. Breakfast was laid out for them, but Janus was not there. Ertrella was, however, and she was eating breakfast, and she smiled at her. This could be okay. She liked Ertrella and was getting free training from her and freeing her sisters. It wasn't that bad. They had a tense night. The second cousin, whose house this was, had been taken off in chains, and now some woman was running the place, and she seemed upset with the state of it. She walked into the room and looked at the food on the table. It was just some bread and beer. She never drank water now she'd left the farm and their tanks. The woman who was now in charge showed her to a seat. She was Carthian too, and looked it. She had long black hair, dark eyes, and a stern look. She was about 40, but looked like she had a better body than her, and looked like a stern word could cut glass. Mena took her seat, and the woman spoke.
We didn't meet last night. I am Drusilla. I am the Emperor's first cousin on his mother's side. Sorry about the poor fare. It's a bloody travesty, really.
The bread was freshly made, had butter, and they served it with some homemade jam, of the Ostians. It was good. Mena had a bite. She was a sort of guest, it seemed. It tasted good to her. She had a fire in her room and a proper bed. It was a luxury to her. I lived on a farm until a month ago, so this is more than fine.
Very kind of you, but a guest is to be honored anyway. I will get this all in order. To be honest, it should have been me in charge anyway. I am a first cousin, but on the mother's side.
The only good thing about the Carthians was they weren't sexist. She didn't see why this woman was the second choice. Mena was scared of her, and she was the mage. She looked organized, too, and they loved that. I don't understand.
He bloody bribed someone in the court. I'm sure if it...
She walked out of the room. Ertrella looked up.
It's because her husband is an idiot.
That was the way. Some smart woman held back by a man. Mena thought she seemed great. Frightening, but great. Like a falcon. She finished her meal and looked up. More travel?
The Emperor needs time to assess the neglect here. He is off inspecting the crops, so I can train you a bit if you are keen.
Of course, the disappearing thing.
Sure, if you're to be a red shadow, you need it.
She was one. They were 2 mages of the keep, the best, that guarded the Emperor all day. She didn't want that, so that was his plan. She imagined him dragging her around to their holdings, showing her off. This is my Ostian mage. Bow to me. The second was a man named Hector, who was waiting on the ship. She had met him and saved him too. He was the one she broke from control. Great. She followed Ertrella out the back of the manor house and was impressed by the size of the yard. It was neatly tended and looked quite Ostian. It had grass, flowers in neat beds, and walls with vines. It was pretty. They walked onwards and onto a large area of grass.
I will try teach you the shimmer, but be aware. You will need to practice a lot. It is both simple and maddeningly hard.
She drew out her sword and stood. As she watched her, she began to fade and disappear. She then lunged at her. She felt the blade pass next to her. It was a test to see if she held her nerve. She heard the blade slide back into its sheath with a click.
There are levels of skill. 1 to stand still, 2 to move, 3 to attack.
She shoved her and she was pushed back. She heard a fireball, felt the heat of it, but saw only heat waves.
Make a barrier,
a voice for nowhere said. She did, and the fire hit at the wall. It kept going in a stream, and now she was impressed. She saw nothing, and the fire just appeared at her barrier. Slowly she came back.
A fire ward ring won't help you, as you can't see it. It will activate once you are burning.
She was eager to learn, but let her get there in her own time. She imagined it was just a word or 2.
Now you're smart, how is it done?
I have no idea. I was thinking a guise of what is behind you.
Indeed, that can work. But look what happens when you move.
As she saw, she faded, but she saw her image rippled as she walked. It was not the effect.
The human eye sees light. We see light reflected off things. Absorb the light that hits you. Create a shield and have it absorb the light.
She thought of her shield for fire, but thought of it for light. She looked at her.
That is good, and at night would work. I will mirror you.
As she spoke, she did what she had, and she saw as the shield turned black as night. All light was gone, and she vanished. She still saw her, though she was like a void of darkness. She walked a step.
Almost there. I call this my shadow shield, or light shield, as said it works well at night and easier, but in the day you can be seen but not recognized. She vanished again. The dark form of her appeared. We bend the light, make it go around you.
As she spoke, she vanished, and she saw as if right through her.
Now you try.
She practiced with Ertrella for the next few hours, until she was hungry again and she seemed happy. She moved, she broke her concentration, and the demon stopped. He was beyond bored with it. Still, she had the idea, and just had to practice. It was more about holding 2 thoughts at once, which was hard.
You will also learn to bend and attack. It makes a shield last a lot longer and really looks incredible.
Thanks, Ertrella.
No issue, I think I got this job to tempt you.
It worked. I like you much more than him. Ertrella laughed.
He's okay for an emperor.
Gunnolf. Daisy was a child. He didn't realize, but that night they had dinner and stayed at a tavern in Carthage called the Eagle's Rest, and she told him her sad story. It seemed Gregor wanted a mind he could control, so he never let her age beyond 13. Every year he'd take a year of memories. The tavern was very Ostian and had rooms and cost money. It wasn't just a hall, but he had money. He sat in a room with the girl and drank beer and her water. He really hoped this wasn't a mistake, and she was an assassin. He liked talking to her and was having a nice time. There was even a fire going. So you thought you were only there a year, but really it was 20?
Yes. Didn't I get a shock when he died, and I realized I'm actually 32?
Could you age back or get your memories back?
I could probably do something, but I would hope they're good. My first kiss, first love, first house, first garden. I don't want someone else's memories, but if it's bad, I will just take it out. Anyway, we did well getting 20 recruits.
Yes, I'm glad. Thanks for helping me.
I wanted to help. Claire, my sister said you'd be angry at me, but you don't seem to be.
Gregor was a monster. Mind control is real. It's not you. I once had to kill someone because a mage told him to kill me. He had a family and I had to kill him. He could still see that guard's face, of all the people he had killed that still haunted him.
That's awful. I'm sorry.
Daisy had her own room and went up to it. She left him alone and he walked up to his. He'd had food and pulled out his blood letters from Janice. He cut his hand and made a little X. He knew Ertrella was guarding him and he wanted a nightly report. The letter came back. Just you? He wrote yes. Daisy was off in her room. He saw a white light come from his bathroom and Janice and Ertrella came out. He was holding a staff. It was black with a red stone that glowed. Gunnolf was amazed. Mena would love that but try to steal it. Wow, that's incredible. He hugged Ertrella and bowed to Janice. Do you want my report?
That's why we are here. Don't tell anyone. This staff is a secret. Only Blood of the Blackfist can use it, and it really drains me.
If the White Tower knew it existed, they'd never stop trying to get it. Still, all he could think of is Ertrella sleeping here, not the boat, but she was here to guard Janice. It was his staff.
Report, please.
Will fortune favors me. I met a mage who has been helping me. We did an exhibition for Legion 23 and got 20 recruits.
How did the mage help?
She threw some fire and lightning and warded a bit, and boosted my voice and helped the horse.
Who is it? A she, right?
Well, it's Gregor's daughter. We know her, she's that maid, the blonde. Janice didn't know, but Ertrella did. She looked sad.
She helped him get me and shot you with a crossbow.
And Gregor took 20 years of memories and forced her like you. Look, today she made lightning and it would have killed me in moments, but she was never told how to kill me, so she used the crossbow.
20 is perfect. I'm happy this girl helped. Is there any way we could test her? Read her mind and make sure it's free of long-term control. It's a be easy she just meet you. I'd feel better if we test her.
He could tell he had made a mistake, and he had to try fix it. I can send her back. I can do it alone if we can't trust her. Sorry I didn't realize the risk.
No, the Emperor is right. We need to be sure of our recruits, so I can read minds, test loyalty, and make sure there is not a long-term spell from Gregor, and also talk to her.
Good. She's in the other room on this floor, room 2.
Ertrella? Gunnolf was a fool, she understood. Some pretty blonde idiot battered her eyelids and he forgave her. But it was all too easy. Had she been waiting for him? Did she want revenge? She might be 13 or not, who knew? He was a fool, like all men. She drugged her, gave her to Gregor and shot her man. She was mad, but just knocked. She'd ask her, then force her if she had to. She knocked on the door. Coming, a soft voice said. The girl came to the door and opened it. She didn't actually remember her, but she wasn't dressed the same, and was just some girl. But she saw her shadow. It was big. This girl would be an asset if she wasn't a threat. Ertrella smiled at her. She tried to calm herself, but her shadow wanted to punch her cute face.
Ertrella Faustino, I thought you were traveling. You seem angry.
I am, My stupid man is spending time with the woman who betrayed me to Gregor. He burned people alive with my hands. I don't trust you, but we need to. So if you let me read your mind, check it for long-term control. We can both be happy.
Of course you can. Do come in. It'll be good to be checked by someone as powerful as you. Just let me talk to my shadow.
She agreed, so that was good. Gregor might be the monster, but you could have a mind control spell in you and not even know, so...
Shadow. This is my friend Ertrella. She is going to read my mind and help me prove I'm good. Don't fight her.
What kind of crazy shadow did she have? Hers would never act without words. She put her hand on the girl's head and read her mind. She could see a vast black gulf. Someone had taken much. Gregor tested on her, but it was the bridge, and he just joined her with the shadow closer. Is your shadow linked to you?
We can talk mind to mind, and he knows common.
That's so weird, she thought. But she could see it. This girl had spared Gunnolf with a crossbow. Was sent to him at 12, and he did a test on her, but that was all. He used her to cook and clean, and Ertrella saw him taking her memories. She thought she was 13. She hated him. It was no revenge. When the Red Mages came, she wanted a new start. They offered money, and she met Gunnolf by chance but felt she owed him. She was open to her and saw she was so happy when she for to see her father. But he used her as a servant and tested on her. He had told her to hurt Gunnolf, but she fought his command and used a weak tool, not her magic.
Am I okay?
You're fine. Is your name really Daisy? I can see your mother was a Carthian mage. She loved you, but Gregor tricked her. He made her think the child was dead and he took it.
Thanks. I think I knew.
She trusted the girl, but didn't trust Gregor. She waved her hands over her and felt a bump in her hair. It was at the back in her hair. I think you have a spell stone in you, the last piece of his control. The girl touched it and almost cried. Then she made her nail sharp and cut it out. She gave it to Ertrella. Her head was bleeding, but she healed it by making it old.
I'll help Gunnolf, and I am a good girl. Don't worry.
She was, and Ertrella was glad it had worked. She could test anyone. Can I take this too? I don't want to reveal my traveling here.
Of course.
She took the one memory and left her room. She walked back, and Gunnolf was talking to Janice. He had waited for her.
Verdict?
She is fine, but she had a spellstone in her head. I'll check it, but I'm sure it's mind control. Probably says kill Janice.
You're good.
That wasn't planned, but it's a good skill to have. Janice smiled at her. She hugged her big idiot and walked back through the door. Later on, when she was back in the keep and standing at his door, she took the stone from her pocket. In a way, she was impressed with her. She had just cut the stone out, and now she held it. It was magic, and while Gregor was strong, he was dead, and this had not been charged in weeks. She explored the spell and found it wasn't a command. She was too strong. It was just a general like and an innate need to please someone. He used it so she didn't escape, and was sweet to him, poor girl. Still, he was gone, and she was free.
Janice. Being the emperor involved doing a lot of things he'd rather not do. They wanted him to marry a girl from an old Carthian family, his, and keep the bloodline pure. They made him go to dinners with people who wanted to poison him, and now he had to inspect the crops. He had learned of farming and crops as part of his training to be the emperor. None of this silliness like the old Roman leaders. He knew more than most about soil, yields, and crops. A nation and an army marched on its stomach. The problem with having a standing army that was over 20,000 fighting men and women, their associated blacksmiths, cobblers, cooks, whores, and gravediggers, was it all required a damned lot of food. Their vassal countries thought a 10% tax was steep, but they got roads and a legion for their own. They generally got a king or a governor who wouldn't rob them, and they got standard laws and courts. Sure, they had to kneel when he passed, or even to a statue of him, but everyone bowed to someone, and it was good for them. He was up early before the sun and off. He realized he should have taken Ertrella, for protection, but he wanted to get Mena started on her training. He liked having her around and was growing fond of more than her looks. She was often a bit mean to him, and he liked it. No one ever was. Too scared, but she feared no one. He rode with a troop of men that were with the house. There was a good 10 of them, and he rode next to the Optio. The cousin they had sent off back to Rome was the centurion. This town didn't have a legion. They were more like guards, but part of the 23rd, he thought. Often they used soldiers as guards, so they could mobilize fast. They were closer to Ostia than his city legions. So election then? He asked the man.
Yes, we need a new centurion. As you know, we have 80 men stationed in Juilentine.
What about you?
I am half Germanian. Doubtful it will be me.
He didn't seem that sad about it, but Janus didn't like it. He needed Drusilla because of her blood, but a centurion only gave orders like attack. Most couldn't write a normal letter, let alone a blood letter. This man was big and smart-looking. He needed to hold a spear and give courage, that was all. When tradition and rules didn't suit, he was keen to rip them up. Was he the emperor or not? Keep me safe and I might recommend you. What is your name? The man sat up taller on his horse. It is Axel. They rode up the main road of the town and past the large hall that was the scene of so much trouble, then onwards towards the farm. He hadn't seen many of these communal farms, but he knew a lot about them. They rode off the main road and to the left, and then into a large warehouse off the road. He expected dozens of workers, but saw nothing. He climbed off his horse and a man came running up to him. He was some sort of farmer. Very lean and weathered, he was likely born here. They made good foremen as they knew the soil. Axel and his men stopped him, but he was Carthian. "Oh, your highness, it's all bad, very bad." And he started to cry. It was a shame to himself. He was like a child, and a few of the soldiers laughed at him. He stood enraged.
"How dare you? I weep for my country is all."
He was getting a very bad feeling about this all. This farm was massive and a good 20% of the grain harvest. He went with the man and they walked to where the crops should be. Janus felt a relief in his chest as he saw rows and rows of crops. It went on for miles. Tall rows of corn which eased over, and wheat that blew in the wind. "Looks good. What is the issue?"
"It is harvest time and I have no staff. He fired them all and we need to cut now."
He looked at it all. There were weeks of work for hundreds of people. He knew they came here in droves and all pitched in. At harvest time, this town was bursting with workers. He saw there were silos on the property. That's where it went. His bloody cousin had stolen not only half the furniture in the house, but the near 500 gold to pay all the workers. That too would be a hit to the treasury. Shit, how many people?
"We normally have 250, and he fired them all. They left weeks ago. I managed to do this with my family, but that is luck that it rained, and we have a well."
One thing he hated about his demon, it was an arsehole. He knew it could do anything really. It could make a plant grow, but it never did. It did healing. But he had to bribe it with some low act. Still, this could be done, and he knew it. He turned to Axel. "We have an emergency. Go get my red mages, and as many wagons and people as you can. I need everyone that can lift their hand here and as quick as they can." Axel started to yell at his men, and in a moment they were running back to their horses. He turned to the man. "Show me your tools. I will need a scythe."
"We have one, but it is broken. He sold the good ones."
"Of course he did," Janus said. He walked back to the warehouse with the man and looked around. There was also a wagon and tools. He needed something but felt his demon already sending out a message of rebellion. He heard a rush of wind, and then before him were Mena and Ertrella. He drew his own sword.
Emergency.
Janus looked at how they had arrived. One shadow lifted, one pushed. "I need to harvest this now." Ertrella shook her head. "Sorry, no idea." Mena looked at the farmer.
How high can we cut?
"The lower the better."
She was ignoring him.
Halfway up a wagon wheel?
"Some waste, but not a lot."
Okay, let's go. I need this wagon, a hammer, nails, and some wood.
And turned to the cart. He spoke to her. "What are you doing?"
Saving Carthage. Mena. Once she saw the issue, she was a little bit glad. Two things were about to happen. 1, a farm girl got to use magic to make her chores very easy. 2, she was going to get the public in Carthage to stop hating her. If she was the mage that saved their grain crop, then that was great. Sure, she was showing a nation of murderers how to build an even bigger army, but that was the world's problem, not hers. She had gone to inspect the crop, and it was vast. No wonder they took this place. It was at least a mile long, and she realized it was helped by magic. She walked to the end of the row and saw now people were starting to arrive. She followed the man into a large storehouse and saw Ertrella was with her.
To help you.
There was a large wagon, and she dragged it forward with a slow drag of her hand. The man stood back. Halfway up this wheel, she took a sword from Ertrella's side and placed it out as it's sticking from the wheel. It would spin around and cut the wheat.
Too high.
Also, the spinning was bad. Ertrella, can you get a few swords I can break? She walked out and yelled at a few soldiers who had arrived and passed one to her. C then went to the man. Got any wooden nails?
Sure, a hammer too?
Sure, why not? He had a plank that was perfect, and she first hammered a nail into the bottom edge. Then she placed the sword down. She bent the nail so it was stuck hard, and then nailed the plank to the side of the again. Now the sword stuck out about a foot off the ground.
That's good. I wonder if it's sharp enough to cut wheat.
If a shadow is dragging it, surely.
I do have this.
The man went off and came back with a massive scythe. The shaft was broken, but that was fine. She took it. Even better. She ripped off the plank, bent back the nails, and did it again. This time it looked dangerous. The blade stuck out from the bottom a good 4 or 5 feet. Great for war. Another idea she had given them. She climbed into the wagon, and she saw her weaving her hands in the air to form a leash. Then the wagon went forward, the blade out the side, and the man jumped away from it. Go slow for now. The people came out, and there was a real crowd now, and they gasped. A scythe stuck to a wagon. Incredible. What an idea. She could laugh, but as Ertrella made her demon run, she saw it flying to the crop, and the blade hit the shafts. Everyone cried out in joy as the wheat started to fall as it was cut from the blade. She journeyed on, and with her speed, she was soon at the end. She waved, and turning it around started to come back, cutting deeper. She saw people come in starting to grab the wheat and throw it into normal wagons. It would still be a lot of work to load it all. It would take a day with the 100 hands. But they liked this kind of thing. Janice was there, and he came to her.
Thanks for this. It seems to work and will be talked of for years. You may have invented something new. I wonder if it would work with horses.
Sure, all part of the job. At least they won't hate me in Carthage now.
No, not in Carthage.
Gunnolf. In Carthage, the many legions did not stay in barracks, but instead camped and learned that way of living. Other countries' soldiers had beds they went to every night, but he had slept in a leather tent, with a fire and many a snoring person or people talking. As a result, he was good at sleeping and woke feeling good. He'd avoided Ertrella yelling at him, and Daisy got a free intention check, which she didn't remember. He went downstairs, and she was in the dining room having breakfast. It was just heated bread. This was Carthage, but she smiled and waved him over.
Good morning. What is our plan today?
Well, as you know, most of the legions are camped around. We can visit the 20th and 18th today. If we do the same thing, I think that will work.
Sounds good to me.
But we have one issue coming up, as I didn't plan for you. What's that? Tonight and tomorrow I had planned on camping. As you would gather, Carthage doesn't have many inns like this, so I have a tent, but it's cozy, same room.
I trust you, but will Ertrella mind? We could get a separate one.
That's a good idea. I'm sure there'll be somewhere to buy with the Legion. It's 1,000 bored people with money to burn.
But no relations between soldiers?
No, can you imagine? You'd be trying to sleep and all that noise. She seemed embarrassed, but he was glad they had rules or everyone would be crazy. A room full of fit and frisky 18-year-olds. It was a recipe for disaster. That's why the rules. He also knew it was a recipe for anger. The person you likes someone else. Control was good to practice anyway.
Anyway, camping is fine for me. Are we off again soon?
They left shortly and rode to the next legion. It was going to be the same. And now he had a plan, and they were going to do the same thing again. He felt better. Once he had the recruits, it would be complex. He'd have to organize everything, and hopefully, he'd have some staff. If this was Mena, they'd be chatting away, but this girl had helped him. He knew it was a lot better to have a mage along. They were different beings than people thought. She didn't know him, but was happy enough to share a tent with him. Well, if he tried anything, she could set him on fire. They went to 2 different legions, bought a tent. Everything went well, and they were relaxing at night now camping. They had 40 more recruits, and he was finally happy with it. It was going well. He was more than halfway through, and that was fine. The only problem with camping in Carthage was all the old crazy soldiers. Carthage had a long history of conflict. It was said they always had 3 wars going, and the forest was full of mad soldiers and well-trained bandits.
I think I should make a guise. I can make us look like a rock, even the fire.
That sounds good. I'm not too worried, but while we sleep, some protection would be good. Do you sleep?
Yes, I'll cast a long-lasting guise. Actually, I can check. She muttered a few words. He had made a camp and set their 2 tents. She'd made the fire. So I know a spell, and it finds heartbeats. It's pretty accurate.
Okay, and what?
Well, half a mile north is 4 heartbeats. I think it might be bandits. Maybe we should leave.
Or go find out.
Why? They might hurt us. It's dark and we can go to a different spot.
I can fight 4. Maybe it's just a family, but I'm not letting Carthage slip into madness. You stay here and I'll go. She stood and sighed.
I know healing.
They went quietly through the wood, and while he thought it might be innocent, he would sleep better once they knew. Again, a mage was the perfect partner. They walked silently, and soon he was at a fire. He looked and his heart dropped. Not only were they bandits, but they were clearly deserters. A lot of people ran from the service. It was hard, especially for conquered people. They came in, smashed the local army, killed, and then expanded. These men and woman looked northern. They had long idiot hair and pale skin, and spoke to each other in their dog tongue. They had weapons and stolen armor too. Great. At least they were northern and had rules. Northern deserters.
We should tell the nearest legion.
It's only 4. I can arrest them.
For what? It's legal to camp.
They are deserters and bandits. Look around the camp. The camp was well made, but he could see much stolen gear and equipment. It was clear that they had been here a long time. He wasn't letting them rob and kill everyone they met. They also had 2 horses which were branded with a bloody eagle.
Okay, should I help?
Just heal me if I fail. He walked into the clearing near the fire and they stopped talking. He saw the 2 others. One looked like a northern version of Skinner, Ratface, and the others were 2 women. Everyone looked ready to fight, but the leader stood and spoke Carthian deserter scum.
Okay, army boy, stop there. I guess you've come to die.
Do you do that leadership thing?
The duel of leadership or Leder duel. Why, yes. Beat me, and control is yours.
He looked at the 3. How many years did you serve?
2 years.
So he just had to fight 1, not 4. Good. And if he won, he'd get 3 new recruits. These probably weren't bad people, just why would you want to join the army of your victor? He faced the long-haired man, and he even cleared the ground and gave Gunnolf a sword to use.
Swords only, no mace.
The man slashed at him, but he blocked, remembered he was strong. He had big arms, but Mena had made them denser and stronger. He slashed back, and he blocked well. He was skilled in some weird style. He spun around and Gunnolf opened his hand and said, "Lightning!" A bolt of lightning hit his chest, and as his arms went wide, Gunnolf stabbed him deep in the heart. Everyone groaned and ran to the man, but no one else drew weapons. The blade was stopped. He had mail, but he pushed it hard and he fell dead. Daisy walked out. She had a fire in both hands. It was done. He liked rules. He didn't want to fight everyone. Guess you get to rejoin the army. One of the women spoke in Cartian.
Whatever you say, Chief.
Ertrella would hate that, but he had some bodyguards now.
Mena. She had gone from the most hated mage in Carthage to the most loved. Mena now sat in the vast hall that was called the meal hall, and was toasted by the emperor, who sat at a dais they had made. The room was meant for workers, and this town was odd. It was made of those who worked on the farm, and a few who sold things to them. The Carthians didn't sell a lot of things, and tended to get by on what they needed, or made what they wanted. That being said, most of the workers had been fired, and this 100 were mostly soldiers now having a much-needed break. They would help load some grain for one day, but their job was fighting, and they would rather it to real hard work. The sun had set, and the field was cut and hauled off. They had her build a second machine, which the emperor himself had driven. They had found another blade from some other farmer and attached it to his mage wagon. The drying racks were now full, and the harvest was saved. She was a hero. She too sat at the raised table. The emperor was there with Ertrella on one side, and the farmer overseer, who had been promoted, and on her side was Drusilla, and then her, and some ladies from the house. She knew Drusilla would be good, and she was. She kept track of the grain, the gold, and the new staff.
You've done well. I didn't know magic could be used like that.
Thanks. It was an idea I had when doing it at home. No mage would think of it because none would bring themselves so low as to farm. The white robes didn't even like to make gold. That was too slow. Peasants needed something to keep themselves busy was the thought, and they would not connect beer, wine, and bread with grapes and grain. That was for others to worry over. Magic could make the mundane tasks easy, but they were too grand.
Any other ideas?
Sure. The women we are going to make many things. Charms and wards, but honestly, I have one ring which is the best I own. She showed her the ugly ring that she'd stolen from the line. Gunnolf had one too. It turns off pain, stops the blood flow, and heals.
I wish we could buy things like that.
Have you got a ring, like a diamond? A lot of Carthians didn't, but the woman had a ring with a ruby, and she handed it to her. It must have been passed down to her. It was quite nice, but had some man's face carved into it. It could be some old Roman. Mena closed her eyes and felt the stone was free of charms. Thinking of the words, she began to think them. Her grandfather was happy to show off, and she knew everyone was watching her. She felt depleted as she charged it a lot, and then opened her eyes, she gave it back. It was a hard one to enchant, and often broke the stone as it was 3 in 1. Pain, blood, and healing, but it was good. Done. Drusilla slid it back on, and then with her knife nicked the back of her hand. She loved Carthians. This was some fine lady, and a little blood was fine. It scored her hand, and then closed and vanished. She grinned like a child.
Amazing.
She saw Janice was also watching her, and she'd given him another idea. With 20 or 30 female mages, all making charms like that, he'd soon have an army that couldn't be hurt. She had to be careful, or she'd help them take over more of the world than they had already.
What do I owe you?
Tell me I am the greatest mage, and my shadow is the strongest.
You are the greatest mage ever, and your shadow is amazing and strong.
After her meal and more praise, she went with Drusilla back to the house. They rode in a horse-drawn wagon, and it was nice to go at a slow pace and just enjoy. I thought I would meet your husband.
Oh no, he is not here. He lives in Rome.
Where were you?
We have a house in Wallsend.
Where?
Where Hadrian's Wall, or the border reaches the sea. You'll be going there in the morning. They have a beach, and that is where you will sail from.
She was glad to know where they were headed next, not that Janice had told her. They rode onwards, and Drusilla looked at her.
If you marry Janice, then you'd be the empress, your sons the emperors.
She laughed. I'm not that ambitious, besides he is annoying.
All of them are. Just live somewhere else.
Janice. The next morning he woke early and was smiling when he opened his eyes. The crowds in Rome and Carthage would know of his feats and be well pleased. It was okay now if he took some time before sorting things out with the Ostians. On one hand, he felt they should invade. Gregor had made the people hate them. They resent the tax and thought their stupid army of 10,000 could do something, but he had 20,000 men, and he still had 50 red mages as well. Still, they had gone back to following orders, and a new king would be found. Word was the old one had a nephew and he was suitable. Still, he cared not for them. Right now they were paying tax and doing what they should, so he'd leave them. He left early and rode with Mena in the back of the carriage. She had spent much time with Drusilla, and he was a bit jealous of her. Her demon actually did as she wanted and let her bask in her power. He'd have to cut his hand or have sex to get his to make a healing ring, and she did it for a few boastful words to boost its ego. They liked that, but his demanded a higher payment.
So tell me of Wallsend.
Drusilla had told her of their path, and that was fine. They'd be going straight to the ship. He was keen to get started. It's a seaside town. The Ostians used to use it for fishing, and now we do too. It is home to my ship, he said with some pride.
A mage craft?
Of course, they are the best and fastest. We can get to Frieden within around 2 weeks from here. He didn't know her thoughts, but he wasn't keen on 2 weeks on a ship. He'd get to look at her every day, but the room rocked. He got sick a lot, and the food was always the same fare, and the bread just got more stale. Still, as they traveled, he started to realize how good his idea was. Getting his hands on even 10 girls like Mena would be incredible. They didn't even need to fight. He could attach a mage to each legion as a healer and helper. It would reduce fatality, improve morale, and help his men be brave. His soldiers would be fearless if they knew they had a healer nearby. Tell me of your female mages.
I don't know a lot. All I know is that they don't train girls. But the Order, who are like the mage soldiers, tried to capture me and make me work. I suppose they keep them hidden. I never saw a single one. And as you know, children are 1 and 1, boy and girl.
I am aware. In Carthage, it was slightly more men than women, because the legion who went to Old Carthage was Roman and thus all men. But that was changing, and why most of them had a black Carthian ancestor back a few hundred years ago. Also why they had female soldiers. In the early days, they took anyone who could hold a spear, and it seemed stupid to reduce your troop by half. So they keep prisoners in the keep. I wonder if we handed you over, would they take you to them? He said out loud as if wondering. That was not a plan, but an idea he'd had.
They would kill me, I am sure. They might be weak, but they are cruel. You will only get them if you pay.
Well, I have Mindbreaker, so we'll see what it is worth, and gold.
Why would they give them to you?
He laughed, but it was sad. He knew men and men like this. They value them not. I will say I need female mages for wives for my male mages. It's what they probably do. Mena seemed to shudder as she realized that was likely what they did do. She was now beginning to imagine a place below the White Palace. A dungeon where the handful of female mages were used to make trinkets and charms and used for breeding. Why were men so evil?
We need to save them.
Never fear, we shall free them all and show them the truth.
What truth?
That Carthians know best. Actually, given this will take hours, can you teach me some of your weird magic?
It was part of it. What first? Join is the hardest.
Maybe give me a memory of the memory thing. I think we might be able to train with magic. I'd like my healers to know healings, wards, Carthian, flute, singing, cooking.
Well, anything you know you can impart, so I'll give you flute and explain it. There are 2 steps. 1, find the memory and copy it to your target. Then say join and bang. They all join and your target knows.
She wiped a few things and put her hand to his head. It was like a bang. He knew flute, the songs, how to place his fingers. He had memories of his practice. Great. Copy and join?
Yes.
It's Capera and Ansluta Sig in shadow, he said after thinking about it. It was pretty new, but...
Okay, think of the memory. Maybe just 1, some battle or something that I wouldn't know, or fact, then find the grain and do it.
He found a fact and gave her a copy. By the end of the next hour, he could do it easily, and Mena knew a lot of Roman and Carthage stuff.
So boring.
But thank you, if we train with this Imagine. They will learn everything in just weeks, not years.
Great. Just what the world needs, a bigger and better Carthian army.
They rode in silence for the rest of the trip, which took them until the night. Ertrella didn't say a word to them, but kept the carriage flying along the road. The sun lowered in the sky, and she kept it going in a never-ending rush. They rode onward on the stone road, and Janus simply cast a spell on himself to sleep. He was awakened by Ertrella. The carriage had stopped, and they were by the shore. He got out of the carriage and looked to the left. They had come right to the shore. She was bright-eyed, though she'd driven from sunrise to sunrise. He needed to reward her. She was a good soldier. You okay?
Of course, Emperor, no weakness here.
He saw the ship was loaded already, and he looked at it. It was large, painted black, and had no sails. It had a very large deck, and he stretched himself. Along the edge of the railing stood a row of soldiers, and they had pikes, but that was all. No sailors. No rest, Mena asked, and looked towards the town. Rest is for the weak. We have 2 weeks of it ahead.
Great,
Was all she said back. He walked with Ertrella to the ship, as men he didn't know took his belongings and started to load them. He walked to the head of the craft. Mena came with them. Hector was there. He was dressed head to toe in red armor and had a deep red cloak on.
Good morning, Majesty, and everyone. I came to say hello and introduce myself. I will guard the Emperor days, until night.
I can leash my shadow if you need, she said.
She went to the front and leashed her demon, or seemed to. He hadn't the sight, but he knew making a leash when he saw it. She waved his hands before him and said a few words.
Shouldn't she keep it close? It'll be faster if it's all three working.
She was right. He was a mage too, and he hated this. But this was his life. My shadow is an asshole. He won't do it. She opened her eyes wide.
Truly, you know you could get another one. The bridge isn't just pretty. We can bring others over, ones that are less troublesome, or you could kill it.
He felt for once in his whole life it was afraid of him. This thing which never did as told was now fearful. How?
It's easy, you just tell it to kill itself and rip. That's how I got free.
Now it was scared, and he felt a power like he hadn't before. It had been holding back its power, not giving him anywhere near what it could. It was a lazy shit. He was mad. He went to Ertrella and patted her on the shoulder. Have a rest, friend. Let me do it for once. He went to the front and saw a splash of the waves as the creature dove in as it disturbed it. He threw a leash and hooked it to the craft. Looking back, he saw the planks were up, and the wagon had been dragged onto the craft. A soldier with a sign of the fist nodded to him. They were ready. Go! It took off with a speed that was incredible, the vast black thing surging through the water. He laughed out loud as the wind whipped in his hair. He knew she had 6 in her and she'd beat 52 mages, and Gregor, he'd always thought he was an average mage, but he knew he had a lazy shadow. Maybe 2 would work, and he could fly. That would be something.
Zendrif!
If he thought about it, his first life, and the simple life was the best. He later grew obsessed with defeating Carthage at any cost. His shadow took control, and he wanted blood. But when he was younger, years before the school, he was happier. He now flew everywhere or hovered a few inches from the ground and went places. He sold charms and spelled items that people gave to him. He had a list, and he remembered a number of spells and had worked for years to teach himself time magic and healing. Healing was his major ward and sold well. Healing was either forward or backward time. A cut or broken bone could be healed by being pushed forward in time, and nasty things often needed more. He remembered when he met her, Lady Felicia. She walked up to his stall, and he knew she was a noblewoman by her fine dress and men-at-arms.
Are you Zendrif?
I am. Are you interested in magic? I have rings or could spell yours, he said.
I have the black rot. If you can stop it and give me a healing ring, 1,000 gold is yours.
I'm happy to help. We can aim to cure it, and give you a ring that protects you from it, and other ills. Now tell me, has it gotten better or worse, as the days and weeks pass?
Hope lit her eyes, but he knew it. His mother had taught him rot. It was on the skin, and came to soldiers' cuts, but it was the same. This was a sickness he had seen a few times.
Much worse, I get worse and worse.
He walked to her and spoke. And where is it?
My stomach. I am in pain and spit blood.
Never fear, we'll fix it in moments. He put his hand to her belly, and it was huge. He felt it with his hand, and explored it. He sent easing thoughts and said, "Takaisen," and pushed it back and back. He made it young and weak, until it was one grain and said muscata, or crush. He opened his eyes and looked at her. "Done," he said.
Good grief, 5 years it's been killing me. You fix it in moments.
Only because I know how and can. I can sell you a healing ring too. But 1,000 is too much. 100 is fine.
I'm the Queen's cousin. Her beloved cousin. I want to help you.
You have 100 gold is a lot, and it's good for my reputation to help a noble.
Are there any other mages in Ostia?
1 or 2, but it's from Carthage. But more every decade, he said.
And you'll be young forever and will keep your wife young and healthy too.
You'd hardly let love die, so yes, I guess so.
I might stay here for a few months to make sure it's gone. How about dinner to say thank you?
In a week, he was invited to a rich house, and really, he didn't know things like this existed. He was a mage, yes, but he knew he was nearly alone. But he walked in and was greeted by the lady and the bloody queen.
This is the young man who saved my life.
He was in front of the queen and bowed. Nice to meet you.
And you could make someone younger as well. You can do time magic.
Of course, it can take hours, but I have the knowledge.
That's incredible, so you could make me 25 again.
I could.
I like being 40, but could you hold someone still?
A year is easy, so yes, I could hold you both and do checkups for rotten disease.
And what do you want for it?
Why, your friendship and help to build a school.
Gunnolf. He now had 63 recruits, which was pretty good, and he felt a lot better about camping and being exposed now he had his northern friends to guard him. He'd never really liked them, but other than the long hair and idiot language, they were okay. He liked they had many women warriors, and one of them, called Ulv, had a name that meant wolf, like him. Though he was fighting wolf. She was a typical Viking woman. Tall, blonde hair in plaits and blue eyes. So you're called Wolf, and can wear a wolf skin because you killed one? They were riding along. They had horses, but he didn't ask where from. They had clearly taken quite a bit from the army, so it was good he was bringing it back. The new leader, him, was also given the weapon of the old leader, which was a pretty nice Carthian gladius with a scabbard.
Yes, that's right. With my people, you must earn it. I also got a pretty large scar from my neck down my body to my stomach. It almost killed me, but I survived.
Wow, I had one on my face. I had it for 2 years. She looked confused. I'm friends with a mage who removed it. Daisy might be able to fix yours, generally. I find mages like learning strange things and pushing their power, at least the ones I know. She looked like he did, never hoping it could happen, but she was an attractive woman, and he could see it on her neck. It was also free for him, and might make her more loyal, so it was win-win.
I would be a better fighter. It is tight sometimes, but maybe I should wait.
Daisy had ridden up.
I don't know how to, sorry. I would like to learn. Maybe Mena can show me.
He knew Mena could do it, and she'd be happy to. It was learning. She could come here, but he wasn't sure Janice wanted to show her the staff. He knew her, and she'd try copy it for herself as she had with the bridge and tried to with all his rings. We might have to wait, sorry. Mena is away for a month or so.
That's fine, Chief. We'll do it when she's happy to. It's fine.
So do you have to do anything I say, like kill people?
Within reason. You can't bring me into dishonor.
You were a bandit.
and I hated it. Also, it was here. I wasn't a bandit before.
So you're happy to rejoin the army?
Sure, joined the army of those who killed my father and fiancé and enslaved us.
I'll be in charge, though, so it'll be good. And the thing about Carthians in our way is it's not about us and them. It's about laws, roads, tax, women fighters. I know you northern people are okay, but the White Tower creeps don't train women to keep them weak. Daisy was listening. They spoke in Carthian. Ulv spoke it, but the others could not, it seemed.
It's true. The White Tower is full of rapists and killers. Janice will stop them.
Look, I know you have laws, tax, roads, and rules, but you took this land because it was better than yours. You killed us because we tried to fight against you. I'm not angry you are stronger, you are. But that's life. The strong rule the weak.
They lapsed into silence, but he thought she was a little bit right. They never had a moment peace, and while they loved their laws, the monsters of freedom got to run the place because they paid taxes. He had 2 more visits today, and that was it. They were done, and he could start the hard part of equipping, feeding, moving and locating 100 people. Still, he was getting agreements. Janice would send off requests, and it would get done. It had all gone well, but he was glad he had a mage to help. That night, once they were settled in, and he'd visited the Legions, Gunnolf heard Ertrella speak in his mind. She was getting strong and skilled with it. He thought back. They were safe, and he almost laughed when the Emperor and his lady walked calmly out of his closet. She was dressed in red armor, and he had his gold sword and was smiling. You seem happy, Emperor?
I am, and you can make me more so. Did you get your 100?
I did, and last night Daisy and I camped and met some bandits.
The woods are full of them, sadly, army deserters.
Yes, but lucky I know northern custom, a bit, and challenged the leader and won. So he's dead, and I have 3 northern warriors to aid me, plus a gladius and 2 branded horses. Ertrella spoke, men or women? Both. 1 is a man, 2 are women, but they can all fight and 1 can speak Carthian pretty well.
Make sure she's not after revenge, too. You may have killed her man.
I didn't think of that. Well, I have Daisy and wards.
I can check her if you like. Is that okay?
She asked Janice.
Sure, it's all practice. Why don't I come and learn? I'm a mage, too.
Okay, we can all go.
They have a room upstairs, all 3 to a room. He went to the room and knocked. It wasn't long before Ulv answered it. She was standing, and the man and other woman came over. Her name was Kvinna, and his was Verd. They were dressed for fighting, and Ulv did have a scar on her neck. She spoke in Carthian.
Hello, Chief. Who is this pretty lady?
This is my woman Ertrella. She's a red mage, and just wants to ensure you don't want revenge on me.
I don't, because I hated being a bandit. But the man was Verd's brother, so he might.
He didn't speak Carthian well, but knew his name. He pulled a dagger and lunged at Gunnolf. He was warded, so the man and blade hung there, and Ertrella stabbed him in the side. It went in and out, and he died as it hit his heart. The other woman went to get the blade, but Ulv yelled at her in Northern. She stopped and sat down. Sighing send, she went to the man's body and held it. Ertrella went to her and Ulv and touched them both. She looked a bit sad.
She'll be loyal. I can remove that scar if you want, and I want to teach him, and I know how.
But why?
I'm a woman too, and think you've been through enough. Just give Carthage a chance.
Ertrella?
Gunnolf was a bit of a fool, but mostly he just trusted too much. Still, when she'd seen the story of poor Ulv, she had almost cried. The child had been brought up a fighter, but she was blonde and pretty, especially in a town of a few thousand. She got memories of her as a skinny child, learning the sword in the snow, and sparring with her father to get better. She held a shield and struggled to lift it. Her father wore a bear skin, and he had killed one. He always told the tale, and gained much respect from that event. Her father was chief, though, so no one tried anything, but the wolf had almost killed her. 20 she was, and pledged to be married to another young warrior. Once she was scarred. She was like Gunnolf, a life of fighting. Her body was ruined. She had 3 scars, claw marks, from her neck, over her breasts and ending at her stomach. It was ugly and red. Her father was the chief, but that was bigger, and sadly when Eric, or Eric the Red, took charge, he ripped up the treaties and made them raid again. He gave them boats, but took farms. The woman got a little boat to their travel the long months to shore unknown. She saw they aimed at Ostia, but came here instead. So Ulv got to see the Carthian army kill her father, her fiancé, and everyone else she grew up with and loved. She was then forced to join, and when escape was mentioned, she took it. Ertrella looked at her and really couldn't fault her. Yes, she had run, but her people had killed them. Maybe Eric needed to be crushed, but that was a different problem. She was now laying before her. She lay topless on her bed, with a towel over her breasts. Her scar was huge. It was 3 and ran from her neck down. She stood with Daisy. Janice had gone off. It was too personal. She didn't know, but she was sure she'd be looking. She'd teach Daisy, and she was very glad to teach Janice. Okay, so everybody is made of an untold number of things called cells, and each body has more of these than grains of sand. She has skin and scar. They are different. One is nice white and can move. The scar is red-purple, hard and angry. I place my hand on it and connect with her. She reached under the towel and touched it. She felt the difference. Healing magic is time. We know we can heal, but it'll take years. So we find the scar and say fram, or forward, push the scar, 100, 200,000, 300 years. She pushed it and felt her shadow draining of power. It was complex, but it was guided by her thoughts. Under her hands, the scar started to change. It faded away, and the woman's light skin was revealed. It was gone. Not even a line was left. Done. Ulv looked under the towel and grinned.
It worked. Too bad my fiancé's dead. No one can appreciate it.
You can. Also, you'll be a better fighter without it. The woman was close to tears but held it back.
Why did you do that for me?
I can. It didn't cost me, and now Daisy can do it too and can teach Janice, actually. She whispered to her and she ran off, skipping. It was funny. And now you won't ever try take Gunnolf because you owe me.
And you'd make me 80, ugly and scarred.
I could but would never. You're even prettier now.
Actually, can you make my body a bit more fighter and a bit less full? I'm not interested in having a form of lust. I'd rather have a form to fight.
It will hurt. The woman laughed. Doesn't everything good? She worked on her for an hour, and it was fun. The Vikings were strong people. She made her taller by extending her leg bones, made her muscles denser, made her breasts smaller, and made her skin as hard as she could. That's done, you're stronger, taller, leaner, and your hands can stop a blade. She took her back to the room. The man was gone, but Kvinna was shocked and came to her. She stroked her and said something in Northern. The room was full. She saw Janice was looking at Ulv and thought, she was pretty, but fierce. She did look a lot more dangerous now.
Why is your Carthian so good?
Janice said to Ulv.
My father was the chief, and he believed that knowing language was step 1 to understanding. I can speak Ostian too, and of course Northern.
And can fight, track, skin animals, and what else?
I can do everything a Northern fighter or wife needs. Cooking and hunting.
So you have 20 years of memories of learning swords, languages, and hunting from your lovely father.
Yes.
As you may know, the Emperor is building 2 groups, one you're in, and the first subject. Loyalty tested with a mage, scars healed, fighting form, and you already know all the language, but will be given wards and mage healed. We're forming a 2nd division of female healer mages. He wants them skilled in language, fighting, hunting, cooking, and magic. We can copy memories and learn things on the spot. If I gave you 10 gold, could I buy your memories, a copy?
You can have them if you give a copy to Kvinna. She's trying to learn Carthian, but it's hard with no books.
Even better, she's part of the division, so we can teach her too.
Do you speak with her?
Can she fight?
Probably better than me, actually. She knows this weird two-handed style you should learn. Not to be rude, but I know you're the Emperor.
He laughed.
Okay, but don't tell anyone. I travel around and right now I'm on a boat to Frieden.
Okay, that's fine. I won't tell, but it's an honor to meet you. You're a mage too?
I am.
Amazing.
They spent a few more hours doing spells and teaching. It was interesting. They took Ulf's lessons, dropped them in Kvinna, and she was speaking Carthian within a few hours. She wished Mena could come, but she would try to copy the staff.
Mena? Teaching Janice was a little scary. He had learned flute, and now she knew a lot of stupid facts. But he had learned the skills. In the future, his healers would be able to learn in days, lifetimes of skills. They would sweep the world. Maybe she should stop helping them. Every day she felt she was helping them get bigger or stronger. The craft they were on was beautiful, and she realized that she did actually like sea travel. This wasn't much like the voyage on the Faithful Wife, and she remembered that voyage almost fondly. Once lighting a candle with a word might have given her a thrill. She had reveled in learning more and more. Once she had all those demons in her, she had only wanted more power. It still haunted her, and now she felt weak, not strong. Still, she was far beyond what most people thought was possible. If she played her cards right, she'd live forever. She didn't plan on that, but Gregor was 600, and she was sure it just snuck up on you. She'd let herself sleep through most of the day. She'd simply fallen asleep on top of her small bed, fully clothed. She was woken after the sun had fallen by a soldier who knocked on her door. She'd never seen him before, but he looked like all of them. Neat uniform and armor, short hair, serious face.
Mistress Mena, dinner is ready.
As yet she had no rank. She wasn't a part of the Carthian army. But they still gave her respect. Being a mage and always with the Emperor was a big role. She stood from the bed and he left the room. Mena washed her face in a basin and walked out. The craft had stopped and was floating still in the sea. It rocked slightly, and she went down to the mess hall. She had been with Janice so much, she realized now how not normal that was. The mess was full of soldiers and Ertrella. The Emperor was in his room, no doubt. The soldiers made room for her, and she was shown a seat next to Ertrella. As she sat, a female soldier put a plate down before her, and she winked at her, then went back to her seat. Ertrella poured a glass of wine for herself, then her, and took a break eating her meal.
Well met, sister. Sleep well.
She had driven the mage carriage for near on a whole day, and she doubted she had slept. Very well, and you?
I try only sleep for a few hours a night.
I heard no sleep drives you insane. She made that up. But being Ostian, she could fairly well make anything up, and they didn't know. Ertrella was almost the only one who understood teasing and play.
Maybe for weak Ostians. That's why I take 2 hours. Dreams are good anyway. Sometimes I talk with my shadow then.
She had started eating, and it was quite good, really. It wasn't like what the Ostian sailor had had. It was some kind of stew with meat, potatoes, and she thought some grains. No doubt it was a planned meal for seagoers. As she ate, she let her mind wander, and she was impressed. Most of the soldiers had some small degree of mind control. She delved into the minds of a few of the men and found it hard work. Their thoughts were often just of a color or an object. They wandered, but came back to it. Many minds are guarded.
All Carthians have some training in it. To focus on one thing is often enough.
After she had finished her stew, the female soldier who winked at her came to her and gave her a small piece of fruit. She'd not seen it before, but it was orange.
You peel it and eat the inside. Good for seafarers. Keeps the teeth strong.
Mena took the fruit, and with a few flicks of her hand had it peeled and ready. It looked good, and she ate it slowly. It was quite sour, but nice. Ertrella was in the mood to talk. Maybe the wine was working, or being tired. What is the Black Fist, or the blood of the Black Fist? She looked around and then nodded.
The Black Fist is like an emperor. He is a powerful being, with many soldiers in his own shadow realm. Hundreds of years ago, he made a pact with Janus's family, and they bonded with his minions. The Carthians gained power, and mages were born.
She thought of the demons. They loved touch and praise. They were enjoying themselves, it seemed. They felt what the mage felt. In their land, they had no pleasure, just fighting. They want pleasure?
And surely to rule. But they are patient and for now a good ally for us. Beside, he is far from the worst one.
The Black Fist?
Yes, but talk less of it. He will hear you. They are his soldiers after all, she said with a grin, and drank some more wine. She didn't seem worried, but she didn't know what her shadow was doing when she wasn't looking.
Is this all true?
Carthians don't lie.
She knew they did whatever they wanted, especially to an Ostian farm girl. Still, it rang true to her. She had Gunnolf's memories of school, and the history was they went to Carthage and found magic. That was demons. And they learned it. So a deal. She had one in her, though, and she wasn't Carthian. She looked ready to leave, and she had one more question. But what of other mages? Like me?
You're weird being a natural. Who knows who your shadow is, but the White Palace mages are all descendants of that idiot Zendrif, and his mother was Carthian.
She stood and left. She had learned a lot, and had a new respect for Ertrella. She was a good one. As she sat, the female soldier took her place and sat down across from her. She was young, about her age, and she had a nice face but a broken nose.
How is the orange?
She asked, looking at the fruit. Good. How can I help you? She looked nervous, like Mena might kill her, but then she pushed on.
It is said you are a mage who helps those with no magic, and I thought you might help with this,
she said, and gestured to her face. The nose had broken and healed, but she had a line across it, and it did mar her. She was a pretty girl, but the broken nose was clear. It had just healed badly. What's in it for me? The soldier laughed.
I have some gold, but whatever you want.
What skills have you that I might like? Not to take, but to copy.
I can fight, but we all can. Sing a bit. Oh, father was a ring maker. I know how to make gold, melt it, and make rings and the like.
That's handy, okay? She put her hand to the girl's head and felt for her memories. Her father had indeed been skilled, and she watched him. She saw him teaching her to make rough rings, heating the lead, and then pouring it into a stone ring shape. She copied it, joined it with her. Ostians would do it better, but she got the idea. The girl was waiting, and then she reached for her nose. Want the pain off? Everyone was watching.
Of course not,
she yelled, but nodded yes. She healed her, and it was only 2 steps. She just found her pain and turned it off, and then found the line. The issue was her poor nose had healed wrong, so Mena took it back and it broke again. Then she aged it, so it wasn't her teenage nose and it was done. This time it was fine, and she pushed the scar. The girl was much prettier and was amazed. Done now.
I wish I had more to give. Too bad I have no skills.
She was pretty and Mena wanted her. She thought it was Yawlin's shadow trying to ruin things with her and Gunnolf. But she did like some girls. And some men. It was weird. She could probably get a kiss for payment if she asked. I'm interested to see what I like. Could we kiss? The woman laughed.
Of course, glad to help. Do you like girls too?
I don't know, I think it's people.
That's very Carthian. I'm the same, but mostly women.
The soldier leaned in and kissed her. Everyone looked away. But she felt such a rush of desire, and it was soft and warm, much better than Eric. She grabbed her bald head and kissed back, letting her go. Well, I certainly liked that. I think it's women, though. Sorry, men.
Too bad for them.
After her dinner was finished, she was feeling refreshed, but knew Ertrella would be at her post. She still had more practice and less learning to do. She knew how to vanish in a way, but she knew it was all about bending light while moving. She walked to a wide space, and she found a space. She knew she wouldn't be tired for hours and tried to vanish.
Ulv. She rode with Gunnolf. They were heading back to the keep to drop off Daisy. Once she was there, he was going to a camp near the 23rd. Her life had changed so much, and it had been less than a week. She was sitting thinking how far off the path her life was. She was the chief's daughter, a trained warrior, and knew languages too. But now she was an army deserter and bandit. But the big Carthian had come in and killed her leader and put her on a new path. She wasn't angry. He was dead. It wasn't her brother or lover. He was just from the same country, spoke her language and made her hate the Carthians. Now she was scar-free, pretty again. She had passed her language to Kvinne and could talk to her only friend in Northern or Carthian if they wanted. She was happier too. Both of them were more warrior-looking. The mages had made them taller, stronger, leaner, less curvy, and hardened parts of them. She spoke to Kvinne in Carthian because she could. I can't believe I have no scar. It was with me for years and years.
You're beautiful again, and I have your learning, but much more. I love your father too, and now I know he was kind and clever.
Yes, he was, and I was always beautiful, thank you. But she made us as before, but more of a warrior. These Carthians are going to have it all. I wonder if Janice would have a treaty with us like in the past. Hundreds of years ago, they had a treaty with the Carthians, but it fell away. Now they tried to raid, but were killed if they came here. The Ostians were weak, but Carthage was strong. They had just joined the army again. No whipping, no punishment for them. Lucky.
They love tax, and he won't want our land, just troops.
Kvinne was changed. She could speak well, but she was thinking about things differently. It was like some thoughts were unlocked. Ulv realized she was often quiet because she didn't have the words, and Vend was her man, and he was always putting her down. She knew they were lucky to have access to the Emperor. With a word he could decide to do something, and she knew her people could not beat them. But they would send money, fish and soldiers to trade. She rode up to Gunnolf. He had changed her life a lot, and she was happy to do a few years with him to pay him back for this.
You look happy.
I am. I'm pretty, strong and have a plan.
What's that?
Follow you for a few years? Learn from the Carthians. Find a nice northern man.
Sounds good. What else?
Do you think Janice would want a treaty with my people?
Norway, the Norwegians?
Yes.
Probably. He likes tax, laws and soldiers. But don't you have a king now?
We do. But his army is small, and one legion could crush it. Or 100 warded soldiers with local knowledge.
Why would you want us to kill your countrymen and women?
You said Carthage is an idea. We have slaves. The rich men have 5 wives and poor men die in battles. He is king because he killed the earls. No laws.
Okay, so it could be better?
Much better. My father saw that world. He wanted us to be traders, not raiders. I like to fight, but we can fight for a better Norway. A few weeks ago, she didn't think that. They were sitting in a forest, going to die when they came across someone too strong or were found by a patrol. She hated the Carthians, but saw they should never have come. They tried to raid. They sailed over here and didn't try trade. They just fought. The king had made them arrogant. They thought they were the chosen people, but the Carthians were better trained.
Well, I report to Janice and he likes you. I can try to arrange a meeting if you like. Can your family help?
I have friends. Never fear, the king has less than 200 soldiers. We'd crush that. She was interested in going back. Things had changed, and she saw now they were planned. She was the chief's daughter. She could land and gather fighters. Using magic and Carthian help, they could defeat the king. After a few hours, they arrived back at the keep, and Daisy went to her guest quarters. Gunnolf thanked her, but she was happy. She was a bit obsessed with Janice and was beyond excited she had met him.
Janice, everything was working out well. His magic was much better. He'd learned a few new skills and he was stronger, or his shadow was like his partner now. He had told it he'd never use the bridge and had locked it away, but he was around people it liked. He was learning from Ertrella. It was its own person and liked things. He'd never done them, but he did now. He had learned a lot in the last few days and he felt a change. From now he would do anything he could to advance his magic. They had taken a scarred person's hurt and copied her language, and now he knew. Ostian, Northern, and a different type of fighting. He'd also met both Daisy and Ulv. Both were pretty blondes, and both had other things he liked. He did want a mage partner, but Ulv was a fighter, and he liked that too. Also, she was the chief's daughter, so that meant a few soldiers, not many, but it would keep his family happy. He knew Daisy would be back at the keep, and he was keen to practice his memory magic. He walked to his cupboard and thought of a guard he knew. He came out of a cupboard. The dinner was tomorrow too, and he walked to a man in a counter. He walked up to him. He was in Ostia and spoke to the man. "Hello, can I see those mages?" He was given their room number and went. He realized Ertrella was still on the ship. He had to stop this. He knocked at her door and she answered.
Majesty, aren't you headed to Ostia?
"It's that staff. I can travel with it. It's good to see you again. You survived the trip?" She laughed and actually bowed.
I'm a mage and was quite safe.
"Anyway, it's good to see you've arrived. I had an idea. Can you speak Carthian?"
I can't well. Do come in.
The other girls were there and shocked. He shook hands and welcomed them, had some tea brought. He missed this. Mena was right, it is good to be king. He sat with Daisy, and she smiled at him. The women were crowding him, but he liked it. He drank the hot tea. He had met her the other night, but got the sense she'd do what he asked. She seemed fairly interested in the Empire, and he was glad to make the most of it. "I had an idea, and you tell me if it's okay with you, as it involves you."
I can't imagine, but I'm sure it's fine.
"I have magic that can give skills via memories to people. Instead of your division needing months and years to train, we can give you memories of things. I intend to teach you Carthian speaking, reading and writing now. Ulv knew it all, and Ostian and Northern too."
What an incredible spell. Can it take memories too?
She started to cry. He imagined this poor girl. What had that monster Gregor made her do? "It's different, but I know that too. I can take some if you want."
I've killed people, my brothers and sisters.
"No, a crazed mage forced you. You wouldn't have if he wasn't there. I'll take it, and can leave him telling you in your growth. I like you. I will try help."
Really? Why?
"Everyone has mistakes and hardships, but you seem to try."
Okay, let's do it.
He worked in her mind for the next hour. It was easy once he knew how. He had been taught by a tutor and found his cells that helped them. He copied them and joined them with Daisy. He started as a child but kept going until he was her age, and then he stopped. She smiled at him.
I know so much more. Did you also learn about command, battle, history, and warcraft?
"Of course, and sword fighting, the spear, and a lot more."
Please teach me fist fighting. It would be nice not to be so weak. And maybe you can take those things.
He soon realized he was good at this because he did know a lot. He was at officer school at 20. He was an emperor and was given a wooden sword at age 3. He taught her fist fighting and had another idea. He could teach every Carthian girl to fight and end assault. Try to force someone and they break your hand. He knew from his education that lots of time bigger forces of soldiers against small ones won, for many different reasons. In fact, he'd much rather 1,000 trained and ready troops at the top of a hill than 10,000 Pictish rabble at the bottom.
What are you thinking?
This is fun. It's nice to be good at something that's not fighting.
I can't imagine, but I'm glad we met.
He took the time she had killed. It was only twice, but both weighed on her because they were her kin, and Gregor often taunted that one day it would be her. "I hate this man." When the night was deep, he had to leave, but he was glad. It was funny. He was happy to push his magic. So we are done and I'm off. When will I see you again?
Well, tomorrow at the dinner.
I'm well aware you have helped Gunnolf and me, and if it's fine, I'll send a seamstress to you tomorrow. She can make a dress for the dinner and some new clothes as a thank you, he said. The girl smiled at him.
Anything you like? Daisy! Once it was late and Janice had left, all of the women came and sat. They were excited, but an older one called Claire spoke to her. Daisy never really liked her. She had escaped 3 times, and each time she seduced some man with magic and sex and got him to help her. 2 guards and the cook. Gregor had them killed, but not his mage subject. She hated men and thought they were sex-obsessed. She was older than Daisy, but a real 40, and she still had men fawning over her.
Well, you can seduce him or I will.
He doesn't even know you.
I go to his room, tell him I was so taken by his kindness and want to give him a reward. Trust me, when I climb naked into his bed, he won't say no. Then I'm pregnant and rich.
He's a mage. He can read your intentions.
He's a man, but you have helped me. You never let that man hurt me. And for that, I'll give you a week. You throw yourself at him and help us when you're his wife.
He doesn't want a girl like me. I haven't even kissed someone.
No, but you could be his mistress. Look, men are sex-obsessed. He's handsome, rich, a mage, emperor. He's the best of them. Do something or I will. Sex is fine, it's generally short.
She did like him and would love to be his, but she was a girl, and she knew Claire would try to ruin him. She hated men and desire. Daisy was not a girl who could go to his door at night, half naked, and throw herself at him. But it was still the daytime. She was sick of this. She wasn't a 13-year-old girl. Her father, Gregor, ripped her mind apart. She came to the keep as a child and he kept her at that level. She thought it had been a year, not 20. She was experimented on, but that failed. Good thing she could cook and clean. Okay, I will go to his room soon, but just to talk, but if he wants more, he can have it.
He will. When you're rich, don't forget your sisters.
How could I? The last few days were exciting for her, and she had not used her magic like that before. Honestly, her father Gregor had destroyed her wonder at it. Yet in the last week, they had helped people and improved lives. She was going to become a healer and learn all she could. Claire was pushing her to Janice, but she was 30, not 13, and wanted to not be so nervous around people she liked. She was glad she was a mage, so she had been able to spend that time with Gunnolf. He was nice and far from an animal. Maybe Claire was wrong. Her head was swimming with new knowledge. She knew. She knew how to speak Carthian now, and she felt stronger, so maybe that meant fighting. She went to bed that night and had to make herself sleep as her mind was racing. But the next day, a woman was at the door. She was a Carthian, and this was good practice. She was about 40, a seamstress. She had bolts of fabric.
The Emperor has asked me to make you a nice dress gown and a day dress,
she said. She spoke in Carthian, but knew it. Daisy just nodded.
I'm called Victoria. What style do you like?
I'm not sure. I am not fancy, but can be guided by you.
Well, you have a great body for me. I'll make him weep.
I don't think he cares.
I'm paid for it. He cares, and you get 2 free dresses. That's nice.
The lady worked for another few hours, and Daisy was amazed as she worked. Once she had gone, she wanted to try her new skills. She could fistfight, but was still a girl. She spoke to Claire. She was the confident one, and she often asked her for help. I want to see if I learned fistfighting.
Well, men will do anything we ask. I can come and we can ask a guard to try to punch you.
They walked out of the room and walked to the desk. On the way, they passed a female soldier. That was better. She stopped her and spoke to her.
My friend here is a mage and has learned fighting via magic. Could you punch her and see if she blocks it?
Sure, happy to. But when it fails and I hit her, I don't want to be punished. You asked me to.
She didn't know why she was so happy to hit a mage, but she stood across from her and bang, the soldier really punched at her. She dodged it and hit her back. It was hard in the chest, and the girl grinned. She punched at her again. She dodged her head to the side, but she followed with a punch to the ribs. That hit, but she warded in a flash, or her shadow did. It made a skin ward. The girl smiled.
Pretty good. Just spar and you should improve. My troop is the 12th and train at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. You can come if you want.
Why help me?
Everyone loves a mage, and girls should know fighting, I think.
She walked off, and she was glad it had worked. She could fight Janice.
Mena. After a few more days of travel, training, eating, and sleeping, they were finally set to arrive in Ostia. Janice now needed 50 recruits and already had 4. He was very hands-on, and if the tower didn't sell them, for the staff and a few hundred gold. Her and Ertrella were going to liberate them, without him. He didn't want them mad, but when the females joined the army, they'd be mad. It was smart, because the women would never kill, but they would heal, sing, cook, and generally make life better for everyone. Also, Gunnolf was making some warded legion too, which was another mad but powerful idea. She had a sad thought. He was making a group to destroy the tower, but they probably deserved it. Janice was a much improved mage. His shadow liked him now, and would do things like dragging the boat and heating his food. It still wouldn't get doors, but it seemed to be giving him more. He also had a lot of rings, and of course some memories now. He knew Carthian, Ostian, and Northern, or Norwegian, which was pretty hard to learn without magic. He called her into his office and spoke to her.
I have a complaint, but I don't really believe it, so you tell me what happened.
Okay, I really thought everyone had stopped hating me.
I guess not. So, it says you were having dinner with the soldiers. A female one approaches and she's scarred. She says, "Can you fix this?" You say yes, but only if she has sex with you, and you seal the deal with a kiss.
Oh no, I mean, her name is Sarah. I swapped the healing for some memories and a single kiss, not sex. I wanted to see if I liked it. He laughed and looked relieved.
So what did you discover?
I like girls. Sorry about the kiss. It's very new.
Many people still hate you, it's fine, so we have one more actual issue.
What?
Well, we going to meet Zendrif. You're wanted by him. And when he sees you, you're arrested or dead. So you have 3 options. Don't come. Wear red and pretend to be Ertrella. Become a man and pretend you're my new red shadow. I have faith in your magic, and if you can swap, you might get a chance to explore the keep.
She was scared but excited. She wanted to try the magic, and if it worked, it would be quick, but she'd never done it. I'll try to change, but if I fail, I'll jump out before the tower. I can hide at Jenny and Skinner's. She walked out of the office on the ship and walked to her little swaying room. She sat on her bed and closed her eyes. She remembered this spell was once all she thought of. She imagined it as the height of magic. She knew the tiny parts of the body were the cells, and she focused on one in her hand. She had made much of her skin like steel, and knew herself. She went down, and she knew it was there. It was a map. She could have been a man, but was a girl instead. She focused on her cell and made it young, beyond birth. It could be either. And she just said, change. She added something, probably lust. She realized only one cell had changed, though. She was still a woman, just with one male cell. She said change and used it as a guide. Her body was filled with pain, and she turned it off. She grew taller, lost her breasts, grew things, and was changed. She laughed and walked into her bathroom. She was a pretty blonde boy. She kind of looked the same. That was sad. She made her eyes stormy, and dark like Gunnolf, and drawing her dagger. She cut a line through her eyebrow. She made it age years and years and had a cool scar. She was tall and spoke. Even her voice was changed. She was much more sexual, and changed her brain back. She was done.
I'm Marcus, your new red shadow.
She walked out to find Janice.
Zendrif!
The school was old, almost as old as him. Now it got about 20 new students a year. But when it first started, there were very few mages anywhere but Carthage. His life was good at that time. He was married to Felicia, or Lady Felicia, the cousin of the Queen and her personal mage and healer. He held everyone at 40, even him when he got there. He built the school with magic, built the statue, and many shops, the river, and more. He wanted a city, if magic where the school was the center. At the beginning, he had only a few students, but each one was powerful and had escaped. He had always hated Carthage, but it was different. He was happy to create a school that made the students into what he needed, and to make something different. His school would turn anyone with magic into a mage. They could fight, control, defend, heal, and stop their own aging. They didn't share this as he did, but they sold trinkets and things. He slowly recruited hundreds of mages from Carthage and gave them a way to make gold from their gift. Carthage was the Red Keep, soldiers, wars, he was money and freedom. The country was called Freedom, and it was free. He built the school with Felicia and the Queen and ran it for hundreds and hundreds of years. What he never knew, though, was the way he'd change. But 800 years, he was building his army. Felicia was long dead. He'd stopped helping her and the Queen. He had his school, he had Yolande and many loyal teachers. He knew a mage was not a man. He was 850 years old, and he knew appearance, magic and control was a game. A man was born handsome, and people loved him. But what if he was ugly and had magic? Why was it okay to change yourself and that was fine? But tricking people with a guise was wrong. He had changed his body, but that was a lie. Still, a spell was wrong. He thought if a mage wanted it, then he took it. Humans were just to do things. He had loved Felicia, but she said he changed, but anyone would after 850 years. She was just the he person had saved. His land never had female mages. His mother had ruined it for them. She was too strong and had left him. If he wanted women to behave, he needed power over them. Now he was done. His army was ready and he would smash the Red Palace. He still hated them and knew they would have the whole world. He could make the humans happy or they would think they were, and that was pretty much the same. He also hated Janice on a personal level. He was so weak, and time again, he had been saved by a woman. Now he was going to crush them and show Carthage true magic.
Janice. While he was meeting with Zendrif and some of the others, he had little hope they would just hand over the girls, but he couldn't do much about it. He'd sent a letter over a month ago. They were having trials this day. The letter was on its way, and it was slowly making its way through the city. He read it again. Dear subjects, as you might know, I am forming a non-combative mage unit. This unit is women only, and will heavily contain our Ostian sisters, but it may suit some Carthians too. You will heal, make and recharge wards, sing, cook and help build the camp. I will be holding a recruitment session, trial on a month on Saturday at the Red Keep.
So you're going to recruit some Carthians too?
Mena said in a male voice.
Yes, apparently some would rather it than join the Reds. They went onward, he, Marcus, and Ertrella.
Think they'll just hand them over?
No. They arrived at the White Tower and he was impressed. It was just a school, but really it was the leader's palace. There was a duke, but they had never seen him. He knew the white robes did whatever they wanted and were 200 strong. That was current students. They had at least 50 guards, members of that line, and hundreds of people in the city with weak gifts. He knew Zendrif had basically built this himself. It was good to be old. As the student in military school, he had planned how he would fight them, and he could only do it losing a large number of troops. These white robes were vicious. He arrived and walked down the stairs of his carriage. He had Mindbreaker with him. His 2 red shadows were with him, and he walked inside. He was greeted by Flint, who was rude, and showed him to the rooms of Zendrif. He was riding away, but stopped as Janice came in. He put the staff on his desk.
Thanks for coming, Emperor Janice. Good to see you again.
That's fine. I like to see the palace and get ideas for my own abode, but I hope we can come to a deal regarding the staff and our plans.
Speak on.
As you would have heard, my force of red mages has been smashed by 52. We don't give back magic, rules, so I find myself searching for female mages to hire as trainees for my male mages.
We don't train women.
No, but I thought they might come here anyway, of course. I'd be giving back the staff and a donation as a thank you. The man looked at the staff and then him and the guards. Even if they just got a few, that would be good.
I understand and want to help. Our Force the Line does have around 10 female mages prisoners, but they are criminals.
He could laugh. Mena was a criminal too. It's not a crime if it's doing magic untrained, but you won't train them. He seemed interested. He'd be getting rid of criminals with magic, but Janice was interested too.
Flint walked in and spoke to him.
If you want them, you can have them, but they are criminals and will be transported to you. We are sick of feeding them, but the tower is locked. We can bring them to your ship, build magic-proof cells. They can be together. There is only 8.
He knew this would be the worst of the worst. But if he wanted to stay, this was it. He knew they had a lot more than this, but this is what they'd give without a fight. Very good, thank you. So we build the cell and you'll bring them in 2 days.
We have to get them ready, men, wagons, chains.
Of course. Honestly, he had no idea how many female mages were in Frieden, but if the same as men, then it should be 200, he guessed. People just hid their gift and let it fade away. He knew Mena was quite unique in that her shadow was angry and willing to fight for her. They talked about other things and he was invited for dinner the next night. He left, and once they were back in the cart, Mena spoke.
It's not a crime to do magic.
I know, but we'll rescue them, and anyone else. At least we have 2 days. Mena, maybe you should explore the town. I hope Gunnolf is okay. He knew the big man had his blood letters and could write to them, but now he had 2 days. He might be getting criminals, but he knew they had just run from the line.
Mena? She was back a single day, and she realized how small her life could have been, and how it had changed so much. Once she was that scared, skinny farm girl, not knowing her powers, but on the run from the line and Eric. They said, sure, we'll give you 8 untrained, aggressive criminals, but is it a crime to have magic? Janice had asked her to spend a few days in the city and find out what she could. He was happy he got 8 without fighting, but was going to explore the tower. She saw how lucky she was to have him and the Red Keep. On one hand, you had your own people, like Eric, spiteful children using their powers to build a world of slaves, and fighting, that was the keep. Why had she been so mean to Janice? He was a much better mage and ruler than those at the tower. She had walked from his ship, and thinking away, she realized she had walked right up to a checkpoint, mages and guards. The mages were dressed as men of the line, which they were. Nice, neat uniforms. She was a young man, but clearly a red mage, wearing a deep red robe.
Who are you?
One asked. She felt the man in her mind, and while pushing him out would be easy, she just thought of Ertrella and just focused on one thing. She just pictured the keep.
I'm Hector, a free mage from the Red Palace.
A deserter.
Gregor smashed the keep. I'm not dying for a child emperor I've never met.
Well put. I have heard of you, and we are getting a few. Come to the White Palace, we have tours.
Can I meet Zendrif?
The man laughed.
No way. He's busy, but the tower has beds, classes, food, and more.
Women?
Everyone loves a mage.
That's how easy it was. Yes, she had done a huge piece of magic, but she slowly walked to the White Palace. She imagined her life as a man. When a person changed their map, they saw it wasn't as fixed. You look in the reflector and think that is me, but it might not have been. If she was born a man and got the powers from her grandfather, she would have been pushed by her mother to join the school. Eric, that monster, would be her friend, and she would only have met Gunnolf when she was one of the students that burned him alive. She'd be a monster. Why was this school so bad? But in Carthage, they wanted an army, and knew women could fight too. She approached the palace and saw it had guards who were also part of the line. She walked up.
I'm Hector, former Red Mage, and I'm thinking of joining. Can I do a tour?
The man stood and spoke in Carthian. It was a test of sorts.
Well met. We have had a few of you join since Gregor's attack.
I know it makes you question, do I really want to die for this idea?
The man waved someone over, and soon. She was going on a tour. It was strange, in the extreme. She really got a glimpse of what life would have been like. They had actual classrooms.
Because you're an adult and former red mage, you do a test to find your level, and we'd place you accordingly. If you're very skilled, you might only need a year or two. Graduates can do jobs, and we take 80% of the fee.
So that idiot mage who healed her mother for 2 weeks was hired from the school. The Carthians should plant someone to keep an eye on them.
Great. I can do fire, lightning, shimmer, sword, and various shadow skills.
Good, I think you might just need a year to polish your skills. I'll show you living, eating, and a classroom.
Do we get a servant?
Only if you pay for them, but the line have a shop where you can buy rings, stones, books, and even weapons.
So the line had a bloody dungeon, and they had them making and charging things. She waited until a man came, and she followed him as he walked into the keep. It was very different to anywhere else, and once again she saw her life as a male. She would have been here and learning. Would she be like them?
Our students learn attacks.
She walked past a class and saw they were practicing fireballs. Bloody lucky. She saw all the kitchen, the bedrooms and garden, even out back where they had Gunnolf and the dungeon. Once it was over, she walked back out the front. She walked back from the keep and knew the ship was many hours' walk. She was standing in the road, and a fine carriage went past. It stopped, and she saw some random mage. He was quite young, about 15. He wasn't driving. She forgot you could hire them. He spoke.
I'm going to the magic market. You can have it once I'm done.
Once the child was out, she had the carriage, and indeed a driver spoke to her. He got off at the magic market, no doubt with a pocket full of gold.
Where to? He has paid for the day, so I'm happy to go a bit further.
Is the dock okay?
That's fine. They don't check out traffic, so it's easy.
She sat inside as they bumped, but was happy for it. He was a nice enough young man, and the driver spoke to her.
You're Red Death, right?
I was. I quit.
You're not the only ones. 2 red women came here a week back. I hope you find them.
She thanked the man and was at the dock and got out. She went to find Janice. He was watching them as they built his new cells. They were big and metal and had stones for enchantments.
What have you been doing, Marcus?
She laughed.
Exploring the keep, but I heard a rumor, then realized, you know, don't you?
That some of those mages are mine, or Carthian?
Yes.
Of course I know. If Flint thinks he can take Carthians prisoner, he will rue the day. We'll take them back and then smash their palace.
Good.
She reached out and hugged Janice. He fought her for a moment, and then let her. Ertrella was there, and laughed. He broke free and asked,
What was that for?
You're okay. Don't get it wrong, but I like you, mage.
Janice?
He had traveled back from meeting Zendrif and had a brief talk with Mena. It seemed that 2 of the prisoners were his own mages. As he watched the building of the new cells, as he watched Flint came, and they had prisoners, he saw it was a big wooden wagon with runes carved into it and magic stones. She was finally warming to him, comparing him to those idiots at the White Tower, but he'd take it. Flint was about 40 and in the black armor of the line. Without much conversation, he climbed down and undid the back. He had a few mages with him. He wasn't surprised, no red mages, but he got someone, so that was good. They got loaded on and he went to them. He spoke Ostian, which they were. The line had left, and the women looked far from mages. Still, he was glad he was getting some without a fight. He saw the women were in his new cage, but he spoke to them as he unlocked it. I am the Carthian Emperor, Janice. I'm forming a female healers unit. They will help my army. I don't think doing magic is a crime, so once we're off, you won't be locked up. If you give me 4 years, you're free. But I will let you free. This is just for them. There were at least 8 of them, dirty, messy hair, but he could sense a few had power. Ertrella came to him. She smiled at him and stood close.
So you will attack and try to rescue the rest?
You and Mena can. I have my dinner, and I think if I'm not involved, that's better. He also knew if he wasn't there, they wouldn't have to spend time protecting him. One of the women in the cage motioned him over, and he came, with Ertrella by his side. Hello, mage. he said to her in his now flawless Ostian. She smiled back. She was Ostian, dirty and unwashed, but she had a steady look, and he saw everyone was watching this exchange between them. She spoke loudly and with confidence.
I'm surprised it's you. And you have bought us for your male mages, breeding.
He didn't laugh. He saw they were scared, thinking they had gone from one fire to the other, but he wasn't that person. No, I told Zendrif that because he'd think it. I want healers. If some of you find a husband, great. But we train women, and value your magic power. Heal my soldiers and I'll be happy.
4 years and we're done.
And paid, but yes, guaranteed 4 and then free.
Really paid? Why?
I want you to stay at the end, and we have a lot of soldiers and they need healing, wards and more.
Sounds better than making cooling mugs. You know there are another 20 in the tower, and 2 red mages.
Not for long. Soon he left Ertrella and Mena to make plans, and he realized he was very hands-on. He was a mage and a soldier, but was worth more alive than dead. If he died, he had no children, so the heir was his younger brother, who was far from ready. He went to his stateroom in the ship and got dressed well. He was looking forward to seeing Daisy, but he hoped no one tried to kill him. Yep. He put on his dress sword, but it was still sharp and fine. It just had a gold inlay. Finally, he took the staff and thought of the guard.
Mena. Even though Gregor was awful and Ertrella still woke screaming about him, she really didn't hate mages like she used to. But that was because she was in a country where they knew Ertrella was a much better fighter than a man, and nicer when she tried. Still, she was told where they were. Janice was off, and they were fighting. A few former red mages, women, had come here, but they were locked up with the rest. He knew these dogs really thought the entire race of people were here to serve them, and Janice was right. Soldiers, well-trained and skilled, died of rotten teeth and minor scraps because mage healers were not popular. He heard they were making things at the tower, and they got items charged. He knew they would never do hard work, so she crept to the tower. She was with Ertrella, and really had to learn. The woman actually vanished and went to the wall unseen. Mena went as well, but she was seen. Lucky she knew this place. She remembered it well from his incursion with Gunnolf, and she slunk to the wall. It was massive and stone, but she had his chalk and pulled it out. She didn't do a door, but a smaller hatch. Ertrella was next to her and faded to sight. She had her sword drawn, and she was in charge.
Let's get in and try to free them. I have a wagon waiting.
She was amazed as it cut the stone, and she slid inside. As soon as she was inside, she heard there was the sound of muttering and talking, and she walked down the stairs. It was still dark, and she looked. Honestly, what she saw made her hate the mages in the school. At least 20 girls, women, and children were actually chained to beds. Most sat doing spells, making things, charging things. But she saw men of the line walking around. It was their home, and the jail too. She looked and saw actual cells too. Inside, she got a look at some older women. Did Janice realize he'd be rescuing children? She had said she was old, at 19, but some of these mages were lucky to be 12. Still, they had magic, and she knew the tower was full of entitled lazy pricks at least. As she stood, he saw the women were guarded by 2 mages of the line. They saw her and nodded to each other.
Carthian, how did we guess you'd come?
They were confused by the red, but Ertrella disappeared. She drew her own sword and let a white shield form around her. They were looking at her and didn't realize the danger they faced. She wasn't meant to fight, but if she freed these 2, he'd have some Carthians to help, and sure, they may have come here, but that was then. Now they saw what the world was like. I guess I get to fight then. She knew they were mages, but she had a shield, and as they raised their hands to launch fire, she lowered her sword and ran. She felt one hit her, and the yell from the man as her sword crashed down on his collarbone. They were wearing that nice black armor and wards, but she fought the man. He was now making a ward. She held her sword above him. It was held back by the white shield, but she muttered strength and pushed as hard as she could. Finally, the man's ward fell and she stabbed him hard, again and again. She took his ring and let him die. She stood and looked at the other. He fired lightning at her, but it hit a shield she made in moments. He laughed, "You're dead, mage," and rushed at her. Ertrella was in front of him, and he ran right onto her blade. He died as she stabbed him deeply, and he fell to the side. It was done. No one was coming. Ertrella had cast a silence over the room, and now she spoke.
Well, as you can see, I'm Carthian. We've come to rescue our sisters and offer you a job. I work for Janus Blackfist, the Carthian Emperor. In a few days, he's sailing home, hopefully, with 20-30 Ostian female mages. We're making a non-fighting, healing-only division.
We are prisoners here, so if you help us escape, I'm sure many will join, someone said.
Good. We have a wagon and intend to leave once we're back.
She walked to the cells, and sure enough, inside the same one was 2 red mages. I'm Mena. Ertrella is my captain. I'd like to take you 2 right now with the rest.
That's good, but this is strong. We can't break it. That's why we're in here.
She handed them the chalk. Try this.
It's extremely rare. Yes, it will work.
She cut a doorway next to the cage door and climbed out. They looked dirty, but tough. She really didn't understand what mages thought. I guess they were sick of living like soldiers and wanted to live in the White Palace.
Will we be court-martialed?
Are you on active duty? Did you actually run from your service? One nodded to the other.
She did. We're tricked. We thought this would be good, easy. We'd make some money from our skills and not have to fight against that maniac Gregor.
I really don't know what he'll do. He does want to build this new division, so he might let you join that instead. It's no fighting, just healing and making stuff. But it pays. They walked out, and she saw there were 4 mages of the line. All 3 of the red mages vanished from sight. Mena drew her sword and made a white shield. The men all formed white shields and lowered hands at her.
We are ready for you, Carthians.
They all had object wards, and the invisible swords just bounced off of them. She heard them clang, but they fired at her. She made a shield and drew her sword. She walked to the leader and his attack changed. He tried to cast a bolt at her, but it just hit her shield. She slashed down with her blade. That hit white. He was shielded from objects, but knew it was a ring or stone. She hit again and put as much power as she could into each cut. She looked to him and screamed. Her breath became fire and he shielded just in time. A spell, but weak. Mena pushed him with her shadow and pointed her blade at him. Lightning came out of it. It was like the shadow's arm. It was ripping his shield, and it gave. She stabbed down, and it sunk into him. She aimed her sword and fired at one more, but his ward fell as he was slashed down. She was panting and looked, but they had won.
Lightning sword, very cool,
Ertrella said, forming from nowhere.
We should go,
Ertrella said. She went to the wall and helped people through.
Janus, he knew Mena and Ertrella would be fighting tonight, but he wasn't too worried about them. He knew things would work out. They were 2 of the strongest mages in the world, so he tried not to think of it. Tonight was a welcome to Daisy and her friends, but also gave him the chance to talk about the program. He wanted as many healers as there were legions, so he needed to cast the net out there to Carthage. He knew they got about 5 new recruits for the Reds most years, and someone with magic was rare enough to be valued. The way things worked is, if he talked about it, it was new. Hector was with him, even though it was night. He wasn't going for hours with no guard. He dressed in his room and started walking to the ballroom. He waved at Daisy and Claire and the others, and walked over to her. She was wearing his dress and looked good. She had small hips, but had some cleavage and looked good in green velvet. He walked up to her and she smiled. She was holding some wine. Very pretty. Everyone will love it.
Thanks, sire. It's rare to get a gift, and she made general dresses too.
Good, I didn't realize how pretty you are. We'll be fighting them off, he said. He kissed her hand and let her sit. As he walked in, Gunnolf was there with Ulv. She was looking nice. She had an actual dress on. And Gunnolf had nice clothes, too.
Hello, Emperor.
Hello, Gunnolf. Ulv, Good to see you both.
Ulf wanted to talk to you.
We can sit together. What's happened?
Nothing bad. I just thought I'd take advantage of the fact I have met you. I want to ask the Emperor of Carthage something.
Sure.
How would you like a treaty with the North?
He laughed. I thought you hated us.
We'd prefer our 10% soldiers trade, than a king that killed our earls.
The king controls it all now, and we have nowhere to land. I'd invade and get killed rushing the beaches. If it was a land border, we'd crush him. But it would be the ocean, and it's more than 1,000 miles.
I could have a harbor and soldiers. You could sail to my town and fight. His army is less than 200. A legion could do it.
I love conquest, but it's not a treaty you need. It's a coup. We don't sail places. Sorry. She seemed sad, but they'd planned everything on the day Eric the Idiot King killed the earls they planned. Norway was 1,300 miles away, and his army had no ships. They would do it if they could, but it wasn't something rushed into. He sat in silence and ate and then walked off. Sorry, Ulf.
At least you've thought about it.
He walked to Daisy and the group. She smiled at him.
Hello, Majesty. You remember my sisters, Claire, Rochelle, and Sarah?
Of course. How are you finding the keep?
It's a lot better than Gregor's.
Good. I want you to be happy and stay. We're building something here and I want everyone to be aware. Daisy was touching his hand, which was odd, and a man came to him.
Now is a good time for you to say something.
He walked to the podium, and he saw a good 30-40 people, looking. It was a nice dinner. Daisy and her friends, Ulf and Gunnolf, and many important Carthians. He generally didn't like these kind of events, but this was okay. Well, we are here to welcome our new friends, Daisy, Claire, Sarah, and Rachel, and hopefully 20-30 more will come from Ostia. As you can see, we are building a corps of healers, and I want to tell you we'll take Carthian mages too. In a few weeks we start training. We'll learn with magic and fast, language, healing, fighting, cooking, and more. Any can apply. He then went to sit down and drank some wine. Later on, Daisy came over.
Thanks for organizing this. I can't really believe this is my life now. It has changed so much.
How is that?
Well, clearly my life was awful. My magic was my misery. I had only used it a few times. But when Father was killed, I knew I was free. The magic I did with Gunnolf was amazing. I met you. I'm a person, not just a servant. And now I have a pretty dress and can fight.
Gregor was evil, I'm sorry. But now you're free and you have helped me a lot.
Good, I want to. Claire said I should come to your room one night and get naked, but I've never even kissed someone. I like you. I want us to be together, but I understand you're the Emperor and I'm just some common girl.
That was quite amazing to hear. She was a very pretty girl, and a mage and a blonde, and the fact that she was not experienced was fine. Someone just said I like you, which was nice. Even though he was the Emperor, his experience with women was pretty minimal. He spoke to them a lot, but that was all. He put his hand to her head and felt it was true. She was nervous, but she was sincere. That's very nice to hear. I don't really date. I can't marry you. I like you too, but I'll have to choose someone with an army, land, and maybe a title.
But what are you doing until then?
Daisy, you're sweet. I doubt you'd want to be a concubine.
No, but why is it all or nothing? Let's kiss and see what you feel.
He'd been good enough. She was a pretty blonde girl. If she wanted a kiss, then she could have it. He wanted it too, and more. He was pretty sure it was a kiss she wanted, not to kill him. Also, if he was honest, it was good. He got her a dress and talked to her a lot because she was nice and attractive. Let's go outside. He was pretty sure Claire winked at her, but once he was outside with her, he was much more nervous. But he had not kissed many people, and she was very pretty and sweet. He didn't think too much about it, but he took her face in his hands and pressed his lips to hers. They were warm and soft, and he held her close. She was lean but had curves, and she parted her lips a fraction. He felt her soft tongue and put his hands in her hair. It was nice, and they kissed for a good long moment, but they pulled away, and she seemed happy.
I'm glad it was with you. That was sweet.
He pulled her close and kissed her again, feeling her body against his. He wanted her. They stopped and he looked at her. I can be yours for a few weeks. I'm the Emperor, I can do what I want. They walked back in, but she was holding his hand.
Ertrella. Janice should be happy. All told, they had about 30 people. They loaded the women into the wagon and started for the boat. It was a mage craft, and Hector was gone. But once Ertrella got there, she'd be able to push it off. She could do it alone easily. They left the tower and had beaten the mages of the line. Now they had some idiot guards at the gate. She pushed her hand out and sent them flying. They rushed on with the wagon full of mages. They were loaded into an open-backed wagon, and it bumped along the road, and then... She saw the boat, but her heart dropped. Before it was at least 10 men. They were just guards, and she almost laughed. The wagon pulled up. They are just men. All the women got out of the wagon, but the men were attacked from behind. There was no hiding this. It was the Carthian army attacking Ostian soldiers and killing them. She saw as the men and women with swords and shields cut them down. It wasn't a proper shield wall, but they didn't need it to fight a handful of soldiers not ready for a battle. The boat was full of soldiers and they were ready. They got back on the ship, helped her and the prisoners, and someone spoke to her.
Can you lash your shadow?
Once she got her shadow into the water and took off. Soon they were well away, and no one was coming. She noticed the cage was gone, and they had done it. They had escaped with close to 30 Ostian, female mages. She went to Mena. Janice was still gone. She had done it, but they had to tell him they had killed to do it.
Where is Janice?
She didn't want to tell her, but she needed to. He can travel between anywhere and home.
How?
Magic?
Travel like that is not possible, but he's not here. Why not show me?
He was afraid you'd try replicate it, and he doesn't want it in the world.
I guess that's fair. I would have.
She looked around. She'd never seen this many people. They were already organized. She noticed that they already had leaders, and she walked to the lady who had been talking to Janice. She was handing out food and water, and the soldiers were setting up beds for the decks.
So it's done. 4 years starting from today.
Yes, but of course we hope many will stay. Still 4 years is a long time. Gladly they had everything they would need. They had beds, food, and even blankets. And of course they had over 50 soldiers. They had set everything up for the women.
Should I speak to them? Yes, in Ostian.
She walked to the group. Everyone was quiet for her. She spoke in Ostian. So we have freed you. Now we go home. You'll be trained and join our healer corps. It's paid, but you can leave after 4 years, and Carthage will consider it debt cleared. You may think I'm Ostian. I don't care what they did to me. If that's the case, we'll be stopping in Kingsland if you want to get off there, do. I don't want idiots sneaking off. Soon enough, the boat had sailed away. She kept looking behind them, but it was clear. No mages, and no one coming. They had done it and just added 30 mages to their ranks.
Janice. That night, Daisy stayed over in his bed, and she certainly made up for not knowing what she was doing by being cute, naked, and fun. He really didn't want her to do anything but to let him enjoy her. She was so pretty naked, the perfect girl. Because she'd not done it before, she didn't know what she liked, but after a few hours, they found out. She wasn't shy, just inexperienced. He was tired, but she cuddled against him. This wasn't too soon, was it?
No, I wanted you to be my first, but I hope we keep doing it. Surely it's not always like this.
We're both mages, so no. I can read you a bit and draw energy from things. Plus my shadow likes you more than me. Actually, he reached out for a glass of water. The shadow didn't get things for him, but it was male and felt the sex too and saw her. She was still naked and held him. The water lifted and floated to him. Finally, guess he likes you too. Soon she had to get dressed and went to get her sleeping clothes. Right now she was looking very cute in his pants and jacket. She was staying close by, but it was good it was close. Everyone would know, but he wasn't like that often. Daisy did like him and had reasons other than his position for liking him.
Daisy. She was invited to stay over and she wanted to, but given she was so close, she had to get some clothes and tell them she was staying over. She walked out of the bed, got dressed, laughed a bit, and walked outside. Hector, the red shadow, was there, but he stayed silent. She guessed he'd let her back in. I'm getting clothes. I will be back. She didn't want to get stabbed. She was a woman now. She had kissed a man. He'd seen her naked and they had had sex. It was a lot better than Claire said, but she wanted to, and Janice was a lot cuter than the cook. He hadn't asked her to do anything painful, as Claire said. She knew Hector knew her and might judge her, but she wasn't going to hurt him. She was dressed and walked in the dark to her room and opened it with a key. She cast a small light near the door. She walked back in the dark. It was late, but the girls were talking. She walked in. Claire and everyone rushed to her.
So what happened?
Everything he wanted, which was all good, but he's a mage, so he knew my mind too.
That's good. I'm proud of you. But why are you here? Kick you out?
No, I'm getting clothes and telling my friends I'm staying the night at least.
Try to stay more and have sex as much as you can. Do anything he asks, even if it's gross.
Okay, but it's been good. I'm sure it's all very normal. I'm just a woman. He's just a man. She left before Claire said something and walked back to the room. She was glad he was still awake and sitting on the couch. He opened his arms and she came in and hugged him. He held her close, and she almost cried. She was so happy. This was perfect, thanks.
It's not over. This is a break, but I do have an empire to run.
He kissed her deeply and took the jacket off her.
Gunnolf. In the morning, he went back to the keep and tried not to laugh. Janice was the emperor, but sometimes he was just a man. Right now, he was a happy one because that girl Daisy had apparently spent the night. His shadow was happy too. He actually had telekinesis. He could reach for things, and the shadow would get them, but it was close things only. But his power was a lot stronger, and his shadow was happy as well. He knocked at his office and went in.
Yes?
Are you going back to the ship today?
Very soon I want to check on the mission. Want to come?
Ertrella was a powerful mage, and they had 50 soldiers, but he was still concerned. She had come to him and told him she was fine too. It was pretty amazing. She could be in his mind quite easily.
Yes, if that's okay.
Of course.
He told Hector, and with a flash, they were through a door. Janice wasn't thinking of Mena, and they came out at the cook's cabin. They walked to the deck. When he saw his beautiful bald woman, he was so happy. He held her tight. I should have come.
It was fine.
Mena was there, and she looked at the staff. He saw a lot of people on the deck. They had done it. They all looked at Janice, and he was chatting to them in Ostian. Then he came back.
So, Ertrella, what happened? It seems we have about 30.
Pretty standard. We infiltrated the tower and freed the women. 2 are red mages, deserters, so unsure of your reaction, but the rest will stay. 4 years and hopefully more.
Good. You okay, Mena?
Yes, but I found out about that staff.
It only works with blood, Link, and a few times a day. That was true, but he could say whatever. It was powerful, but limited. It drained his or his shadow's power almost to nothing, and while like that, he was vulnerable. So that's good. We had our dinner, which went well. I'll go talk to these recruits.
He went off. Gunnolf spoke. I was so worried about you.
I've been a soldier for years. It was fine. Why does Janice seem so happy? 30 recruits?
He laughed and looked at Mena, who knew if she cared. He had a very good night, thanks to Daisy, if you get me. Mena seemed relieved.
Good for them. Men are crazy. She's Gregor's daughter, the maid one who tried to kill us.
He spoke up. She's okay. It was mind control. She likes you, because you killed him and freed her and her sisters. Janice was actually laughing with people. It was strange. Now he had recruited 102 people, and he needed to train them. Later Janice took him back and he went to his room. Ulv and Kvinna were there, talking in Carthian, practicing. So we are off to the camp to start training people. They had to travel to his new legion, and he'd never done this kind of thing before, but he was glad the Carthian army was a very organized thing. His legion was 23, and even though he only had 100 people, not 1,000, the idea was they could be the same. Also, he knew his 100 would eat much less, and while they would have stones in them, trained with magic and have fighting form, It was still less people. He rode next to Ulf. Once we're warded and trained, do you think we could take Norway?
100 trained and warded Carthians versus 200 untrained and brutal Northmen. Yes, but Janice said he won't sail that far.
I think we could trick them, use the staff, but send a ship too. Imagine if we just appeared in his bedchamber.
It would change everything, but it could work.
They rode on. After a few hours, he was at his camp. The sun was setting, and he knew they would start tomorrow. He wished he could just travel to the ship, but knew he'd to train. Soon he was at the camp and looked around. The sun was starting to set, but he was glad to see rows and rows of tents. He had an interesting job. He had to train his pupil to fight. In the shield wall, he knew Mane had trained for a few years, so they would know things, but he also had to get wards for them. That night he sat around the fire with his new troops and was impressed. Every one of them had a few years, so he would get to do tactics and drills rather than Heiwo to hold a shield. Ulf was next to him. She was like his bodyguard or assistant. He should ask her if she had any interest in being his aide. It would be good to have someone he liked as his aide. He already had one in the form of a man called Victus, who was always ordering things and talking. Any interest in his job, being my aide, ordering food, weapons and tents?
Not really, I'm a fighter, and I'm not good at being organized.
In the morning he had to train them.
Zendrif. One thing he liked about being him, other than running his island, was he was patient. The good thing about being 950 and unaging was he could plan. He had wanted to destroy the Red Palace and the Carthians, but he needed a force of wizards to do it. Now he had 1,000 graduates who hated them and could fight. He had every male magic user in Ostia. They would travel to Carthage, destroy Janice and his few mages and give him the empire. Gregor had killed so many, or Mena had. He sat in the palace and was mad. That shit Janice had stolen 30 female mages and killed 10 of his men. Sure he wasn't there and sent Mena the Ostian and another woman to try to teach him. But he knew womenkind were better slaves than equals, even the mages. He had Mindbreaker back, and it sat on his desk. But he knew Janice had the doorway, and it was so powerful. With it, he could rule the world. Flint came in, and he had been the one to tell him.
So, they have escaped, and we get a report he is building a healer unit and a warded unit. Our spy is one of those female mages, but they will test her, and we'll just see if your power is stronger than hers.
I'm 600 years older than Mrs. Faustino. I think my power is stronger. It wasn't arrogance. She was strong, but he was much, much older. Maybe she'd be a threat in 600 years, but she'd be dead, and he'd be the immortal emperor. Actually, she'd make a good Slav soldier. Are the graduates ready? Is it time?
Yes, but once we launch they will know. It's 10 ships.
Each ship would hold 100 mages, trained for battle, and 100 soldiers. They had convinced the king to give them 1,000 soldiers. He knew the Carthians had many more. He knew they had nearly 20,000 men and women in the army, but the Red Mages were nothing anymore, and he was going himself. It was time to end Carthage. He knew if he didn't, then in 200 years, they would have the world.
Should we ask them to surrender?
Haha, no. Soon Flint left, and he knew soon they would attack. Most of his life, he had been fairly patient, but he always knew the Carthians must be crushed. He knew they were weak, and he would be them. He walked to his mirror, and he had the shadow sight. It was just obtained through work, so he had it. His shadow was different to others, and it had different powers. His mother had pushed him, and while he could ward, make fire and control. It was a reaper he knew, and could control the dead easily, as could his helpers, but they thought it was nasty and forbidden. He walked to the window and called a bird to him. It was dead, but he needed it. He didn't need a spell, but the reaper brought it back. It was small and black, and was a bit rotten. Go and listen to them. It flew off, and he wondered it would arrive. He had the powers to hear and see through it, but Carthage was miles and miles, and the dead bird might not make it. But it was good to know things. He hated that his power was hidden. He could fly and he could get to the dock in minutes, but no, appear less than you are. He walked out and got in a mage carriage. He was due to inspect his men. They rode to the docks and soon he stepped down and looked around. It was an impressive sight. 10 jet black mage craft, with large iron chains for the shadows and seats for his men. They were here, but only one boat, to show him. He had 1,000 graduates and 1,000 soldiers from the king. He was ready and would soon launch them. The men he was given were not good, and he had to train them again. He put memories into them and gave them weapons.
Daisy! She was living a very different life now, but one that was fun and full and busy. She'd wake up in Janice's arms and get going to her new army training. She was friends with that girl. Her name was Jenny, and she liked hitting her. Everyone did. She was a mage and blonde and sleeping with the emperor. So they teased her, but she was getting better day by day. It wasn't the full training, but she came when the troop did hand-to-hand and got punched. She had Janice's memories and was pretty good, and her shadow would skin ward if she didn't dodge, but she was happy. She was a womanly woman. She got naked with her lover, fought and boxed with soldiers, and healed cuts and wounds. Claire would be so proud, but she was happy, and that was big. After her sparring, she went back to the room, had breakfast, a bath, and then got ready for her healing class. Mena was her teacher, and she was different. Mena was a natural, which made it easier for her. As Daisy knew, her shadow also knew common, and knew simple things like 200 years forward, a day backward, and the like. She sat in the room and sat with the others, Mena, and spoke.
Today we'll just do an easy one, but fun. So once I was running from the line and they attacked Gunnolf, he got stabbed twice in the side with a nasty rot enchantment. A friend cleaned it, put a salve and stitched it, but it rotted away and was spreading. Now can someone tell me the treatments or spells?
Just back for the rot, break for the spell, and then forward once it's clean.
This is harder because in a magic battle, break is needed or twako. You know forward and back, but a break is force. Is your shadow stronger than mine?
Mena made a leash, and they tried one by one to break it. She hadn't done it with her full force, but she knew it would hold. Daisy knew he could break it, but it would take a lot. Want to try? It was glad to show its power against Mena, Daisy thought. Break and a fist of power came down and smashed the leash. He'd done it. It faded away.
Good job, Daisy. I couldn't make it much stronger without totally draining myself.
They practiced more, but she was exhausted too. She was tired from the effort, but could drain something if needed.
Janice!
The next month passed for him like a lustful dream. He lived with Daisy, and she was funny and sweet and often naked. Because she was a mage, her urges were pretty similar to his, so they worked well together, and she would try most things once and see if she liked it. Mena was training his healer unit, and the women had arrived from Ostia. The women had been checked by Ertrella and found to be loyal. He pardoned the 2 red mages, but mostly because they told him something. It seemed they overheard the men, and it seemed they were training in battle magic. He was now thinking the White Tower might attack, but he was not too worried. Many times in his own schooling he was questioned about enemies, real and imagined, and while 200 mages were a threat, that was 200 children, 14 to 21, and while they could fire a fireball, he could vanish. Also, they had a force of 20,000 across the legions, 40 red mages and his healers. He wasn't really worried. He walked out of his room. It was nighttime, the trial. He'd get to see it, his healer group would expand. He walked out, and a red shadow came to him. It was Ertrella. Tonight is the trial. Should be fun. His magic was the best it had been. He was learning strange spells from Mena, and his shadow was happy too. It liked Daisy, and he could reach for something, and he was brought it, if it was close. The shadow did open doors now too. If its power was weakening or it put in less effort, he asked Daisy to share a shower, and it loved that.
It will be good to see Gunnolf. It has been a few weeks.
Should I move you to my daytime so you can see him?
You're important to all of Carthage. It's my honor to guard you while you sleep.
Thanks. I do rest easier knowing the strongest mage in Carthage is guarding me. They walked to the front, and he saw the people. It was hundreds and hundreds. He had no idea it would be like this, and he didn't know how many were here to join and how many just to watch. But it was good. He was glad Ertrella was here because this was exactly the time when assassinations happened. He was well liked, but certain groups hated him. He got letters from them, and they were mad, but normally weak. Daisy was in the group of mages, and Ertrella next to him. He saw Gunnolf was standing with Ulf, and he spoke. His voice was loud thanks to his magic. He was dressed in fine clothes and had his nice sword. As you know, I'm putting together a female-only healers group. Initially, it was going to be Ostian free mages only, but people have said some Carthians would rather it than being fighters. So I'm expanding it. If you're interested, you have to show your power. Simply come to the circle and make a ward. It must take 3 hits. Ertrella walked into the middle of the ground, and soon enough a girl came to the middle. She was young, maybe 22. She smiled at him.
Hello, sire. I am Michelle Margot Faustino, here to try out.
She did look a bit like Ertrella. He knew her family was all mages. Faustino is a noble family. You can just join, but I'm guessing you want to show off to your cousin.
Yes, sire.
She made a pure white wall. It was very clean and strong for a young girl. But she was Ertrella's cousin. This was a good idea.
Ertrella fired 3 balls at her, and her wall didn't even shake. She had practiced that. Good job. Please join me. It took almost an hour, but in the end he had 9 new recruits. A few had failed and could only stand a single hit, and he spoke, but all were mages and had power, which was good. Anyone who fails can try again next year. It's just nerves and practice. As he watched, he saw a woman. He knew her. She was one of the Ostian mages. She ran to the middle, and he knew. She was under magical control. She had 2 fireballs and a white ward, and she yelled at him, "Janice Blackfist, you will die?" Are you stronger than Gregor? Sadly, it's you. Ertrella, try not to kill her. It's control. The woman fired the ball at Ertrella as she came, but Daisy ran out of the group, and so did Claire. They aimed hands and fired balls of water at her. They smashed on her wards, but they fired again and again, making it cold and ice, but balls. They smashed her wards and hit the woman hard in the face. She collapsed bleeding but alive. Bloody zendrif, I don't doubt it. Thanks all. Ice ball. That's a good one. Non-lethal but strong. Ertrella and Daisy had done it. He knew having a mage girlfriend would have perks. Ertrella took her away and seemed sad, but he didn't blame her. He had 9 new trainees and was alive. It was bound to happen. He knew every time he spoke to the people it happened. In fact, he remembered a story of some old Roman emperor, and he was walking and saw a very beautiful woman. But she was married to a soldier, but he had him sent to the front line, killed, and seduced her. 2 years later, he was stabbed to death by a random legionnaire when inspecting the troops. Later, he was found to be the man's brother. He knew lust could kill you too. He turned, and Gunnolf and Ulf came up to him.
Can we stay with you until she comes back?
Sure, that's fine. Daisy also walked up to him, and he hugged her. Thanks for that. I'll have to buy you a present.
But how I thought Ertrella tested them, and me.
Zendrif is almost 1,000 years old, and he is probably the most powerful wizard ever. His shadow is weird.
Oh, and he plans to attack?
I guess so. This was pretty clumsy. He should have tried to get you, then I'd be dead for sure. He went back to his rooms, and Daisy came. In a few hours, Ertrella came in. Her hands were covered in blood, and she had a letter. They walked into another room, so they were alone.
I can't tell you how sorry I am. I failed you. But I have been in her mind and got it. Zendrif did do it to her, and this letter from him to her. It was in her room. Hidden, of course. We sail today. Me and a few graduates. We should arrive in a few weeks. Please do what you can. The dungeon is the weakest point. Try get thrown in it.
Would you kill her?
Of course it's war.
Please do. They walked back in.
I have to go, but please stay if you can. I'm worried.
Yes, sir.
He walked back into the room and gave her the letter. It seemed like the White Tower was going to attack if the place had been going for a few hundred years, but at least 120 people graduated every year. It was 2,000, but 2,000 mages, he doubted it. Still, why hadn't he thought? Not students, but the graduates.
Can we beat them?
Of course I can muster 10,000 soldiers or more, but the cost will be high. I need to know.
Ertrella. She had failed Janice, her parents, everyone, but she had beaten her bloody, and now she was going to her cell and she was going to kill her. It was sad in a way because she was under a spell, but the idiot would help them into the keep. Also, she was trained Red Death and had killed her first man when she was younger than her cousin, harder times. But she wasn't failing again. She walked into the dungeon and the woman was tied to a tree. Gregor would love this. It was a weak point. The door was just thick wood, and a mage like her could destroy it. Then people would be in her keep. She knew she'd kill everyone in the tower if she had to. She was youngish 30, Sarah her name, and a sister to Daisy. She didn't want to hurt her, but she might escape. She could drain her magic, but opening a door was all she needed to do. It seems as if you're not done. You will help them. But sadly, if it's a choice between you and the greatest leader we've seen, and you, it's you. Her shadow wanted her to do it, and she went to her. She was tied and couldn't fight. She let her shadow grab her head, and with a pop broke her neck. What a waste of training. She walked out of her cell and went to her rooms. Gunnolf had been given the night and was waiting for her. She washed her hands, took off her armor, and washed her body. He was torn. She still looked good, but she was a killer. She washed the blood off her, and they spoke.
So she's dead, and Zendrif is coming.
He asked me to, so I did. My job is to protect him, and she was still a threat. She dried herself and dressed in her bedclothes. For some reason, she was angry at him. He was trying to be nice, but she didn't want to talk about it. She knew it made her a bad person, but she wasn't letting the Empire fall from this.
I'm sorry this happened, but I've killed and will again. Zendrif is a monster. And if the White Tower is coming for the world, we need to be brutal too. I remember the fire.
He went to her and held her. In a way, she thought this might be it. He was a fighter, not a killer. Yes, he killed people, but he followed the code. Never someone weaker with no chance. Certainly not a tied-up woman. You still love me?
He did this, not you. If there was no Zendrif, that woman would be alive. She was a weapon he used, sadly for her.
They went to bed soon after, and all her plans were gone. She had been thinking it would be a romantic reunion. The first time she saw him in months. She had the night off. But no, she had to wash blood off herself. He said it was fine, but she knew it wasn't, and she didn't know what she wanted. She couldn't be afraid to be strong. She stood and, throwing her hand up, put the lights on. She started getting dressed back in her deep red armor. She put in her sword and drew her hood over her face.
What's happening?
I can't sleep, and until Zendrif is dead, I'm not leaving that door or his side. Sorry, but I can't fail myself in Carthage.
And us.
It's done. I had fun, and I like you, but I'm meant for this. This is my destiny. Sorry. Go with Ulv or someone less of a killer. I don't want to talk about my actions, and I know you're trying, but I need time. She stormed out of the room and walked to the room. She knocked and walked in. Janice was awake, and she came to him. Daisy was asleep and looked magic asleep.
What's happened?
She was near to tears and stopped. She wasn't a weak girl. She was a Carthian warrior, and she had a mission to protect. Nothing, I'm fine, but I don't need the night off, and am ready.
What about your night with Gunnolf?
It's done. I need to focus on Carthage. When Zendrif is gone, I can find someone.
Sad I liked you too, but I understand duty. I know I'll have to marry a person with an army, not for love. We need to find out the number coming. Plans will change.
I'll find out.
How?
It's time I showed you something. But when I do, don't get yourself killed using it.
I won't, but now I'm interested.
Well, I wanted a method to talk to people remotely but find the bloodletter slow. I can spirit travel. Your spirit breaks off from your body and can do what is needed, talk, spy, fly around. But demons or shadows can see you and can kill you. You go to Zendrif and bang your dead.
He thought about it. I'm interested to learn, but if we go to Ostia to the mages, they will know.
And kill us, but I could find out if I go with stealth and look.
Or we need to find a non-mage who knows the plans. The Duke, the King.
Yes, but it's only people I have seen.
I have seen the new king and can drop you off if you like.
Okay, but when I show you only use it around Carthage, the words are Fomu Yar Oho, the spirit form. She spent the night guarding the door and felt better. She was greeted at sunrise by Hector. He was in his armor, but took off his hood and spoke to her. He never did. They weren't friends, but he had something to say, it seemed.
I have heard what happened, and I want to let you know I understand. We have a duty. I would die for Janice and I would kill for him. Ertrella, you did good. Zendrif would have used her. Those White Tower mages would come in, kill all men, enslave all women, and think it's fine. We have the spirit to fight, and fight we must.
Thanks. Once he was settled, she walked inside. Janice was there with Daisy. It's 1,000 mages in 10 boats with 1,000 kingsmen to support.
Thanks.
He said soon she went outside and saw Mena. Mena was there and she looked at her. She knew. She still loved Gunnolf like a brother.
He spent all night crying in my arms.
I'm a killer and need to keep focused.
And me? Is Zendrif really coming? The White Tower ethos will be the world.
He is coming and you need to decide, are you Ostian or Carthian? I want to keep training you, and then in a few weeks when he lands, kill as many of them as we can.
Can I think about it?
Of course.
Mena! She didn't really understand, but she assumed it was a Carthian thing. Gunnolf had been crying in her arms, and Ertrella had left him. She had killed Sarah, which was pretty harsh, but she understood it was war. But still, why not just take some time? That morning she left Ertrella and walked to Janice's bedroom. She saw Hector was at the door, and he spoke to her.
He's having breakfast, I could ask. He said he wanted to speak to you, but he's not alone.
That's fine. Please ask. She'd just walk in, but he might be naked if he was with Daisy, and she didn't want to see that.
Come.
She walked in, and she saw Daisy was there too. They sat at a table eating. It was quite nice.
You wanted me?
I've seen Ertrella, and if I continue in my Red Shadow training, it's just time until I'm killing Ostian men and mages.
True enough. I'll be on the front line, and so will my guards.
So, if I want to avoid that, but do want to help you beat the bastard Ostians, I offer you make me the captain of the healers. Daisy was watching and clapped. She grinned and whispered to him. She was their teacher already, and had shown them many skills. They liked her, and she had a new respect for her magic. It could do a lot.
Well, I do need someone, and you do have the skills and have proven you're good in a fight. I'd be happy, but I still get 4 years like before.
Yes, sir. They talked about pay, training, and much more. And soon she left. She was still early. It started at 10 a.m., and she walked to the training room. She looked at her division. It was about 38 women, Daisy and Claire, and that Faustino girl, Michelle, 8 other Carthians, and 29 Ostians. So sadly, Zendrif and the White Tower bastards are coming here. I hate them, but they are still my countrymen, so I won't kill them. But I will heal and ward the Carthians. I am your new captain and teacher. I will be there when we face them, and then once he is defeated, we will break up and go to separate legions. Michelle spoke up.
Can we choose which legion?
Yes, I'm also creating a White Shadow that heals Janice, Ertrella, and Hector. They will be a fighter too if the Emperor needs help ever. Daisy can be nighttime and Michelle daytime. Claire spoke up.
She gets paid to shag the Emperor.
It's not a requirement, just a bonus for him. When she leaves him, she won't have to. She just went over healing again and again. It was good they had Michelle. Even though she was 22, she was the same bloodline as Ertrella and could take some pain. She let them cut her with a knife and then heal it. The only hard thing was she was a natural, but they had to say it in shadow. Again, she was glad for Michelle. She stood near her and told her the words. When everyone left, she found the girl. It was lunchtime. She was sitting in the sunshine, soaking it up. She was like a younger blonde Ertrella. "Why are you helping me?"
Ertrella asked me to, and you are my hero. Really? I thought everyone hated me. You, a female mage, like me, defeated Gregor and 54 mages under his control, and have shown the world females are just as strong.
She stood up.
Actually, do you know Carthians get free lunch? Certainly teachers would.
She actually reached out her hand, took hers, and led her away. They went through a few passageways and soon ended up in a vast dining hall. She looked and saw hundreds of people, and she sat down with Michelle.
It's free, just sit, and a maid will bring something.
She sat down, and sure enough, an older lady came up to them. "We have grain stew or meat stew and bread. Would you like something to drink?" Michelle spoke.
Can I get the meat stew with bread and a weak beer?
She got the same. She knew most Carthians drank weak beer instead of anything else because it was clean. Why is this free?
So you can focus on learning and not eating. I eat most meals in the hall of work and study, but I like people. Maybe you can too, but be ready to get approached by men.
I like women, I think. The girl left her, and she was soon given some stew and bread and a mug of beer. It was all pretty good. She knew the meal would be set, so it gave her what she needed. All Carthians were very organized. After she was finished, and just drinking her beer, Daisy came up. She wasn't dressed like a maid, but was blonde and smiling.
Can I sit?
Of course. Actually, I wanted to speak with you.
Okay, but thank you for the white shadow thing. It will be good to protect him too.
He's lucky to have you. What is the word for ice ball?
Oh, it's easy. It's Jarpalo.
Mena held out her hand and said, "Ice ball." And one formed. It dropped to the table. But she knew the others needed those words. Are you a natural too?
Sort of. Gregor used the bridge on me a lot. I have joined much closer to my shadow, and he can read my thoughts. Not words, but thoughts.
That's powerful. So you could do a spell just with will.
Yes, but sadly I don't know how he did it. He's gone, and all his spells with him.
It was probably good or she'd do it. She ended up talking to Daisy for the rest of the break. She was quite funny and interesting for someone who was a servant most of her life. She was half Carthian, but viewed herself as one of them. Janice was lucky to have her, but it sounded like he was going to mess it up. He was a little bit too obsessed with crops and troops. And Ertrella.
Back to class.
Yes, and I will teach Ice Ball it's good for a non-lethal attack.
An even weaker one for fun is a snowball. It's good to show off. It's Lumipalo, not Jaya Palo.
She walked back to the class and waited for everyone to come. She spoke in Ostian, but they all knew it. It was more practice, and she liked it. Less ordered. I want to teach 2 non-lethal attacks. They can be used to test wards and against foes you don't want dead. Recently, our good friends Daisy and Claire helped the Emperor with this. Michelle, can you be my target? Ward, please. She aimed her hands and fired at her. The ice ball formed and launched and broke on her ward. The words are Jopalo, and snow is Lumi, or Lumipalo. She fired a snowball at her. Weak but good for target practice and rowdy men. She had them break off into groups and practice. It was good. One did attack, one her wards.
Gunnolf. He hadn't been with many women, but now he knew he'd not find one like Ertrella again. But he knew a mage and a man was not good. She viewed herself as a killer, and she felt she was dragging him into the darkness. He was in his tent. He had left the keep. He could hear sounds of his troops training. He liked that they just got up at 5 a.m. and showered, ate and started to train. He wanted to direct them, but not every moment. They were learning to fight with wards and not block. It was dangerous when a foe just got to attack. Someone would swing a blade at you. You'd let it hit and stab them. He knew the white mages would all use fire, but it was about learning to trust the wards. Janice had lent them a red mage named Julius, who recharged wards. A well-charged ward could take around 10 hits of lethal power. The best way to smash one was the good old dual lightning, but as far as he knew, only Ertrella's shadow could do it. It loved her. He was up and walking around and Ulf came in. She was his main helper now. He was just pushing past the personal stuff and going to war. He had bigger things to worry about. So we have reports of 10 ships, 2 weeks, and they will reach the bay.
Yes, sir. And we expect 2,000 soldiers, 1,000 mages, and 1,000 spears.
We have 5 legions to spare, but they are throwing us against the mages first. Sadly, I know how command thinks, and its troop cost. If we can kill half of them, that's good. A shield is not much help against a fireball. It was a bad situation because 1,000 fireballs would make short work of a legion, and he knew many legions were made of people like Ulf, warriors from conquered lands, like the Ithacans. They might have concurred 200 years ago, but they still remembered. And once they started to burn, he could see them running. The Ithacans were good troops, but didn't see much action outside Ithaca. But they hated the Ostians, and had been one of their sources of white flesh. He walked out and went to his troop, 100 men and women, in armor and looking fierce. They all had wards, fighting form, and could fight. They had some training with magic. He spoke to them. So, in a few weeks we will fight mages from the tower, and I wish we had another few months to train, but we don't. The sad truth is, if we don't fight them, they will smash the shield wall. We all know people in other legions, and they will have to fight any that survive us. So let's kill them all.
Will we have support?
We're getting 10 healers from the new group, along with Mena, and the Emperor will be leading the rest of the red mages, of which there are 40.
100 versus 1,000.
Yes, but it's only 10 each. 10 Carthian soldiers against 10 weak idiots from the White Tower.
They kept training, but he knew they needed more. He had beaten mages before, but every time he had a dagger of harrowing, he needed it now. They at least needed one against Zendrif, and he knew who to ask. Grella. She would have seen the White Tower mages leaving, and might even be expecting him. He turned to Ulf. I'm going back to Janice, and then to Ostia to get some harrowing arrows. Want to come?
Who are you meeting in Ostia?
Grella Blackthorn and my friend Skinner.
Okay. I am like your bodyguard, and I do want to meet a witch.
She's quite nice but hates mages. She will help. They left Victus in charge of training, and he rode back to the capital. The city had changed since the attack, and they were on a war footing. He was camped as close to the city and docks as he could be, and so was everyone else. He had to wait at the front for an age while someone got him. Soon enough, Ertrella came. She was still dressed in red. I thought you were his nighttime.
I'm both right now. He's very busy. Can I give him a message?
Her eyes weren't red, and he felt she was just focused on the fight. He didn't get the sense she was letting it impact her. I need the staff. We plan to travel to Grella and get any harrowing arrows she may have.
If you just appear in her cupboard, won't she hurt you?
Yes, so I'll go to Skinner's first.
That's all fine, but I'm probably the only one he trusts with it. Doesn't she hate mages?
You can wait outside with the staff and stand guard.
Fine. Come with me. It's good we need those arrows and that dagger too.
He told her all about it. They walked in, and he was glad to be with her. Everyone was running and frantic. They walked in past Hector, so he had 2 now. Janice was writing orders, and he spoke. I want to travel to Ostia and try obtain some harrowing arrows and the dagger. Ertrella will come and guard the staff. Janice turned to her.
I am guided by you, Captain. Your voice can guide me.
We need them, and I'm happy to go and keep it safe.
Zendrif.
His spy woman was dead, and he had really expected it. There was very little chance of her success, but really, he had wanted her in the dungeon. He knew it was the weakest point, and a force could enter by an actual door. But now she was gone. He had a few paid spies in the keep, and his reaper could use the dead to listen. Also, his dead bird hadn't made it. Still, humans had told him she was dead. He hadn't expected that, but she was just a female mage, so weak he knew. Still, as mages, he could talk to her via the bloodletter, and knew she was going to attack that night, but Janice stopped her, it seemed. They had finally set sail and were headed for Carthage. It would be around 2 weeks, and he was glad it was finally here. For years and years he had been building his forces, training them and arming them. The thing was, many years ago, hundreds his mother had taught him, she was Carthian and taught him, be less than you appear. His school was seen as a place of sex and manipulation, but he had always done right by that motto. He looked at his men and knew they would smash the Carthians. He had seen the battle between Yolland and Gunnolf. He knew a mage with years and years of using magic, joined with a soldier, was a strong force. His men would wield a sword with one hand, fire a bolt with another, and they had wards. He wasn't losing for a lack of funds. 100 soldiers had rings. The boats were magecraft and flew along. He looked at the troops. They weren't training, they had to save magic and muscle. They just sat talking, but they wore the black armor of the line. Still, it was an impressive sight. Pure black craft built to transport his men. He knew why the Carthians didn't sail. Every ship was very costly and walking was free. Still, he'd crushed them and the boats were part of it. Flint walked in. His was a captain to and acted as his aide. He had taken memories to and knew war.
So we just land and start fighting?
The 100 warded first. But yes, we don't need to overthink it. We have a much stronger force.
We have reports Gunnolf is a centurion and has his own warded soldiers.
Warded soldiers versus actual mages who can fight as well. I'm not worried. Listen, this took 100 years to plan, but now we have done it. We will crush them and build a new empire of magic.
Zendrif walked away. He didn't really like Flint. One thing that was bad about his side was the lack of women. He knew the shadows didn't like trying to control them, but he'd much rather be talking to Mena than Flint. Still, she'd soon be dead, and so would Janice and the Red Mage weaklings. His mother would be so happy. He left his little office and walked to the edge of the ship. It was going fast. It was a mage craft, and he saw a chain running to the water. The creature didn't swim, but moved in the water at a rapid pace.
Gunnolf. 2 days ago this trip would have been good. He'd get to show off Ertrella to Skinner, but she had to be free to kill. She had the staff, and had been given a quick lesson. It was powerful, and could go to anyone if the person had seen them. He had seen Skinner and pictured him as she shoved him through the doorway. They arrived in Ostia and in his house. It was hard magic, and even Ertrella's shadow didn't want to help her, but did, after she bribed it with hurting someone. It had killed that woman and was glad. It would be glad he was gone. It hated him, but still got her naked bedtimes. She always slept naked to be a stronger mage. A happy shadow was a strong shadow. He'd miss that. Skinner and Jenny were both there and looked at them. He, Ertrella, and Ulv had stumbled out of his cupboard. They didn't knock them over, but he was on the floor. Skinner helped him up.
Hello, friends.
They hugged him and stood back.
And who are these? You must be Ertrella, beautiful, bald, Carthian, and who are you?
Ulv and Ertrella. Yes, we need to get to Grelos, and didn't want to just appear.
We are much safer, and I have news you know Zendrif has left with 2,000 men.
That's why we are here. We need any help Grella can give us.
I'll take you. Nellie is free. Our hire is not going to well, given most people have fled for a few months.
Indeed, Nellie was waiting outside, and he saw Ostia was the opposite of his own land. No people, guards, nothing. The city of Frieden was deserted. He rode to the farm, which was lifeless, and they rode to the forest, and he looked at his map. It was a straight line to the cottage. Still, it would take an hour. They trotted along the dirt, and he spoke to Skinner in Ostian. Seen her much?
She's solitary, but no, we're not friends. What's wrong with you and Ertrella?
She's left me. She's probably going to get bloody during this, and I think she thinks I'll judge her.
Zendrif is nasty. You'll be lucky to survive no matter what she does.
Soon enough, they got to the cottage, and they got off. They tied up the horses to a rail, and he saw the smoke rising from her mud chimney. It was still cute and quaint, a proper garden out the front that had herbs. Ertrella spoke.
I'll wait here with the horses.
He walked up to the door with Ulf and Skinner and knocked 3 times. He remembered when he'd met Mena, a lifetime ago. He heard her sweet voice.
Gunnolf.
He opened the door and walked in. He was hit with a wall of warmth. He saw her and they hugged. "Hello, friend. Sorry it's been so long," he said. She was still incredible looking, but was warm and real. He had missed her. They went inside.
That's fine, but I sense powerful magic. Is Mena here too?
Ertrella, a mage, is here, guarding our travel staff, but will stay outside. I hope you know why I am here.
I do. Many women like me and tell me things, and I dream that bastard Zendrif is heading to you with an army of demons.
Ulf spoke.
Really demons? As in made by the mother? Her big mistake. Are you from the north? Yes, we know the mother. She is a goddess of our people. She's the one god. The only one, but that's good you can help gunnolf. Is that Ertrella Faustino outside, the red mage?
Yes.
Please invite her in. She's a mage, but a woman. I can handle it.
Gunnolf went and got outside and spoke to her. She had the staff. "She'd like to meet you," he said. She came inside and shook her hand. Then she sat. Grella cut up some nettles and made tea in her big pot. She tried not to look at Ertrella's demon. She had the sight, but it was deeper. They weren't shadows to her.
I hate the tower and Zendrif, and to beat him, you must take his magic, and to do so I have 100 harrowing arrows and the dagger, but Ulf will have to learn to clear them. Also, Gunnolf, you need a girl called Sarah in your division. Sarah Fisher Blonde on the boat.
I know her. Should be easy.
Okay. I will give you the dagger, and Gunnolf the arrows, and I'll teach Ulf to clear it. She's from the north, so the mother will like her, and she's probably been baptized to her. Get dunked in a river as a child. Sure. But it was one of the 10. It was also for Freya and Fenris. That's fine. They are her helpers, like that Carthian one. Helvin or whatever.
Lord Helvin, can he help us?
Ask him. He is the first Carthian mage and loves you idiots.
She gave the dagger to Ertrella, and she took it to the door and was gone in a flash. She was back soon. No dagger. It was with Janice. She went with Ulf outside and handed her an arrow. It had a black stain in it.
This is from some line mage, and good for this. Just hold it. Pray to the mother to clean it, and it should be fine. She speaks common but also northern, and it sounds more witchy, and guess you know it. Tryckjäremor rid denne steinen.
She said it, and in moments he saw the arrow started to go clear, and also white. He heard the creature howl as it was torn at by the very wind. Soon the stone was clean and ready.
Where did you find her? If they win, it's down to you.
They stayed for another hour and spoke to Grella. It seemed she knew quite a bit about Zendrif and his powers.
The thing is unlike a mage, who has a pact with soldiers of the demon Blackfist. Zendrif has got a deal with a reaper. I don't know if it has a name, but he can raise the dead easily and fly.
Fly? He's kept that quiet. I'll tell Janice. He looked at Grella, and he really wondered what he was doing. Ertrella had left him, and now he had to think about life. He didn't know if he wanted to be a soldier for the rest of his years. He could stay here and keep living in Frieden. He remembered this forest, meeting Mena and saving her. He didn't want to throw them away.
Ertrella. She was sad in a way because Gunnolf was a good man, but he needed a good woman and she needed a good mage. They were different, and while she was glad the mother, as witch nature goddess, liked Ulv and her weird northern ways, it wasn't her. She was feeling better about this battle and thought they might win. The sad thing was she would likely need to fight and kill Zendrif herself. They used the staff and she dropped them back. She then thought of her mother, and with a flash, she was home. She looked and saw she was in a wardrobe, but heard her. She knew she could come out and run with them, but that was all she needed. She would save this man and his empire. She thought of Janice and was back. She walked into Janice's room and put the staff back on the desk. She had dropped Gunnolf and Ulv back to their camp. The dagger was there, and she liked he was asking her everything.
So how did that go? Any word on the arrows?
Well, Grella will help. She gave 100 arrows to Ulv, who can clear them, but it seems Zendrif is stronger than we thought or has some unique powers.
Really what?
Well, he has a reaper, not a shadow, and can fly and join with the dead.
We can all join with the dead. It's just forbidden.
But fly, that's powerful.
Yes.
I love this staff, but you should destroy it the day he lands. If they get it, the world will fall.
I don't think it can be destroyed, but I could return it. My shadow would know Blackfist, and it's his, according to legend.
Why don't we just use it and kill Zendrif in his sleep?
I doubt he sleeps, and I'm sure every door has 100 men at it. Trickery won't win this, sadly. It's might, tactics, and grit.
But on the day I will be fighting myself and want you as my shadow, can Hector be you in command of the Reds? Can you delegate?
I hope so. I need to be there, it's my calling. We'll smash Zendrif and you can marry some Ithacan princess.
Won't Daisy be mad?
Also, we need to transfer Sarah Fitcher to Gunnolf's Legion from your boat legion.
Easy enough, but why?
The witch said she has vision. She walked out of the room and went to Hector. He wants you to command the Reds on the day and me be his shadow.
Is that okay, Captain? You are my commander, too.
Don't worry, Zendrif won't get to touch him while I live. More and more she was starting to see it would be her, not Ulv, not Mena, not Gunnolf and his new legion, if she was going to help. She needed to beat Zendrif. 1,000 mages were bad enough, and they might fight if he was gone, or maybe not. She walked to her room and lay on the bed. What could she do?
Janice!
The next 2 weeks passed quickly for him. He was issuing orders and getting ready. The Ostians were coming right at them, and he was getting daily reports of their movements. As a child at officer school, most of what he did was learn about old battles and time again. The bigger force was defeated by sound planning, picking the field and blooded troops. He had things working for him. First, just attacking was a bad plan. He wasn't nice and would use the land. The port was mage-made and had a huge bay, but left and right was a large ground or landing. Second, his mages, like him, could fire a ball about 10 meters. In fact, that was what he was practicing. Third, his troops were blooded. These mages had memories of fighters. His troops had life and years. He couldn't destroy the staff, but had hidden it. He just walked into a doorway and came back without it. He had the power Ertrella had, and while it was dangerous, he used it to spy on the king. He lived in a very nice palace with no mages, and knew what was happening. He had been forced to give 1,000 soldiers, and said again and again he hoped they would kill each other. He stood in his room, and Ertrella was next to him in her deep red armor, and a pretty blonde walked in. It was Daisy. She was dressed head to toe in white armor, and looked quite fetching to bad this was a battle and not his name day. You look great.
I'm your white shadow.
Too bad it's a battle, you look ravishing. Thanks. Won't he be confused, the Emperor, protected by 2 women, and Mena is deployed?
10 of us, with Gunnolf and her and the rest with the 5 legions. That will fight.
And the Reds? He asked Ertrella, but he knew.
Deployed and ready under the command of Hector.
They walked out, and it was a short distance to the docks. He was with his guard, and in a way he was impressed Zendrif was going to fight himself. He could hide, but he was a very powerful mage. He went to a bow and fired an arrow to the left hill and one to the right. He stood with Gunnolf. His troop had swords, but they were modified so the harrowing stone was in the hilt.
Ulf will clear them as they fall.
Sadly, he had been here before, and he knew this was the waiting. They had gathered on the beach. Him, his guards, the warded, and the Reds. They would kill as many as they could, and then he had 5 legions ready. They would best the same number of Ostian soldiers, but one mage would smash them. Here they come. The ship was traveling fast, and it was just 10 meters away. It wasn't Carthian, but if he could stop one soldier from dying, he would. He raised his hands and yelled, "Moto!" Twin fireballs leapt from them and hit the ship. It started to burn, and he saw the men leaping from it. They had wards, but soon it would burn. He watched as Hector and his other mages shot fire, and then the arrows came. He had half a legion on each hill. The Ithacans. He was a mage, a sword fighter, and protected by 2 of the best mages he knew. He wasn't losing. They hit the men, and he was glad they had no order. It was just skill versus skill. The man before him was dressed in black armor but no weapon, and raised his free hand, he said, Moto, which was fire, but Janus had many wards. He let it hit him, and he brought his sword down. The man had a ward too. But Ertrella leaned over his shoulder, and she fired a huge bolt of lightning at him. He was dead, and he moved on. He had the dagger of harrowing, and stabbed it into him. It pulled it in. The stone turned black. Daisy was next to him and touched him. He felt stronger and saw another ship coming. He raised his hands and fired at it too. It burst into flames, and he was glad. He kept firing, and it began to burn. In class, he learned so many battles, but he wasn't losing because he was honorable. He knew fire was weak, but if he saved one soldier and damned himself, he would. He was giving them a chance, and he wasn't invading them.
Gunnolf. He had 2 weeks, and the blacksmiths had been working hard and turned 100 harrowing arrows into 100 harrowing swords. His troops knew them well, and knew they took magic, and every mage killed needed it. Gladly both Ulf and Kvinna had been baptized, which was good and could help him. He was a bit surprised Janus was firing the ships and using arrows, but a win was a win, he guessed. Okay, Carthians, we just need 10 each, and I want you to shout results. 1, 2, 3. It will give us hope and scare them. If you do 10 help someone if we live, I am doubling the drink and waiving no fraternization of the night. So, help someone cute. He had traded his mace for a sword, and Kvinna was near him. She was warded too. He saw the boat stop, and Janus shouted attack, and he ran in. This was it. He saw the mage jump off, and he ran right at Gunnolf. He was a mage and fired a fireball as he ran, but he let his ward take it and ran in. He slashed at him, and the object ward stopped it. The Ostian grinned at him. I have wards too, and memories of fighting, he said. He could fire his lightning, but it was one man. He pulled back and slashed again and again. He realized the man didn't block. He let the ward take it, but that was a mistake. He slashed again and again. Harder and harder. He strained, but the man raised his hand as the ward wavered and fired a fireball at Gunnolf, and he stabbed at him. The wall broke, and he stabbed him deep. He saw the stone on the hilt go black, and he shouted, "One!" as loudly as he could. Kvinna took the sword, and once it was clear, he ran at the next one. But he saw a woman running up to him. She was Ostian and beautiful. He knew her. She was dressed head to toe in white armor, and she smiled at him.
Want some strength, Carthian?
Join with me, we will smash them all.
Not yet, we're winning, let's not get trapped again.
She put a hand to him and said strength. He was filled and rushed to the next mage. He slashed down, but Mena had her hand on him, and he hit the man's ward. Once, twice, and it broke. He laughed, and was like a god. Kvinna cleared the blade, and he rushed on, screaming too. He was glad it was all men, and while he had no shadow to push him, he knew these were the ones who had burned him. Now they were in his land, and had to be stopped. He had Mena behind him, and she helped him fight. He would slash down hard, and using all his strength and hers, he hit the wards. He drew back and hit it again and again. These men fired fire at him, but he was warded, and he hit like 3 men, and he knew wards. It crumbled and fell as he stabbed the man. Mena filled his wards, and hid behind his big frame.
Zendrif, He'd made a mistake. He thought the Carthians would be honorable. His mother had always said so. But now every one of his ships was fired as it landed. Just his troops were warded and were mages, but only half, and he had to get home. His escape route was gone. The Emperor burned a few himself, but so did the Reds, and his men were shot with arrows from the cliffs. His legion of Ithacans was being put to good use. Almost all the king's soldiers were dead. They had fired hundreds of arrows down on them, and they were dead in their seats. He wished he had 1,000 reapers now.
I thought the Carthians were honorable.
I guess not, but you and me have yet to land. I could do this myself if I wanted.
Finally his own ship was landing, and while it too was on fire, he flew out of it and left his men and flint behind. What he didn't say was his shadow was different. It wasn't a slave or soldier to the Black Fist, it was a reaper and had wings. If he was a coward, he could just fly away, but he flew down to Janice and his female guards. What an idiot. He had clearly picked mages based on looks, not power. They probably had to prove their loyalty with sex. He landed before Janice and Ertrella. Behind him was some blonde bitch. Ertrella had deep red armor and the blonde white. He just aimed his fists at him and fire leapt out. It hit his ward and held firm. Well, this is going well for you. Too bad I'm involved, as I'll be killing you now. Try, he said, and had his sword out. This idiot was a mage, he knew, but he knew only a handful of spells. He had a ward, and it was fire, lightning, magic, and force. He sent out a cage, but it was blocked. Ertrella hit him with some lightning, but he just let her. He was very strong. He was somewhat impressed as she used her sword as a point and fired lightning at him. It burned his heart, but he was healed in moments. He just picked up the ward, the Emperor, and started to fly up. It had the ward from his arm force, and it had wings. Soon he was up in the clouds. And he spoke to Janice. When you fall, you will die, ward or not. Give me the staff, stop fighting, and you can live.
I think I can do it. I'm not too worried. I mean, flying, that's it. You're not strong, you're just old.
Zendrif held him.
You are mine, Emperor!
He was hit by a huge bolt of lightning and dropped the man. He was gone in seconds. Damn!
Daisy. She was glad she got to be the white shadow. She would help him, but her feeling was a bit shaky, and she was glad it had been him, but she saw he was also a killer. She knew he had told Ertrella to kill her sister, Sarah. He had set fire to the boats and told his Ithacan legions to fire at the boats. They hated the Ostians, and were glad too. Still, he wasn't really the man she hoped. It had been good, but her feeling was fading. Still, he had taught her power could be good. She'd help him, and then find someone who wasn't ready to kill. They were winning, and she knew there were only about 5 boats left. Zendrif could fly, and had taken Janice into the cloud. Mena ran to her. She saw she had a group of 10 female mages.
If he drops him, wards won't help.
No, but wind can, a hurricane.
What are the words?
Daisy just thought it, and the shadow was making it. She knew it was making the air cold and grey. Then she saw Ertrella reach up and fired a bolt of yellow lightning at the cloud and hit something. The wind ripped from her hand and was meters and meters. Ertrella added to it, screaming "Wind."
I can see him. I suggest you all help.
Janice came back down fast and hit the wind. It was meters and meters high, and he laughed and stood. But in a moment, Zendrif was back before him. He was alive. His arm was broken, but he healed it, and the wind dropped.
Wind funnel, that's idiocy. Now I will kill you,
he said, and he ran at Janice, and raised his arms. 2 bolts of fire came out, and he blocked it. But the man just lowered his aim. It hit the ground and melted the ground and started to heat the dirt. She knew he'd turn it to quicksand and drown him in hot mud. Daisy aimed at the ground and made ice. She wouldn't let this happen. The fire started to weaken as it hit the cold mud and was blunted. She saw Ertrella ran behind Janice and started to help him. He raised his sword and slashed at his neck, and she saw Ertrella had her hands on his back and whispered in his ear. He made a skin shield, but not at the back. And Ertrella yelled,
"Give him strength."
Janice was just one man, but his sword was pressed against Zendrif's object shield, and Ertrella's hand was on his back and giving him power. She did too, and so did the rest. So did 10 of them, and he laughed. It was 10 mages against 1 shield.
The White Tower crushed by Ostian women.
The shield started to break, and in he thrust.
Janice!
Once he survived the fall, he knew he'd win. He also had been taught to be less than you seemed. He knew fighting a monster. He had to be a monster. But people were invading him and not the reverse. Was it better to not fire the ship and have Gunnolf face them all? Was it better to have the Ithacans fight the Ostians? Face to face, Ertrella was right. Love was useless when it held you back. He felt the strength and he saw his blade, and he was pushing it into the man. He'd won. He let his blade go into him. He saw the blood and the light in his eyes go dead.
Use the dagger, so he doesn't come back.
He loved her. She was a blood-soaked angel. He drew out his dagger and pushed it into him. It glowed black and he heard a deep howl. It had been on the earth for 1,000 years, but it had pushed him too much. He looked at Daisy and Ertrella, his white and red shadows. Well, he's dead. I guess we fight on and try get the rest. As he watched, he saw there were 3 ships left, and they turned. The fire was out, and in moments they had gone. It seemed Flint was now in charge, and he was not game to fight. He heard a cheer go up from Gunnolf's troop, and he saw many of them still stood. He walked over to him, and Mena was there. He saw her healers helping people. Many had cuts and burns, and he saw as they were healed. He spoke to Gunnolf. How many survived?
Victus says 43, but that was mostly thanks to the healers. I can't believe we won. But the legions used bows. That's not okay, and fire are we, Ostian.
They invaded us. I won't let Daisy, Mena, and Ertrella be raped because I'm too honorable to kill some wild dogs. He was so angry at him and ready to burn him, but someone was stroking his hand.
It's okay, it's over, we are safe,
they said. He felt a calming coming to him. He was safe and had protected them all. Thanks, Daisy, he said, but it was Ertrella. Daisy was doing her job of healing. It was over, and yes, he had probably crossed the line, but no one would remember that. Only he won. He looked around the battlefield and was so elated that they had won. His land was safe, his friends, his soldiers. They had brought 2,000 men against him, and he still stood. He knew tonight would be a celebration. They had won. Let's celebrate, he said to everyone.
Zendrif!
You didn't get to 950 by not playing it safe. While it was only a 1% chance he might lose, it was there. He had joined with a soldier and changed his face. He had fought well, but he had been beaten by maths. He was a better mage than Janice and Ertrella, but not him and her and 8 others. He had felt his ward failing, and he broke the join. Janice killed the soldier, and was tricked by his glamour, and soon enough he was back. He was mad he had lost, but he knew a battle wasn't over if you survived. He put the fire out, and they turned and left. The Carthians had no fleet, and he'd beat them back anyway. Also, the staff could only do a handful and was gone. He was safe to try again. Flint came to him.
What now?
We try again, but that Blackthorn must die. She's helped them. In another 20 years, we will have another 400 soldiers and will win. The main thing was that 700 of his men were dead, and 7 magecraft, and 1,000 Ostian troops dead, and the king didn't want to send them in the first place. He'd have to take the king's memory again.
The king. He sat in his throne room and had a report in front of him. The Carthians, of course, had destroyed the soldiers and fleet sent against them. In a way, it was close to the perfect outcome for him. He had lost his men, but not his soldiers. They were not soldiers, but criminals. And 700 of the mages were dead, and he had a report. Zendrif was alive. He wanted him dead so he could get his island back. He wasn't a mage, but was rich and was friends with the Duke, who loved magic and knew about it. It seemed Ertrella and Janice could do this amazing spell where they broke from their body and flew around. They used it to spy on non-mages like him, but he had a ring and it was flashing red, and he knew that meant someone was around, he thought, and hoped it was Janice, and spoke to him. "If that's Janice or a Carthian, please speak to me." He felt a jolt, and it did join with him, and he saw as a ghost of Janice appeared. It spoke.
"How did you know it was me? Sorry if it's rude."
"It's fine. I would if I could, and this way we can talk without the needed soldiers."
"Sorry about your men. It was just to defeat Zendrif."
"Well, they were not real soldiers, but Zendrif is my true foe. Frieden would be better with him gone."
"Well, he is. 300 mages, but no leader."
"He lives and will counter. You take it back for us and you can have 15%.
Daisy, the battle was over and she was a different person now. She had done what she needed to, but was glad to be a healer and help people. She walked into her room and saw Claire. She sighed, but went to her. "Hello, sister."
Hello, Daisy. I've been thinking about you and wanted to say something. I don't know how you feel about me, but I like you and want to help you. I think if you stay here, stay beholden to Janice, you will get more and more miserable. He won't marry you. You'll be his concubine for years until he marries a princess or Ertrella.
She knew it was true. He'd stop when he was married, and she was all used up. It had been fun and sweet, but she had to be the one to end it. Why Ertrella?
I know men and he loves her.
He liked her and talked about her a bit, but she didn't know if he loved her, but he wouldn't marry her, and she was a woman now. It would be good to find herself. Where would I go? What would I do?
You're a mage. Travel the world. Find love. Get married. Have children and a little house.
It does sound good, but what about him?
He'll miss the sex, but get over it. Don't worry. You gave him a gift, now it's over. He's the emperor.
She went for a walk and thought about her life. She wasn't sad. She liked where she was, so she couldn't be mad at the path taken to arrive. Yes, Gregor, her father had tested her, but he never ruined her for men. She had gone after Janice and enjoyed it. He was what she had needed, but now he needed an empress, and that wasn't her. She wanted to be a strong mother and woman, and that started with ending this. He never would. He'd keep her around until his wedding day, and his new wife had her transferred to somewhere miles from him. She went to his rooms and made a meeting to see him.
Gunnolf. He sat at the fire and was a little surprised he was alive. They had won, and 3 ships of 300 mages had sailed away once Zendrif was dead. He sat with Ulf and Kvinna, who had made it too, and his camp was mad. He'd given them 1 night of sin, and he knew from experience they would have done it anyway, and this way he limited it to 1 night and saved the court-martials. He could see the drinking and someone had a fiddle and soon he heard music. Then it would be sex, which was fine. It was 1 night and no one was forcing a soldier. It was just relief. He spoke to Ulf. "I think I might quit.
The army? Why?
I was there before, but now I see we're not a great nation of heroes. We're a nation of killers, and when the Carthians are all warded and have healers, they will sweep the world."
And us?
"I'll speak to Janice, but I'm sure he'll probably attack the north soon."
Really?
We smashed the Ostians, who is left. That night he was asleep in his tent, or trying to, and he'd go and talk to Janice in the morning. The Carthian army had a good history of giving the victor the spoils, so he thought he should be given leave. He had loved Carthage, but he was not going to watch as it was ruined. His life was different, and before he had truly hated himself, he had taken the job to kill Yolland because it was dangerous. But now he could be a good man, and didn't need much more. He sat up as Ulf came into his tent. She was drinking and spoke to him.
I will stay, and Kvin too. We hope Janice will treaty with Norway. But I appreciate what you have done, the lessons, the scar, the trust. You can have me for 1 night as a thank you.
She dropped her robe, and she was everything he dreamed. He smiled, looking at her. "Lucky me. Please come here." In the morning he woke, but Ulf was gone. It was like some sexy dream. But 1 or 2 of her blonde hairs was still in the bed, so he knew it was real. He climbed up and got dressed. He went to the fire, and she was there. He strapped on his mace and rings.
Good morning, Captain. Sweet dreams.
Very nice. Make me want to stay, but I need to talk to Janice.
I can guard you one last time, if you want me.
Of course. They rode along and he spoke with her. So last night was just once.
Yes, I haven't much experience and you're nice, but I'm a fighter, not a lover.
I know people who are both, but I'm glad it happened, obviously, he laughed. They rode on and the city was changed again. He had given his troop free rein, but so had Janice. He came to the keep and they dismounted, and he came to the door. There was a guard at the door, but he waited, and once again Ertrella came there. And she looked daggers at him. She knew. Bloody magic. They were led to Janice's bedroom, and he sat up, eating and hosting.
Gunnolf the hero, what is it? You need to replace your soldiers?
He saw Ulf was whispering to Daisy, and she just put her hand to her belly and closed her eyes. No wonder she wanted to come. She just shook her head, but mages could stop it, he knew. They only had children when they wanted. I need to talk to you, in private.
Okay, everyone. I need to talk to Centurion Gunnolf. Please give me a minute or two.
I'm glad our unit has worked, but I see I'm changed. I didn't want to take orders or send people to die. I will go live with Grella and retire.
And you want me to discharge you because I'm so nice. Can I ask my new advisor?
Of course. Ertrella came in and spoke.
I heard he wants to go live with Grella and abandon you.
She whispered in his ear, and he nodded.
I'm happy enough as I want to help you. But given your Carthian and blood bonded to me and my advisor, I want a blood letter once a week about Flint, the line and the tower.
So be a spy?
This way you can stay in. It's just good for me, I can say. I don't trust the White Tower, so I've sent Gunnolf to keep an eye out.
Okay, but how can I get back?
Janice. He'd won the battle, and now he sat back in his throne room, and he had 3 meetings that would change everything. Daisy, Mena, and Ertrella. Gunnolf was leaving, but he understood. He had a dream of the Carthian Empire, and this wasn't it. Also, his staff was back and glad. It was dangerous. Gunnolf was off to Ostia with it. He had also began using his new gift of travel to watch the King of Ostia, and something had happened. When he was watching him, he had known he was there, with some ring, and he was not hostile but had spoken with him. The good news was that the Ostians might give him 15% if he smashed the tower. Somehow Zendrif lived, and he was going to make him regret it. First was Daisy, his lover, but it might be over. This was weird, and he'd seen her packing. He hadn't been great to her, but now the war was almost over. He had more time and attention. She came in and she was wearing traveling clothes. Why have you said this? Why not just speak to me?
I want to speak to the Emperor and Janice both.
Tell me then.
My training is complete, and I wish to be sent to Ithaca.
What about us?
It was everything I needed, but I can't be a concubine. If you can marry me, of course, I'll stay. But I know you can't, and that's okay. This was sweet and lovely. Let's end while it's good.
She was right, he couldn't marry her. And while he would miss her sweet face, she was still part of his army and empire. He had enjoyed their time together, and it was fairly incredible, but he knew it had to end. Okay, I will miss you. Damn, this was good. When will you leave?
Tomorrow, but I'll spend tonight in my own rooms. We should end it here.
Okay. I'll miss you, he said. She walked to him, and they kissed deeply, and it was sad. He could cry, but he was the emperor. She walked out, and Mena walked in. Daisy is transferring to Ithaca.
Ouch. Sorry, Emperor. How can I serve you?
I don't trust the keep. I want you to go kick them out and set up a healer school in Ostia.
Okay, but I want help. That will be fun. A school at the site of their school.
Write some plans. I want new healers, men and women. Smash the school and kick out the current students.
Yes, sir.
Soon Ertrella came in. She had let her hair grow again. She was a woman, and so pretty. He liked her even more now. He sort of felt the battle was theirs. She wouldn't quit. Daisy left him, but Ertrella never would. Advisor, how can I help?
I was afraid Daisy and Mena may have upset you. Some people are fools and can hurt people with their words.
Well, Daisy is leaving to go to Ithaca, and Mena will run a healer school in Ostia, but we must help her.
Both good things. Daisy is a lovely girl and you were lucky to have her. But you have to marry someone who will build the empire, and Mena is better than Flint. She will help us.
I'm so glad I have you. I wish I didn't have to be brutal, but I guess I had to.
They invaded us. I killed that woman. You fired the boats and shot some arrows, but imagine the world with them as the leaders. They would have all the women in chains and are the true monsters. Our behavior was measured.
When I was younger, I thought I should marry someone who can help me build Carthage and had an army, but maybe just the confidence. I do have 20,000 already.
The Empress of Carthage. Won't she be lucky?
But she has to bed me, too.
You're handsome. A mage, smart, young, fit, and brave.
It could be you. You're also beautiful. A mage, smart, fit and brave, and my best helper.
I'm also 137 years old. No legions, and your guard.
I won't ruin our working relationship more, but if you ever want to be the Empress, just tell me when Daisy has left. I know it's bad timing, but if you ever want to be my wife, just tell me.
Ertrella! She loved Carthage and had killed for it recently. Janice was nice and she would bed him, but she was far from worthy, and that was true. She had a good family name, but he was right. Another few thousand soldiers wouldn't tip the scale. He just needed what all men needed, a good woman to stand behind him and help him. She was glad she was the advisor now, but would she be happy when he did marry some princess for her army, or Ulf for her 20 cousins? She'd do it in a second, and use her new influence to attack the north. She had sex with Gunnolf days after her and had no doubt been happy. Now she stood at his door as he spent his first night alone and crying. Was she any different than Ulf? It was weird and gross, but she wasn't letting him get killed because she was in a weird mood. Men had always wanted her. She was pretty, skinny, big tits, and a mage, and she liked sex. She was already missing Gunnolf. She wanted to be the Empress. Would she let a man she quite liked see her naked and marry her? Probably. It was a bit weird because she was so much older than him, but she didn't look it. Soon he stopped and was asleep. She stood at the door. She didn't really need to sleep, but if she was Empress, she would just have been given an orgasm, made him happy, and got to fall asleep on silk sheets. Or this could be it. Guarding him, letting some bitch get her claws in a destroying Carthage because she wouldn't marry this handsome man who wanted her. If it was shit, she'd just take Ithaca and leave. She waited. The sun was up and he was in his bedroom. She was wearing her uniform, but he looked at her. I know this is strange timing, given she's just left, but... She leaned in, kissed him. She expected it to be weird, like her brother, but it wasn't. She felt some good lust. He kissed her hard and put a hand on her waist. He wanted her, but they all did. He might not be as big as Gunnolf, but he still wanted a woman. She pulled back. So when do we tell my parents? She said, laughing.
Gunnolf!
In just a few days, he was taken by Ertrella to skin her via doorway. She was like a different person, and he couldn't believe what had happened. She was wearing a huge diamond ring, and he spoke to her. Are you engaged to Janice?
Yes, but he will always appreciate you. He just needs support.
You will be a good Empress. He is very lucky.
Thank you. Sorry if I hurt you. It is very sudden. I just don't want to miss this chance.
She would be the power behind the throne, but that was fine. She was nice and smart, he was just hurt, and she would help him. He'd chosen right. I'll just miss that face.
It will be on the coins.
She laughed.
They walked through the doorway and she shook his hand like a warrior. Thanks for the memories.
Thanks for being good,
she said, and she stepped back. He walked around the corner and saw Skinner.
Gone?
Forever, but she's going to be the Empress.
Well, that is hard to compete against. Need more arrows.
He'd beaten them back. We won.
Then why are you here?
To live near Grella and learn a new way.
Sure, it's not because she's the most beautiful person you've met.
I don't think she's interested in humans, but I am going. Are you coming? They walked outside and found Nellie tied up. She was strong and grey. One day she'd be old again. He climbed on, and Skinner found another. Soon they set off. Once again, the forest opened, and once they were close, Skinner went to turn.
I can come in a week, or come to our house any time.
He gave him the map. He went to the cottage, and smoke was coming from the chimney. He knocked 3 times and heard her.
Yes?
It's just Gunnolf, he said. And he walked in. As he did, he stopped. He looked, and standing with his knife to her neck was some mage, not Flint, but a white tower man. He looked around and saw more and more. In total it was 4. He hoped Skinner was okay. The man looked at him and raised a hand and fired a firebolt at him. It hit his newly charged ward and faded away. He knew he would get killed, but Ertrella or Mena wouldn't. He spoke to Grella. I should have brought Ertrella. I wonder if I can use my blood link. Or maybe the Carthian Emperor. Did I mention he sent me? Is that okay to call some mages here?
Better than these, I'm sure.
He drew her dagger out and cut his hand. The man yelled, "Kill him!" He raised his hands and Gunnolf was hit with twin fireballs and 2 bolts of lightning from the others. But he dropped Grella. Gunnolf ran to her and held her like a child. They kept hitting his back with balls of death, and then he heard it. A bang and a voice he knew.
Get on your knees or the Carthian Empress will roast your hearts.
Ertrella had leaped from the tea cupboard, and she had Hector with her. He stood and saw she had a weird fireball that crackled with lightning. The men knelt, and she turned to Gunnolf.
One day. Good thing we're blood-linked. Can I borrow that dagger?
He gave it to her, and coldly she stabbed each man and took his magic. She gave it back, black stones glowing.
I can take them too, but we are really even now.
She shoved the men into the doorway and they all disappeared. It was just him and Grella. Sorry for that. I'll go, he said.
No, they have been here 2 days. They just had orders. Ertrella is pretty incredible. Is she leaving you for the Emperor?
She did.
If you hadn't blood-linked her? No save, so that's good.
She said, laughing. True enough, and it was fun, he said.
Why are you here?
Can I stay for a bit? Maybe camp. I need time to think.
I have a spare room, but I get payment if I'm cooking triple. You big bastard, I know you,
she said, but seemed happy enough.
Mena. When she thought about it, it was one more fight, and she was getting everything she wanted. The plan was simple, but dangerous. Janice and Ertrella wanted her to go to Ostia, smash the statue of Zendrif, and flush out the students. She then took over and ran her healer school. The only issue was the current students, and much worse, the 300 pissed-off graduates. Right now, they were sailing from Carthage to Ostia, and while she could beat them home with the staff, but were still 300 mages. She was in the throne room and was before Janice and Ertrella. She'd gotten engaged to him about 30 seconds after Daisy left, but she hadn't been offered an empire to sleep with one slightly annoying man.
Fiancé, we could wait until they get back and hit them with fire and arrows as before.
They will expect that surely they can ward ships and will and a navy is pointless against magic. We need 5 legions there and grind them into dust.
The staff will break or people will find out.
It's not the staff. Yep, got it. We march there. Damn, I'm smart and hot. God, you're lucky, she said, laughing.
How?
We freeze the ocean and march there.
You're a genius. The world is ours.
Great. In a way, she liked Janice much more now. He was the opposite of Zendrif and everyone from the tower. He knew Ertrella was a better mage. She was powerful, and she was smart. He leaned on people and women, but men always did. He just let her lead, and he got the benefit. He got the world and her. All he had to do was get out of her way. She was a mage, and stood with a handful of soldiers behind her. Ertrella yelled at them. It was before the sea in the port. They had dragged away and burned the dead Carthians, and removed the burnt ships, and looted them. Most of the 700 were killed in hand-to-spell combat, outside of a boat. She didn't know how much jewelry they got, but it was a lot. Ertrella was with some troops helping her test this idea.
Mena the mage will freeze this water. You will march on it, stand and then take a step. If it cracks, she will keep going. We're aiming to see how much and how fast she can go. It might just be a few steps, it might be meters.
Are we walking to Ostia?
Hopefully. She aimed her hands down and fired ice from them. It was more to get the water cold. She saw it wasn't working fast at all. The water was vast, and her ice was melting. She knew it was temperature. Water was cold ice, and a shadow could be as cold or hot as it liked. Her grandfather touched the water, and she thought cold, cold, cold. She laughed as it froze, and the soldiers walked onto it. Ertrella was next to them, and Mena was shooting snow at the ice and making it strong. The soldiers could walk on it. It was thick and strong.
March for Carthage, fearless and strong.
She could do it. They walked on and she could do it for hours, but it was at least 10 days. When do we sleep?
In shifts like sailors, 3 shifts, can you do 8 hours?
Yes, but this is not 5,000 soldiers. Far from it.
No, but a bridge can be narrow, 5 across, and when we're close, we spread it wide and attack from all points.
Yes, Empress, Mena said. That was fine. She liked it more.
Daisy. She was enjoying her life in Ithaca and felt she was a proper healer. The Ithacans were a weird, tattooed, and superstitious lot, so they loved her power. She was Carthian and could do blood letters. And before she left, she had joined with Mena, who was her captain. She was also linked to Janus for obvious reasons. The Ithacans were a proper legion of soldiers, and lucky for her, they had proper barracks, mess hall, and infirmary. There were 1,000 tattooed men and women. They fought with spears and shields in the Carthian way, but she knew they also were great at archery and had contests. She was sitting in the room, the infirmary, and a woman she knew well walked in. She was a fighter, maybe 30, pretty, but runes on her arms. Apparently, hundreds of years ago, a witch with sky runes saved them, so they liked them. She spoke in Ithacan birth check. This woman was popular with her boyfriend, and often came to her to ensure she had no baby. She took some herbs that seemed to work, but she could tell. She placed her hand on her felt no extra power. It was just her. You're fine. So she got a man, and he was a good one. His finger was missing and bleeding. This was fun. These soldiers were always training and fighting. She knew what to do. Mena had trained them. A scar was easy because it was extra, and the body was fighting it. Give it 300 years and it was gone. But his finger would never grow back without help. Sadly, the body didn't do that. He sat down. He was a good one. He spoke some Carthian hurt finger. Yes, I can see, but I can fix. She put her hands to him and found his pain and turned it off. He relaxed. Big baby, she went to the wound and pushed it forward. Years. The cut healed, the blood stopped, and the skin healed. It was done, but it was his right index and needed one. She knew magic was just the body. And he had a finger missing. Yesterday he didn't. His body was built from a map, and it could be younger. Now he was healed. She thought back and pushed him back a year or 2, and as he watched, his finger grew back, and he was a bit younger. He stretched it, and she turned his pain back on, or he'd grab hot pans. I love you, he said. She laughed. I know. When she got back to her room, she saw an open letter from Mena to Mayes. She trusted. We are doing something to help the army, but it's dangerous, so I'm asking for volunteers. Also, I only ask Carthians. We will be freezing the ocean and marching to Ostia. You will aid me. Ertrella and Hector, we can do it ourselves, but would like help. I will set up a healing school at the site of the White Tower. Mena. She knew it was dangerous, but she was still a Carthian in her heart. She knew Ertrella had jumped right on Janus the day she left, but she was practically mage nobility. She went to the desk and took out her knife, and she cut her finger and dripped it. She put a simple, yes. Are you alone? That meant the staff. She wrote, yes. In moments, Ertrella appeared. She walked right out of her wardrobe with Mena. It was strange. She had always liked Ertrella and didn't think of her as the woman who took Janus. She knew he needed someone strong to guide him, and she did look good in black. Mena spoke to her.
Good to see you, so you'll help?
Sure I am, Carthian. Will you bring the Ithacans? They hate the Ostians, and will fight like Ares.
Ha! Sure I think they are part of our 5 legions, Ertrella?
2 legions. You can stay with them when the fighting starts, if you like.
They look odd, but they are loyal. They talked to her a bit about her days, but she would be marching with the troop to Carthage and the beach. She knew was about 2 days from here to there. Soon they left with a wave of the staff, and she walked out of her room. As she walked, she was approached by a man she knew. He had a few tattoos, but looked pretty Carthian. He was the captain, and spoke to her in Carthian. She had worked with him and healed him often.
So we kill the Ostians. That's good.
We're not staying, but I will come and help.
Good, we like you. You should get tattooed for protection.
She could just remove it later. And magic did work. The runes didn't, but they were cool. Maybe, she said.
Janice!
Since he was 14 and he'd seen Ertrella, he had lusted after her. Now she was exactly what he needed. She still looked very good, but she was smart and loyal and would help him more than anyone. She had been sleeping in his room, so she knew he was using the spell to explore. It was powerful and even worked when he was awake, but he used it to talk to the king and explore the non-mages he knew. Zendrif and the tower had put him in a hard position, but he was not going to let them hide behind Ostia. The island of Frieden was Ostian territory, but the wizards ran it. Clearly they could do anything. Laws meant little to them, but more than that, mages didn't think humans, and they were the same species. Also, they were a threat to Ostia. Gregor had killed and impersonated the old king. The new one had been forced to give 1,000 men. They broke laws, paid no tax, and flaunted power. He spoke to Ertrella, and she knew. I've used Spirit Walk to talk to the Ostian prince, and he's told me, not only is Zendrif alive, he has 300 men left. But if we kill him, and then we get 15%.
Well, it's not shocking he lives, but 15% is very good. I'm glad we don't have 2 battles to fight.
He was glad because he had done well. Once he got engaged to Ertrella, she started to sleep in his room. Right now he liked having a red shadow. Advisor and lover, in one woman also, he could finally rest his head on her. His mother had told him that behind every great man is a great woman. Together they would build a Carthage that lasted centuries. He thought she was perfect, and now wore black armor. In the morning they were ready and started to assemble. They had 5 legions and 6 healers, and of course, the Reds and Gunnolf's people commanded by a Red called Julius. He was rebuilding it to 100, but right now it was only the same 43. In the group was that soldier Sarah from the ship. He knew her. He saw Daisy was here and Michelle, and 4 others he didn't know, but he walked up. Daisy still liked him even though he was engaged, and honestly it had worked out well. They loved her in Ithaca.
6 of you, that's perfect. Daisy, good to see you, and Michelle, thanks for coming. Mena is in charge.
Mena spoke, and she walked out to the sea, and it froze as she walked.
Mages will freeze the sea in a narrow bridge. You soldiers will march on it and sleep on it. In 12 days and nights, we will reach Ostia and attack. A healer will stay with you, and we have 40 Reds and 40 warded to help. We will stay a few weeks and then come back. I know this is scary and hard, but the world needs the White Tower changed. Michelle and Debbie with me, Daisy and Claire, with Hector, Julia and Sarah with Ertrella,
she said. Reds with Hector for sleep shift. We need a bigger space, so conserve your magic and sleep if you do.
Michelle and a black-haired mage ran to her, and they all started to freeze the sea. It was now or never. The Carthian army walked on water, or those rapist killers won.
March. They did, and it held. Mena was running ahead and blasting the water with Michelle and the other. He stood as they marched past, and he saw they were pulling wagons of food and bedrolls and blankets. Smart. He hadn't even done that. They marched for hours, and it would work. He just needed luck. The mages could keep going, and the soldiers seemed scared but unwilling to show it. It would be legend, the first of many, he hoped. They had left in the morning, and after 8 hours Ertrella took over. She had help, but he went to her. Want my help too?
No 3 is good, but maybe give them strength. They have been walking with armor and weapons for hours.
He walked amongst them and gave his soldiers strength, and saw his words did too. He had not done this before, but he saw a man look at him, and he touched him and gave him strength.
Thank you, sire. We won't fail you.
Once night fell and Hector and the Reds took over. He knew he needed them. 40 men and women all blasted the ice and held it. They would have to do it for 8 hours. The soldiers stopped and tried to sleep. He saw they mostly slept in wagons, but Mena and Daisy were amongst them saying sleep. They had bedrolls and blankets as warm as possible. Soon they came to him. It had worked. It was the night. They had marched at normal speed and done about 10 miles. Night 1, we might do this.
It's too bad we have to go back.
I don't think the Ostians want 5 legions as their island, but I will need them.
That said, that other tower will be vacant. Maybe we leave 100 as your guard.
If I can pick them, won't the king be happy?
Zendrif. They had been back a week and the island was not the same. Everyone stayed in their homes. No markets ran, and everywhere he looked were posters. They were Carthian and said, "We're coming." He didn't hear from the king anymore, and all his men were gone. Not one guard or street sweeper. The ships had limped into port, and he had 300 men still. But he was unsure if they would all stay. He had assured them of an easy win. The Red Palace would be theirs, but no. He now sat in his room and Flint came in. He had a good network of people and he could find out things. They had tried to assassinate the Emperor with a long-term memory plant, but he was well protected. His 300 troops were down to 273, with some desertion, but not a lot.
Well, they are coming.
How they have no navy, and the Ostians won't help.
They are freezing the sea and marching, and it's working. 5,000 soldiers.
What else? He needed to know force. They might beat 5,000 regular soldiers.
40 Reds, 40 Warded, Janice and team, and 6 healers, plus Ertrella is now the Empress.
We need to kill her. She's too smart. They have the advantage. But only if we don't get help. They can't burn us or use arrows this time. Do we have any allies?
Well, the Ithacans hate us, the Ostians won't help, but maybe the Norwegians. But while King Eric can be bribed, he only has 200 fighters. We need more mages. I have an idea, but it's truly awful. You joined that soldier, and I often join dead birds to spy on people. But a mage could join with a dead body. It would be awful, but it could move and fight and not feel pain. That way no risk to the mage and the students could join the fight.
If you get trapped, it would be awful, but if losing you could escape. It's awful, but I can't lose again. Go to the graveyards. The man left, and he did think it was awful. But was it that bad? He joined with that man, and he was dead now. Hopes and dreams gone, he realized the join could give them the power. He had 500 who could join and imagine. First a wave of birds or bats, clawing, then dogs and foxes and wolves, and finally men and women, weapons and armor. He'd win this and never do it again. He wasn't a necromancer, but he wasn't letting the world be run by the Carthians. He walked out of his room and went to the sea. In a way, he was glad everyone was gone. He let his mind go, and Flint was right. The sky was full. He found a bird and thought, foreign, or join, and let his mind take the bird. It was alive and he felt it. He flew fast and high, and in a few hours of looking he saw the Carthians. They were marching towards them, and he landed on a wagon they pulled. He was in a seagull, and they cared not. He knew he couldn't just take a man. A join was a partnership, unless it was an animal or dead. He saw how far they were away, and watched them.
Mena, Ertrella had said, "Are you Ostian or Carthian?" And she knew it was time to choose. She knew there were only 4 or 5 Ostians she liked: Grella, Skinner, Jenny, her, and her father. But he wasn't that great. The Duke was okay, and his sister, but while she might fight Janice, he was 35. A man, handsome and ruler of an empire. He was pretty good for that. He knew the value of a smart and strong woman. And maybe she should just help them, but kill less. She walked around the ice, putting people to sleep, and she walked in the group of warded soldiers. She saw one girl looking at the stars, and knew her. It was that soldier she had healed and kissed. Sarah the Carthian. The girl looked at her and smiled.
Mena the Ostian, hello.
Nice you're not dead. How have you been?
Pretty good until this crazy Ostian mage was like, let's march on the ocean.
Sorry, but you have no navy. Anyway, you're warded.
Well, after the boat and freeing your friends, we were back home and Emperor Janus transferred me by special request to the warded.
Why?
I was hoping it was you that you asked him, but it's good if I can impress him.
Sorry about your friends.
Yeah, but 60 versus 700 is pretty good. I got 11 and Gunnolf got 12.
I helped him, but it's good to see you. What rank are you?
I have done almost 10 years, 1625. Soon I'll be a centurion,
she said with pride. Commanding 100?
Yes, 100.
If I had a guard, would you lead it?
I like Fredonia, and I could meet a single female mage.
You have. Soon she made her sleep. She did like Sarah romantically, but she wasn't very interested, she now realized. She did like women more, but mostly she liked magic and learning things. Still, she wasn't letting a man near her. They walked 3 more days, and she knew it would work. She did like the Carthians. The first day they were scared, walking on magic ice. But now it was just... But Daisy sang to her troupe, and it was some ballad, Ithaca. They were lucky to have her, and she soon found Ertrella and Janus. I've decided I want to become a Carthian. Is there some citizenship or baptism? Janus was so happy. That makes everything so much easier. You could probably do an acceptance as you're at least part Carthian. Magic is us. So 1,000 years ago your family was Carthian.
I'm so proud of you, now or later.
Well, if we wait, I might be dead. Maybe we can do it tonight.
Well, it will be a good night and the troops are cold and tired.
I'll organize everything. Is Sarah your new bodyguard? Should Janus reassign her?
I think for the battle, if that's okay. She went and found Sarah. She was marching and she spoke to her as she walked. It was the same with Janus and Ertrella. It was weird. They didn't stop as they spoke, just kept going. Tonight I'm doing a Carthian acceptance thing.
Great.
Would you be my bodyguard during the battle?
I doubt you need it, but it's good to prove myself, thanks.
She waited until nightfall, and it began. Ertrella spoke, and everyone was quiet. They had stopped marching.
As many of you know, our good friend Mena is noble and kind. She has saved Janus, our good emperor, helped me and Gunnolf, and given us many ideas and thoughts. Now she has decided to take a further step in friendship. Tonight she will accept Janus as emperor, me as empress, you as the soldiers of Carthage, its foes as hers, its triumph as hers, the good soil as hers, and a right to be protected and cherished by us.
She cut her hand and passed a cup to Janus, who did likewise and handed it to her. Always blood with Carthians, but she drank it down. There were claps from everyone, and she was glad she had picked a side. They had drinks or a single drink, and she was talking to Janus and Ertrella. Any word from Gunnolf and what we face?
He was a reluctant spy, but he's helping now and might have to do more than watch.
Sarah came up to her. It was sleep time and she had stopped marching.
It's quite cold. We should sleep together for warmth.
Good idea.
Gunnolf. He was not very happy to be a spy, but Skinner talked him into it. They sat at the 4 cups, and it was still open, but very quiet. And they were the only people. He had been a soldier and a sellsword, but never seen a city a week before a battle. Skinner had sighed.
Sadly, we need money, and Janus, the Carthian emperor, who you know on a first-name basis, will pay you to spy on evil mages and protect your country and Mena, both of which you love.
But I don't want to be a spy.
Listen, you don't have to take the gold, but it's time for you to stop. He's got your woman, and that hurts. But he needs help. Carthage needs help. Mena needs help, and Ertrella, if you won't go, I will. and find a way to tell them. Harden up, idiot.
It was true. He was much madder at Janus the man than Janus the emperor. He had done some questionable things, but he had millions of lives under his control.
Okay, we find out what they are doing. One report, and I'm done.
The mage army had been back and forth, and it was like they had never heard the words spy or bloodletter. They had seen them with carriages and carts, and were at a graveyard now. He knew they were evil, but what he saw in a few moments made him forgive Janus a bit of fire. The mages were digging and slowly filled the cart with the dead. He knew Magic and Mena had joined with him, but a dead body was forbidden, as it easily drove you mad.
We need to follow them.
The men worked for hours and dug up tens and tens, and threw the bodies into an open cart. He was horrified, but knew it would work. The dead were tough. Undead mages, surely the worst. He followed them, which wasn't hard given the streets were dead, and they went to the White Tower. The students. They walked to the back and hid in the trees. Soon enough the wagon came, and Gunnolf saw him. Zendrif was fine. He knew it was Join. Bloody coward. His pupil would just fight 300, versus 5,000 and hope. He was raising the dead.
Is that Zendrif?
Skinner asked.
Yes.
They couldn't hear him, but he saw there was a handful of students, and he was teaching them. He knew from Mena it was two things, one the human spirit and the shadow, for magic. He saw as a man on the ground stood. He picked up a sword near him and swung it.
Damn, and it's 500? Of them.
At least they can die, take more and die again, or take animals.
Snakes and spiders?
Yes, he's crazy. This is so bad.
You should assassinate him,
he said. He was serious.
Let me tell Janus first, and a mage can try. Like that Julius guy.
They waited until they were alone, and walked back to the road. It took hours, and they walked back to Skinner's. He didn't go in, but went home. He borrowed Nellie and went back to the cottage. By the time he arrived, it was night time, and he walked in. Hello, wife.
You wish, so no rent?
She said things like that, but the food smelled good. It was some stew, but had beans and mushrooms. He was going to write a letter, but used her as an advice board. She was smarter than him about most things. So we have issues, and I have to report.
What now?
He bit into the stew. It was good. He'd be happy here once they were gone. Zendrif is alive, and they are digging in the graveyards and have tens and tens of bodies.
Mages are so evil, but this might give someone a chance at stopping them. Not you, but a mage, maybe Ertrella.
What?
Well, 500 mages take dead bodies. They flop asleep and take control. Where are the mages?
The keep, of course, Grella thought, and then she had it.
Once I told you sudden violence is the hope. Now the problem we face is an undead person with magic, and wards is tough, but a harrowing arrow in them and bang, no magic. As you know, a ward won't work for a few moments, and that is the window. Now the one good thing is to join is as active magic, so once the demon is dead they get taken back. But no magic and can't rejoin. They will probably run.
We need 500 harrowing arrows.
Can they come here, your friends? I should meet my new overlord.
Janus!
Gunnolf had been quiet, but finally sent him a blood letter. It was bad, but said, Bad news, Emperor. I need you, Ertrella, Mena, and Daisy to come to Grella's cupboard. I am here. He found Ertrella, and they had stopped walking for the night. They were halfway. She read,
Why Daisy? Still, I suggest we do it. He was in a mood for a week, but is okay now, it seems.
He went and found Mena. Gunnolf wants us, he said. Daisy was with her troop, but came in soon. He was using the staff in a wardrobe and thinking of him. In a flash, he was being helped from a tea cupboard. Gunnolf was living with Grella, and she was the most attractive person he'd seen. He felt no magic, but he smiled at her. He'd never met a real witch, and she was much less terrifying than he thought. Thanks for helping. What's wrong?
2 things, and I need orders, so I thought I'd tell you. and I need advice for you all, so that's why you're here. But Daisy and Mena, good to see you, and Ertrella. Empress, that's nice.
You did like taking my orders, so this is the same,
she said with a laugh.
Less fun, but yes. Sorry, I was stupid. I am Carthian and will fight.
He was not going to have him talking to her all night. What's wrong?
Well, Zendrif is not dead, and they have been digging up the dead and practicing join. When you arrive, you'll fight the dead bodies with shadows and people in them.
Damn.
So we thought your best bet is a harrowing arrow. Daisy, any archery champions in the Ithacans?
Yes, one I know is very good.
Good. Mena, could you teach everyone archery with join?
Me and the Reds and healers and all mages, yes.
Good. And Empress, Grella must make 500 harrowing arrows. Can we have 500 arrows, 500 stones, and maybe Ulv and Kvinna to help?
Yes to all, but I don't have 500 blank stones, sorry.
Well, I do. Good, and do we need 500 bows or crossbows?
Bows have better distance, and we have them just in case.
Well, at least they will fight. They might be cheating cowards, but we'll end this soon.
Grella had been quiet until now, but spoke.
I will help you all, because I like and trust Mena and Gunnolf, but please don't stay and rule us.
I won't. Besides, you're helping us, and everyone loves a witch friend. Should I go get the stones?
Yes, please.
He waved the staff at her tea chest and was taken in seconds to his keep. He knew the guard and walked out from the bedroom. He saw the man. He had his sword drawn, but relaxed seeing him.
Sire, good to see you. A nice night.
Bit cold for me, but chat soon. He walked in the room and, casting his hand up, he made fire and went to his wardrobe. It held things. He waved his hand and unlocked it. He saw the chest at the bottom. It was big and contained about 600 unenchanted ruby, garnets, black diamonds, sapphires, emerald, and some opals. It was from the rich of Carthage for his new wave of warded. When this was done, they'd be reused if not stolen by the soldiers. He took it and went to his door and thought of Grella and was back. He set it down and opened it, and everyone gasped.
It's good to have friends in high places. I'll make the arrows if you handle the training, but I want your word you will not stay here for 100 years, except the school.
Tax is fine, he said, and passed Ertrella the staff. Are you happy to get the arrows?
Sure, and I'll bring Ulv and Kvinna. Will you sleep outside Gunnolf?
Mena. Soon her and Daisy were back. She'd not spent much time with her since she had drugged her bath and tried to kill her. Still, that was a while back, and she had done a lot since then. She did seem nice and unlike Gunnolf. She took the engagement pretty well. The same thing happened to her, but faster, and she was helping them.
Sorry I tried to kill you.
It was Gregor, not you, and I don't care. People change. Will these Ithacans help?
Probably they hate the Ostians and love me, and you're very pretty and a mage which they like, but a few gold will help.
Janice gave me 10, so we can use that, she said. 5,000 people was a lot, and they slept on wagons. It was about halfway, and the soldiers were tired but unafraid. She walked with Daisy to them, and she spoke in Ithacan to them. The man took her to an older man. He wasn't old, but older, maybe 40, and he spoke broken Carthian.
Hello, mage. How can I help?
The bastard Ostians are trying to trick us. I need to give your archery skill to everyone and can give you 10 gold as a thank you.
I got a bow at 14 and trained for years. I have won contests and am very skilled. I love this army, but I am not giving 25 years of skills for 10 gold.
She saw the pride, but he was the one. I appreciate that and think I can do better than just 10 gold. Maybe I also give you 10 years. The Carthian language, Ostian, Northern, and the flute.
You can take 10 years and give me all that.
I'm Mena the Mage. I defeated Yolland, Gregor the High, a fire demon and 100 mages. I can do anything. I could make you a woman, but I won't unless you ask.
Okay, mage. I'll give you 25 years for everything else. But can I keep my father's stories? He was nice.
It's a copy, you keep it too.
Even better, I might get married this time. Daisy still single?
She laughed.
No, sorry.
She worked in his mind for hours and hours, and he was right. He was one of the best archers in the realm. She was once again giving the Carthian army a gift, but she was Carthian now. She copied his memories in years and gave him the lessons of Ulv. Finally, she said back. And it took hours. It was slow, and her shadow hated her, but she had done it. He was 30. She didn't know how to bribe him. He just wanted her to rule. I wish I had a reflector. She gave him the 10 gold and walked off.
You're amazing. We are going to crush the Ostians. Can I learn too?
Sure, I think I'll add it to our healer's training. It could help. They went to find a wagon, and she saw a bow was there. She took it and looked up. She drew back an arrow. It was dark, but she saw something. "Eagle eyes," she said, and fired. The arrow flew and hit a gull, but it was dead. "Bloody spy," she said. Later, she put her hand on Daisy's head and joined the memories with her.
I feel more confident. He's a bit proud.
He's very skilled, but so will we be. Zendrif will get a shock. She knew her shadow liked her, and she thought of it as her grandfather. It was tired and weak for her efforts, but not unhappy. Still, she wanted to pay him back. She spoke to Daisy. "How did you join with your shadow?"
My father did it, but you would need the bridge and his spells. Sadly, his spells were lost with him.
But you were there. He did it to you, and you'd have the memory.
He took it, but someone else was there too. My shadow, and he likes me. And he knows. It's easy, but you're a natural, so try saying mind link. But you'll need the bridge staff from Janice.
Ertrella. Her life was vastly different in one short month. She was with Gunnolf guarding the Emperor. Now she was engaged to him. If she was honest, she was starting to love Janice. He did ask her opinion a lot, and he seemed happy to have someone run this with him. They were physical, and that was good. He was just a man, and she a woman, but he trusted her fully. He also told her she was pretty a lot, which helped. She was the Empress of Carthage. Once she had been a soldier, now she commanded them. As soon as she put on that ring, she got the power. It was hard to comprehend, but she was now, with him, and they would battle to make the world fair. He had a lot of faith in her. They had come back and ignored the pull of the staff and being able to sleep in a real bed. Her parents were so happy they couldn't believe it. When he came to one of their name days, they'd have a fit. He was looking at the stars. They had come back from Grellis, but he was quiet. Troubled.
I care for you a lot, probably more than you me. I first saw you when I was 14 and have always felt something.
That's nice you're good, too.
I'm scared I might die and my uncles will get Carthage. Would you marry me sooner than the battle the night before?
Many people will be angry.
Okay, secret wedding, but I write a will leaving Carthage to you, and I'll tell the legions if I die, it's yours.
You won't die. It's 300 and we beat 700 already. But I think a secret wedding is romantic. We can if you like, and before we face him together. The next morning she woke, and after a cold breakfast, they were marching. It was day 6, and it worked well. She was tired and worried because her soldiers would march and then fight. But that was war. She was going to marry the Emperor in secret in case he died. But it was just in case. She walked to Mena, who was marching and on ice. She was running and said, "Ask Daisy." She went to find Daisy, who was on a break. They had never spoken. She kissed Janice hours after she left. She had no idea what she thought of her.
"Hello, Empress. How can I help you?"
She said. Being polite, that was good. "Mena is busy. She asked me to get an update from you about the archery."
"Of course. After negotiation and payment, Mena and myself now have the archery skill of one of the best archers in Ithaca."
"Good to hear. I was thinking the Reds are idle during the day. Can you teach them to teach the soldiers and me and Janice?"
"Happy to, now or tonight."
"We have plans tonight and the Reds are working. Are you free now?"
"Yes. Should I start with you? Can I touch you?"
"Of course you won't kill me or make me brain dead."
"Or make you old. Never fear, I don't want 20,000 soldiers, and 2 million citizens to worry about. I won't hurt you. I'm a good girl.
It's more like 10 million. She was worried, but Daisy was a mage too, and if she wanted to hurt her, she could have. She felt her copy the memories and join them with her. It was 25 years' worth, and she went year by year, and it took many long minutes, but she knew more as it built. She felt the wind and knew it was weaker than a shot, but knew to adjust her aim. She looked at the world differently. She was more aware. Wow, thanks. Do you want anything I have?
Really? Like, vanish? Great, thanks.
Soon they found the Reds. They didn't sleep, so they were walking too, but they had no shield or spears. She went to Hector. I want you to learn archery and teach everyone in 5 days.
We can try. Do you have the memory? I'm guessing copy and join. We all know it, never fear.
I'm happy if you are, Daisy. I can teach them and I'll see you later.
No problem. Will you teach Janice?
I have so much. Yes, I will. She laughed.
Bye then.
She taught Hector, and they slowly went around the Reds. They had at least 40 mages who could fight, vanish, and shoot. Dangerous. Once she had taught Hector, he helped, and slowly they taught everyone. It was getting later, and Mena came up to her. It was her free shift.
I need you, Empress.
Yes, subject, she said, laughing.
Can I borrow the bridge staff? Or use it while you watch? Daisy thinks I can link with my shadow and have wordless casting as she does.
The wrong word could smash your mind. Gregor killed tens and tens.
So no.
If you want to, Janice has it locked up. We find him and go, but only if you are sure.
Gunnolf. His house was full of women, but they were working hard while he watched the mage army. Ulf, Kvinna, and Grella were making a whole mess of harrowing arrows and working against time. They had the arrows and the stones, and they said some word to the mother and dug a hole in the wood and glued it in. So far, they had almost 200, and it was going well. Once they knew they would get it done, everyone was a lot happier. He was able to help with affixing them, but the mother was pretty strict and only liked women who had been baptized in so much water, and apparently his witchmate was a 100-year-old Norwegian. He wished he was a mage. It would be a much better spy. But the good thing was, he had quite a bit of experience in the front lines and was able to see what they were doing. He had 2 enemies. He had Zendrif and Flint. Flint, he knew as the leader of the line, and Zendrif was leading this. He realized the man must have taken some general or some old Roman troublemaker, and he was working hard preparing the beach. He knew while they had the dead to fight. He also had a lot of trenches, wooden spikes, and he was doing everything to beat them. He had to tell Janice they had built all this. He wrote in the blood letter the things he'd discovered and got some words back from someone to report tomorrow. He was busy tonight. He was a bit torn. He wanted to help his country, but he didn't want to be a spy. He was going to put the leather away when he saw Ertrella's words. Then she was in his mind. He saw her like he used to.
Hello, Gunnolf. Can you hear me?
Yes, I thought this was done. Do you need me?
I am doing something tonight, and when you find out, I don't want you to be too upset.
What is it?
Tonight I will marry Janice in a secret ceremony, and he's writing a will to leave Carthage to me. He will tell the troops before the fight.
Thanks for telling me. I guess I'm not invited.
No one is. It's just us and the priest, but I wanted to tell you.
It hurts because I love you, but it's good to love the Empress.
I'm in a hard spot. It's not about Janice or you, but Carthage. I can't give this up. Please understand, she said, and she was crying.
It's fine, you're great, and one day when I'm old and looking at your coins, I can say once she was mine and it was good. I know Carthage needs you. I won't do anything silly, don't worry.
Thanks, Gunnolf. I'm sorry. See you at the battle.
Good luck. See you soon.
Soon they broke off, and he came to the table, and he wanted to cry. But he was Carthian, and he would survive. Grella sat. Ertrella is becoming the Empress tonight via a secret marriage.
I know she was yours and you might be sad, but she'll be good for Carthage.
He knew it was true. He was sad, but he was not a mage and was not going to be hers for the next 100 years. I'll be fine. She's still a good person. I'll just miss her. After he ate, he walked outside and looked at the stars. He knew soon what would be happening, and he really didn't want to think about it. As he looked, the woman stopped. It was late, and they were well ahead. As he watched, Kvinna came out and she actually spoke to him.
Maybe you're sad. The woman you love is somewhere else, but you have helped us. My friend has no scar. We can speak and are free of the idiots that controlled us. You're a good chief, don't be sad.
Thanks.
Janice!
He had stopped marching for the night and was found by both Ertrella and Mena. It was one of those times. If he was cold and heartless, he could gain, but he had never been that way and wasn't starting now. Mena told him her plan. He was tempted, and he did trust Daisy.
We use the bridge and use it to join my demon, and I become a much stronger mage.
I want it too, but you could be killed or go crazy.
But I could be the best. Can I borrow it?
It's locked away, but to get it, you could use the doorway. I like you, but if you want to take the risk, fine. But I will go second.
Why do it? You are strong already?
My goal is to be the best. This is another step. My demon is calm, so I know it will work.
And you won't wait? You could do it to Zendrif. A test.
I'm not Gregor and won't, but this can help us. Try counter an unheard spell.
I believe in her and will help, but I won't ruin this. Please decide for us.
Okay, but I am third.
Soon he was traveling with both of them to the keep. He walked into his bedroom and went to the large wardrobe. He waved his hand in front of it, and it clicked open. He reached in and took it. He gave it to Mena. What are the words?
For me, it's Mind Link. Not sure for you.
It's Maylene Linky, but the last time, hopefully.
Mena took the staff, and with her eyes closed, she held it and said, Mind Link, very loudly. He knew the demon flooded the staff with power, and hopefully Mena was okay. Nothing happened, but she opened her eyes and smiled.
Well, not crazy, but it may not have worked.
Then a ward formed around her, and she floated from the ground and spoke in its voice as Ertrella had shown her.
It works.
Ertrella? It had gone well with Gunnolf, and she was sad. She knew her life would never be the same again, but Janice wasn't saying run this alone. He was saying run it with me. It was kind of a relief that he'd liked her from a younger age. She never thought so. But he was just more and more interested in her mind, which was nice. She saw that her time with Gunnolf was the end of being just a mage. Now she had to help this man run his empire. 10 million people would live or die on her words. She could also speak to her shadow and was scared, but knew it was time. Hello, friend. Was that a good idea?
I like you and always wanted the best human, and I have her. I will crush them for you.
The best? Why not tell me? She said, laughing. It laughed in a very dark boom.
You're the queen now. Will live forever. Can fight. Are beautiful and strong, and a woman the better gender, by far.
You are male.
No, we're both or none. I am a thought. Go to your wedding and talk to me later.
Janice came to her.
So you ready?
Are you? We're both mages. If we don't die, we're together for decades.
I couldn't ask for more, but Carthage is vast. If you get sick of me, you can run Ithaca for a decade.
True. They walked to a spot on the ice where a man stood. He was dressed in all white and looked at them. He was bald, a priest of Lord Helvin.
This will be short. I understand you wish to be joined before battle, which is good. But in the Ostian way, you have words to say. But first, Lord Helvin, I ask you to bless and protect the Emperor and Empress. Let them be a comfort to each other. Let them help each other. Let them know love, lust, respect, and love.
That was it. He had a dagger and cut their hands and put them together.
Your words.
Ertrella, I know this is soon for you, but I have wanted you since I first saw you when I was 14. And in that time you have shown me not only are you the perfect-looking woman, you're brave, smart, kind, courageous, and fun. I know my life and nation will be better with you in it.
She let his words sink in. Had he wanted her 20 years? She was his guard or his father's, and she did talk to him. Janice, of anyone in the realm, you have the most faith in me. You have given me so much, and I won't fail you. To me, you are sweet, kind, handsome, thoughtful, and trusting. But above all, I will never fail you or Carthage. They held hands and kissed. Can I see your memories and thoughts of me? It could be sweet.
Of course, wife.
She put her hand to his head and looked back. He was the younger man, 14, and he was introduced to her. Hello, Janice. I am Ertrella and a red mage, one of many. He lusted for her, but liked her voice and asked after her. He thought she seemed perfect. She saw his thoughts of her through the years. He was jealous of Gunnolf, and when she was his shadow, he was impressed with her mind, magic, and courage. He already had the lust, but he knew she'd be his support and right hand. Thanks. I won't fail you. That was nice. So you wanted me at 14, little perv, she said, laughing.
What's not to like? Small hips, busty, tight red armor, and a sword.
True, let's go. We have a battle to plan. They left the priest, and she walked back to the wagon. She was now the Empress of Carthage, and there was a pretty good chance she was going to live for the next 200 years. She knew Janice was scared for some reason, but he had beaten Zendrif before, and now he had a reduced force. He might be doing some evil magic, but that would backfire. They went to where the Reds were working. They were blasting the ice, but Hector came to them.
We have all learned archery, and so far all captains know. And about 20% of the soldiers by the dawn of the attack we should be ready.
I know we're in a rush, but we can hold if we must. If we waited a day or two now, we would be fine. They can't get us, and we can make the ice for weeks.
Janice.
They had done it. They had walked across the ocean, and now he saw the beach of Frieden. It was dug with trenches, set with sakes, and he saw the soldiers or the dead. Still, thanks to Mena and her crazy spells, he was now linked in mind to his demon. It could speak to him, and gladly it could throw fireballs without him saying moto. He just thought of it. He felt stronger, and knew it would heal him and even bring him back. Dead wasn't dead to them. He spoke to his soldiers and thought loud, and he was. Soldiers of Carthage, today we fight the dead and evil so we can show the world the light. If we win, we'll have a few weeks here to relax before we march home. I love Carthage, and have married my Empress Ertrella Faustino last night. If I fall, she is to lead you. But let's win. The good thing was, they were meters away, and as he got closer, everyone had plans. He had given all the harrowing arrows to the Reds. He needed them this time, and they would win this for him. They went invisible and ran. He saw the water and sand, and they just went onwards. All he saw was footprints. They would hit the beach and fire at the dead. He had 40, and 500 arrows. They shot and ran, shot and ran. He saw people shaking, falling and dropping. Ertrella was next to him. His men were shooting people in the back, side, arm, and maybe not honor, but they were dead. If they were alive, it would be unfair. Many were warded and had rings on dead hands, but the arrows hit fast and got in quickly. They fall as the shield formed.
It's working. The shadows are fading.
He ran forward and was joined by his warded friends and Mena and her bodyguard Sarah. The Reds had done it. It wasn't all of them, but it was a lot. He wished he had her sight, but he faced the dead. He saw it was only about 200 left, and the rest had fallen and returned to their forms. He knew once the magic was gone and the bodies fell, they were taken back to the keep. He ran at one, a rotten-faced man, and slashed down at his chest. It was warded too. Ertrella was next to him and blasted it with a solid hit of lightning. She fired and stopped fired, and Mena did too, and it crumbled. Its magic still there. No arrow had hit, but his sword cut it deep, and he died. Hector, or a red mage, he yelled, and in a few moments he appeared. If you have arrows left, please shoot him. Hector shot him, and it went black. He saw his troops had followed his plan and just gone for the keep. He could take this rabble with one legion, the Reds, the mages, and warded. He needed them at the keep and fighting the unwarded mages. They fought on, and now he knew how to break a ward. He slashed hard with his sword. Ertrella shot lightning and Mena fire. They killed more and more, and he was winning. Everyone they killed Hector shot or took a ring. Soon he was winning, and he looked over and saw zendrif. He was fighting and winning. His fire hit a red, and he warded but was failing. He yelled, "One more and we are done," he said, and ran at the man. As he reached him, he saw a blonde head, and Sarah was attacking him. She slashed down hard with her blade, right at his neck. It hit his object ward, and he fired 2 blasts at her as she stood. It was smart, all his magic, and he hit the poor girl. The flame hit her wards and it started to shake. The flame was hot and kept blasting and blasting her. All his fire and hate were aimed at her, but she took it fearless. "All attack," he shouted. He pointed both hands at him and fired lightning at him. So did Ertrella, Mena, Hector, and even Michelle. His ward held, and then it was hit with an arrow, then more and more. The ward from Sarah broke, and she screamed as she was engulfed in fire, but he was hurting and not warding. His broke, and he stopped hitting Sarah and made a ward, but it was to stop lightning, and saw Hector fire an arrow at him. It was the last harrowing, and took his magic as he was blasted by his troop. The arrow was buried deep in his arm, and it began to fill black as he fell on fire. He screamed as he was killed by the combined assault. Janice knew it wasn't him, but he was linked. He ran to Sarah, but so did Mena, and she let her power run into her charred face, and she was healed in seconds, and even her clothes came back. She had taken the fire for them, and he knew why he transferred her. "Are you okay, Sarah?"
"Fine, but help me,"
she said. He helped her stand.
"Let's get to the keep." The good thing about a legion was it was 1,000 soldiers, with a captain and 10 legates to order the troops. So by the time he arrived at the keep, the battle was done. 4,000 troops against 100 mages with no wards, and while magic was powerful, he knew a sword was 2 and 12. Soldiers could surround and mage and cut until the ward broke. It was about 10 hits. The field was littered with dead mages, and while he needed reports, he saw thousands stood. The students had fled too, no magic and weak. "We won," he said.
See, I knew we would, but we should rebuild the Red Army. They saved us. An invisible archer is dangerous.
Yes!
He looked to the keep and saw the field was filled, and someone walked up to him. He held the body of zendrif. He had snapped back to his body on his shadow's death. He'd been killed by a soldier and was in with the rest. Just another man. "Guess it's over."
Mena. She looked out on the field of battle, and they had made this easier for her. She was a Carthian now, and had renounced Ostian. But that was only days ago. She was torn. When she had 5 shadows in her, she was a killer. Now she just saw the dead, and felt nothing. Sarah stood next to her, a sword in her hand.
"The dead. That's good. At least we can fight as hard as we can."
She saw the Reds run and vanish. They started to fire, and she saw people drop. It was very un-Carthian. In the back, hidden and running, but they were just shells. "We stay with Janice." He ran forward and they faced someone. Sarah was right, they had done them a favor in sending the dead. The man stank and was dead, but a warded mage. Janice cut at him, and he was hit with Ertrella's lightning, and her as well. She liked fire, but it would burn all. He was warded but was being hit by 4 of them, and soon he fell. Hector appeared and shot him. They ran on and did it again and again. Soon they were facing zendrif, and she was shocked when bloody Sarah rushed past her and cut at the man, but it was smart. He turned his magic on her, and it was twin blasts of fire, but Janice, Ertrella, her, Hector, and more hit him. His ward was strong, but this was 5 mages. Once again his one-man war was weak. Flint was gone, and his force was broken. His ward failed, and the man warded against magic, but Hector was ready and shot him. As his magic faded, he died again, and the link got the shadow. She helped Sarah from the ground. She had gotten burnt badly and hurt, But Mena had quickly stopped her pain and healed her skin and clothes. She was fine, but needed to rest. Too bad she was needed. Good job, Janice smiled. Let's go to the keep, he said. They ran from the biak, and she pressed her back and gave her strength and charged her wards. They ran on, but gladly it was done. She walked in with Janice, and the 300 linked men were dead. She knew the plan, and they had taken the force of 4,000 troops straight there and fought.
Go check your office,
Janice said to her. She walked into the keep, and all the students were gone, but as she walked in, she saw Flint. She remembered him, and he had his line uniform. He had no weapon, but he had twin fireballs in his hands.
I knew you'd come here. I'll kill you for him.
Sarah knew the plan and ran forward again. She slashed at his head and would have cut it off, but for his ugly ring, she was hit by twin bolts from him. But Mena fired her own, and they hit his ward. It was just time. He hit Sarah, and her ward held. Mena hit him, and his ward held. But he laughed.
I have more than one you won't win.
Suddenly, from nowhere, came a harrowing arrow. It appeared in his shoulder, and his magic fell. His fire died, and Sarah stood and cut at him. He had no power, and she cut him deeply. He died and shook. He fell down dead, and she laughed. She turned and saw Gunnolf was at the doorway. He had a crossbow and spoke to her.
Hiding like a fiend. I must love you, Mena,
he said. He went to her and hugged her.
So glad you survived. What a shit he was.
He took the arrow, and he walked downstairs. Mena looked at the dead captain of the line, the man who no doubt sent those idiots to capture her and destroyed her life. She looked at Sarah. She had thrown herself in a fire based just on faith. She knew Mena would save her. She looked at her. She was pretty, and unlike Eric, would actually risk for her. She walked over to her and kissed her deeply and hard. It was nice and a bit rough. Sarah grabbed her and pulled her in. She pulled back. Thanks for saving me. Want a mage girlfriend?
Gunnolf. One of the many good things about living with Grella, other than the food, tea, and face, was she had visions of the possible future. He knew when they met she had seen him dying in flames. That was real, and he did die. But Yolland brought him back to do it again. While it was awful, he knew her visions were a possible outcome, and not set in stone. So when she had said,
"That bastard Flint will kill Mena,"
he knew he had to get involved. They might have drifted apart, but she was his friend and was needed in the world. He remembered she had taken his scar, saved his country and him many times, certainly against Yolland. She had saved Carthage too. He got all the knowledge he could, and knew he would try on the day of the battle. He could just kill him before. But he was never alone. So on the day, he took his crossbow and went out. He watched them hitting the beach, and he saw as Janice fought Zendrif. He was okay. At least he was fighting too. He sort of hated Janice, but he was okay for a leader. He ran with them, and crept after her, and then he saw Ertrella. He sighed. She looked good, even covered in blood and holding a sword.
Hello, friend, what are you up to?
Helping Mena. Flint is up there.
Need help?
Maybe a spell, but I think it's me. She closed her eyes and touched him. She made him silent and gave him much better vision.
Call me if you need me.
Thanks, Empress. Helven bless your blade. He ran up the stairs, and he saw, as Flint was there, he was blasting some girl and saying a prayer to the mother. He fired his arrow. It bloody went in. He knew he had wards, but he guessed it was too quick. The stone turned black as his demon was sucked into it. The girl stood and slashed at him. The idiot had no magic. He was dead in moments. They had done it. He came from the doorway. He was so relieved she was okay. He hugged her and was so glad she was alive. Her told her he loved her and held her tight. It was done and fixed. He held her and cried.
Thank you.
Thank Grella!
They walked down the stairs and he handed Ertrella the arrow. Flint's shadow a gift for you. In a few moments, Mena and the girl walked down the stairs. They were holding hands and it didn't look like a spell, but like. Janis walked up and shook the girl's hand.
Well met. Is it, Sarah? You did well today.
Well trained, but thank you, sire. Glad I'll be alive for my promotion.
Mena spoke for her.
Sarah is becoming a centurion and should be the captain of my guard.
Are you happy to live in Frieden?
Of course.
Janis whispered to Ertrella and she back.
Good. I'll announce at your promotion. Let's do it soon so we can celebrate.
Yes, sir,
she said and hit her chest.
Janis!
A lot had happened to him since he'd sent out to Ostia all those months ago. He was now married to the perfect partner, a woman he had lusted after for 20 years. He had Frieden. The White Tower was his, and his army could walk on water. Or ice. He had smashed the White Tower, and Carthian was the only magic left. They had spent 2 days cleaning up, and he was glad his troops had not robbed him. Much. He still had 400 arrows, tainted black. Most of the dead on the beach had ward ring, and they had them. He also had swords, armor, boots, and 3 ships. They were rich, and Grella was working with Ulv and Kvinna to purge the arrows and break them. He had a letter from the witch, and it came with his box of stones. She hadn't taken one. Dear Emperor,
I, an Ostian witch, turned your stones to arrows and back and have taken none. All I ask is you never hurt me, or try to, and if you go to Norway, don't attack the temples of the Mother. I and she have helped you.
Grella Blackthorn. He passed it to Ertrella, who sat next to him.
She helped us a lot, and if she wants protection and to not destroy some temples, that's fine. She could have taken them and run.
True, and I'd prefer her as an ally of Carthage.
Tonight was a promotion, but it was good timing, basically. It was a celebration that they had won. He had reports now, and one legion was hit hard, the fastest and the first. They fought the mages alone and killed most of them, but the losses were high, 540 soldiers. Luckily, it wasn't the Ithacans. It was his own men and women. The Red and Ward had lost a few, but fewer, and now he had ward stones in the hundreds. The largest place in the White Palace and hundreds of staff took wine, beer, food, tables, and laid everything out for tonight. He was looking forward to it. They had won, and now they could drink and sleep. He waited until the night fell and hundreds of people came. It wasn't everyone. The legions were camped and would be past his words. They just wanted sleep. This was mages, healers, captains, even Grella, Gunnolf, Mena, and Ulv, and Kvinna. He went to a podium and his voice was loud from magic. Friends, we have won. A long cheer. We will be staying a few weeks to clean up and rest, and then we will walk home. Mena the Carthian will be staying here and running the White Palace as a healing school. 100 troops will stay with her under the command of Centurion Sarah Feature. She will be taking applications for 100 volunteers to stay. Also, congrats to the 10 others who are being promoted tonight. Also, thanks to Grella Blackthorn for her help. Carthage is your ally, and we shall do as you've asked. Drink up. He sat down in Ertrella and drank some wine. It was very good.
You should talk to Grella and Ulv. They keep looking at you.
Okay. He walked over with his glass, and Ulv made room for him. It was a large bench, piled with food and drink. Thanks for your help, Grella especially, he said. He shook her hand. He knew she was a blackthorn, which meant she had vines in her, but the shake was fine, and she was very pretty, a guise, but he couldn't see through it.
You're better than them, and I'm sick of people coming to my house and trying to kill me.
Sure, we owe you. Is there anything else, Ulv? Kvinna, I'm here now. Ulv spoke, and it seemed planned, but he listened.
The North people follow different ways, and we follow who killed our old captain. That was Gunnolf, and when he was in the legions, that was fine. Now he's here, and we have to stay with him and leave the army too. But we don't want to. We want to stay in the warded.
He was torn. He liked Gunnolf, but he loved Ertrella, and if he beat him, not killed, he'd prove himself to her and get 2 soldiers who knew the North. He didn't want to repay him like this, but he needed to show everyone who was emperor. Beat or kill?
Defeat is fine, but will they let you?
I can heal. Is he here? In a few minutes they had cleared the room and he was going to fight Gunnolf. He didn't want to, but he wasn't losing everything because of one man. They had weapons, and he had a sword. Ertrella walked up to him.
Why are you doing this?
I won't kill him, I just have to show everyone I'm stronger.
Kill him and we're done.
Gunnolf stood there.
I guess this is personal. I never thought I'd be fighting you.
Sorry, I know you don't care, but you're the man who beat Yolland, and if this makes her like me more, it's worth it. This has to be somewhat fair. I won't use a weapon, but you can. As he stood, he made his bones grow, and he tried not to scream. He made his body bigger, and his skin harder. He hadn't told many people, but his mind was linked to his shadow, and he would just strengthen and hurt him. He made a skin ward all around himself and dropped his blade. He ran at him and punched, and it hit, but his ward protected him. They both pressed, and he knew he had muscles like iron. But he thought strength. His shadow was with him. More than even zendrif, this was needed. He pressed against him and hit the ward again and again. His shadow gave him strength, and once he hit it the 20th time it fell. It cracked, but Gunnolf shoved him back.
He swung his mace down, but his new ward held. He held it and vanished. He leaped back and then in and punched once more. Gunnolf didn't even see it, but was hit and fell bleeding. He was on his knees and Janice appeared before him.
Please give, he said. Gunnolf shouted,
Give.
He put his hand out and helped him up. I have loved her since I was 15, and I'm sorry. I know it's a poor repayment for your service, but our people respect strength.
It's fine, sire, but help Ulf and Kvinna.
He walked back to his wife. Are we okay? He said.
He's had worse, and it's good for the troops who knew you got so jealous.
She kissed him, so it was good. He'd stay bigger. He liked it.
Mena. The Carthians were burning dead, burning there, and counting things and taking them. Her keep was being gutted, but she got the building, the garden, and a free army. They were also in the tower, and had gutted it. He'd even taken back Mindbreaker, not that he could use it. She now had a girlfriend, Sarah, and they had done more than kiss. It was fun and sweet, but she realized mostly she cared about magic. She liked her, though. Empress Ertrella stood in her room. She now had this royal armor, which was rather fetching. It was tight and black and covered her arms and legs. She had a sword with a golden handle, too. She smiled at her. No Janice? She asked.
I'm a prettier version, and I have been spearheading this.
I'd rather speak to you anyway.
Most people do.
She did miss her and their lessons, and she sat at Zendrif's old desk in the large room. She wasn't a student anymore, but still wanted to be the best. She'd have to practice.
I've read your plan and like it. You will teach yourself. But we will give you 100 gold to be the president and main teacher. You will teach healing, language, hand-to-hand, bow staff, archery, one instrument, ice balls, and singing. Really, I'm happy for you to pick. Men and women both, a 1-year course, and then they can work like the tower and we get 10% per job.
And my guard?
Centurion Sarah Feicher has gathered 100 volunteers easily. They are still soldiers and are paid. It happens a lot. An overseas posting. They are at the other tower and will stay for a year. Then you can decide if they come home. Let's go change that statue.
And they walked downstairs. It was nice to see the city coming back. She had a guard and saw it was Sarah. She was standing with a soldier and guarding the gate. Mistress, good to see you again, she said, and smiled at her. People walked around and a lady came up to her. She was some kind of farmer lady. She had an apron and looked scared, like Mena might kill her and eat her.
Are you the mage, Mena?
I am. Nice to meet you. This is the Carthian Empress Ertrella Faustino. The woman bowed, very not Ostian, but she looked scared.
Are you running a magic school? I heard you will be accepting girls.
Yes, I am. It's 10 gold a year, training, food and room, 12 plus, 1 year. I'm hosting a welcome dinner and trial in a few weeks if you know someone with power. Please bring them.
You'll train girls?
Of course. They are just as powerful. I helped kill Yolland and freed his sex slave.
You should put posters around and invite people. Rumor is pretty wild.
She said and left.
That's good. You might get a recruit. Can I do this?
You are the Empress, after all. Ertrella walked up to the statue. It was this black granite. It was Zendrif looking fierce. It read the founder, and she touched it. Her power flooded it, and it changed to one of Mena, with a fireball in her hand. Fierce, but good. Should I change my skin now I'm Carthian?
Sarah might like it, and more womanly. You're like a stick. You can use me as your model if you like, she said, laughing.
I'm a mage, not a fool girl, but a tan would be good. She wanted to walk around the town and took Sarah. The Empress went off in a carriage. She spoke to her. So, 100 volunteers is good.
Well, most are women. They like you and me too, and paid an ocean for a year. Plus sand. It's exotic.
Will you leave in a year?
That depends on this.
She walked to the magic market and it was going. Well, 3 people had stalls. She had no money but was a mage, so she walked in with no guard. She saw a man she didn't know. The stalls were still exciting, with rings, books, and charms. The man spoke to her.
Mistress Mena, good to see you. I wanted to talk to you.
Really, what is it?
Well, as you know, the white mages, new mind control, fear, fireballs, attacks, and more, the reds vanish, hardened skin, and killing, but most people won't pay to get a fireball thrown at them, but you can get gold in the buckets with healing and wards. I can't make, but I sell and have a good eye. I can help you.
I do like gold, go on.
What healing can you do?
Everything. Heal scars, close wounds, fix bones, cure the black rot, cure blindness, change people's gender, change hair and eye, harden skin, teach everything in minutes.
I'm called Graham. I could help you. We run a stall and you heal. It makes people love you and Carthage. Make gold and recruits for your school. We get half each and you work one day and I organize everything.
What would we charge?
I think 100 gold, 50 for you, 50 for me.
This was the problem. Greed. Her parents had sold a slave to pay for 2 weeks. If she was going to be a real healer, she needed it affordable. She wanted gold and to buy things, but she was gifted. I want much cheaper, so no, I'll do it myself, but thank you for the ideas.
You could just walk around and heal people.
They left the market, and she saw Sarah was right. Or the keep was big enough they could do healing. She'd like her own income. When she came home or back to the keep, she reached out with her mind. Since Yi joining her magic was better, she just thought of something and it was done. But she knew his limits as her own, and now had a better grasp of magic. Also, her grandfather or grandfather's shadow could finally speak to her. He saw her life and wanted to help her.
Just heal at your keep. It is large, and you can be wealthy and own things.
It is big enough, and I could charge what I want if it's just me.
Yes, you must choose.
Janice!
He was in contact with the Ostian king and invited both he and Ertrella for dinner. It could be a trap, but he was hard to kill, and it was his treaty partner. Also, if he wanted to get a new treaty at 15%, he had to get it in person. He was sitting on his throne and she walked in. Hello, Empress. Thanks for coming.
You wanted me?
Always, but I have a question for you too.
Yes.
Should we go to Ostia and the king and have dinner and get a new treaty?
Recently, Zendrif, Gregor, and untold mages have fought you and lost. You don't need to fear this king, and I want to see the palace.
Okay, we can go soon, thank you, wife.
While I have you, can I organize a big wedding?
Of course, it's a good event, and I want to show you off.
Gunnolf! True to their word, the Carthians had left. They came, smashed the tower, killed all the Ostian mages, and gained hundreds of ward stones, weapons, and wine. They had marched across the sea. Janice was now married to Ertrella, and he was sad. Sure, he'd miss her. But she was running a country now, or an empire. They had left Mena to run her school, and the city was now back in control of the king. It had always been the mages just did whatever they wanted. Try telling Yolland he wasn't allowed a sex slave. It didn't work. He also was far from angry about his fight. It was odd that Janice never questioned it was so easy. But he had beaten many stronger mages, and he knew why he did it. Mena was making everyone love her with cheap healing. She now looked like a skinny Ertrella. She was much darker skinned, and now was romantically involved with that soldier girl. It had taken long enough, but she was still much more keen on magic and learning new things. He wasn't very interested in being a spy, but he was interested in mind-talking with Empress Ertrella and getting paid to tell her things he probably would anyway. He sat in his room at Grellis and closed his eyes. She appeared in his mind. Dressed in her black armor, he reported to her, not Janice. "Good evening, Empress," he said. He was sort of a ghost voice. It was his mind, but she was in charge.
Any news?
Mena is doing well. Everyone loves her. The Ostians have come and have guards, ships and soldiers again, but seem happy.
Well, it is part of Ostia, and they can have it. Too sandy for crops, as you know. We're going to invade Norway. Janice will reach out to Ulv. Are you keen on joining back?
Not really why. I thought he was against it.
I'm not. It's only 20,000 miles. We can march 100 each day and can get there in 7 months.
Will you stay?
The Legion will. And we need to speak to Ulv about farming.
I don't want to live in Norway, but I will help you in Carthia. I was thinking, everyone loves the healing school. Could we set one up in other places, like Ithaca or Ostia?
That's a good idea. We could find the mages in those lands and make people love and not fear us so much.
Well, the Duke of Kingsland loves Mena, and will help her, and Daisy knows Ithaca, so she could help.
So smart, really? Did Grella think of this?
Maybe she helped, but based on my observations.
Good work. I'll send you some information, and also I have news. Don't say I'm not still good to you.
What is it?
Your ship, the Faithful Wife, is back in port.
The next morning he woke and went to the dock. It was fine, and soon enough he saw his ship, the Faithful Wife. He didn't know if it was still his. He had kind of forgotten it, and been too caught up in fighting Gregor and Zendrif. He only had one hope, that was if the captain still thought he had a share, but he was not too sad if he blew it. He walked to the deck and saw the captain. He was well dressed and smiling. He saw nearly 20 crew that came and went. He saw him and ran to Gunnolf and hugged him.
I can't believe you're alive, good grief. I had no idea you made it back. Did you defeat that Gregor? And Zendrif? And his army?
Well, I was there, and I'm sorry for not sending a letter. Just saying hello, I know I'm out.
Hardly. You saved my life twice, gave me 400 gold, helped secure the Duke of Kingsland as a customer, and this week we were approved by the Empress of Carthia as a supplier.
That was nice of her. She used to be mine, you know. The man laughed.
Sure she did. Anyway, we're sailing to Kingsland in a week. If you want to come, you're welcome. And I have your 100 gold from last trip. I think 100 per trip, and investing the rest was our plan.
And you'll honor it?
Of course I'm no cheat, and I like that Mena. Is she coming too? The crew loves the idea of a healer on board.
I'll ask her. He was surprised it was going so well, but he had saved the man twice. He walked to the keep and was impressed. A lot of people were coming and going. He knew she was doing the trial in a few days, but now he had a boat, and he was keen on her coming. He walked to the gate and a soldier was there, and Sarah was talking to him. Can I talk to her?
She has no meeting, just doing things, so yes, I'll take you.
He liked Sarah. She was just a good Carthian soldier, but was loyal. She walked him to her or Zendrif's office.
Hello, Gunnolf. How are you?
I'm well. Has the Empress mentioned Ostia?
Yes. She wants me to talk to the Duke about having a healer's school there, which is a good idea. Want to come?
Well, my ship, the Faithful Wife, is leaving in a week. I'm still a partner. You and Sarah and a few soldiers could come. He'd like a free healer.
I do like you. And of course her. And in person is better. I'll send some letters and let you know. Mena. She was kind of like the unofficial spy of the Carthian Empress. She worked for her running her healing school, but reported to her weekly. Still, if she was going to have a boss, this was a good one to have. She just had a visit with her friend Gunnolf, and she was impressed with how fast things were happening. She wanted to go see the Duke, or rather, she wanted to get it done and keep her life on this track. As she sat, Sarah walked in. She was the first girl she'd been with. It was 3 times but good, and she thought about her a lot. She liked her, and thought it could be a nice trip to get to know her and find out what she wanted.
What did he want?
He has a ship. He wants me to come to Ostia in a week or so.
Well, I'll come if you like, but I'll need orders and to put a squad together.
The Duke is sweet, but a young man, and he likes pretty female mages. I was thinking Michelle Faustino would be a good choice as a kind of temporary leader. We could bring her, or he'll be interested in me.
Sounds good. I'll organize the troop, not to be forward, but will we share a room? Or am I messing in with soldiers?
I'll need someone to guard me at night. It should be you, and I'd like to see if it's fun and will be a good test.
Well, I'd much prefer you on silk sheets than snoring soldiers, so obviously I want to.
She had a room in the keep, and it was nice. She had to move a fair bit out and waited with her eyes closed and sitting on the bed. Soon she felt it and saw her. Ertrella was in her mind. It was pretty powerful. I have news.
Good. Please tell me.
Well, as you probably know, Gunnolf still has a half share in that ship and is going to Ostia or Kingsland in a week. I'm going, and I'll talk to the Duke about having a healing school. I think we should hire one president who will set it up and train students. I was thinking Michelle Faustino.
Well, I agree. She is a good choice given she's trained, and I already talk to her often. I do like her.
And if she marries the Duke, you'll have both Ostia and Carthage, Mena said, knowing it was probably the plan.
She's 35. She just ages down too much. She can fix it.
Can I learn this? I might need it. You are strong and a natural, so it's easier, you say, spirit form, or Hagen Moto, and you become the ghost. Like in Join. You think of a face and bang. You're there, but only it. People you know. And you break it by thinking of your body or saying, break. Remember, demons can hurt you. She did the spell a few times, and while it took some time, it did work. She was able to break from her body and fly to Ertrella. It was good for spying, that was for sure. She could watch her in the bath. Oh, the White Tower must have done this too.
The king. The Carthians had come, killed Zendrif and his army, and installed a nice girl to run the school, but left a small force to guard her. Thanks to magic, he would soon meet Janice and his wife, and was actually interested. They were much better than the White Tower already. The markets were back, shops open, his guards back, and even his duke was back. He had made the right choice. They wanted arable land, not more sand. They had left Frieden, and word was they were going to invade Norway. He should offer to sail them like in the past. That night they were coming, and Janice had some staff so he could travel, which was great. When the sun was setting, he had gone and stood near a door, and it glowed white at the bottom and opened. They were there, Janice and Ertrella, the Emperor and Empress. He shook their hands. Thanks for coming. I am King Frederick. She was breathtaking, and he was bigger than he thought. Both had swords. They walked in and he spoke to them.
Thanks for having us and no guards, aren't you brave?
We need trust. Honestly, you want the world. I can help you and profit as we did in the past. This has proven your strength, and I never liked Zendrif or his criminal mages.
They sat down, and dinner was brought. It was the best it could be. He wanted to show them respect. He was glad he hadn't brought 100 soldiers, but she was a beautiful killer, and had shot Zendrif with a lightning sword. So will you invade Norway? She spoke. She was the captain he knew. He was a military man too, but seemed to lean on her.
We will. We planned on marching on the ice.
The problem with a navy is cost. We have ships sitting idle, tens and tens, and we could sail you in a month, for no cost but a reduction in what we owe.
His ring flashed red, and he knew they were talking with minds to each other. A good skill.
It would save time and show the world our new partnership. Will we need somewhere to beach?
Yes, but that Ulf has contacts. We're happy for you to kill Eric and take Norway. We'll sign 10% and ships or 15%, but I want a few extras from you.
Janice laughed.
Of course.
2 little things. If someone invades me, you attack. My border is your border. You protect us, and we you.
Fine.
Second, I'm aware of how wards work. I have a few rings and a necklace I'd like you two to make me some wards. She spoke.
What would you like?
Healing, attack ward, heat things, and spirit travel if possible.
I can and will. Mena can give them back, but can I get the rings?
He gave her a few rings and his necklace.
Heat things will have to be in your hand, inserted.
Fine, should be fun. It was good to show them he wasn't squeamish and a little blood was okay. She enchanted a stone he had, and Janice gave him a dagger. He cut his flesh with a grunt of pain. She slid the stone in and healed him. The rumours were true, they could both do wordless spells, which was dangerous. They had dinner, signed a few things, and left via the door. As they left, the Duke came in. Well, that went well. I'm quite happy with the outcome.
Why not include me?
Trust. When I trust them, they can access our entire leadership. Who would run this if we both died?
Sarah. She'd been living in Frieden for a few weeks, and life was pretty damn good, if she was honest. She had fought pretty wildly on the day they took this place, but she was with a lot of mages, and while Zendrif was the worst, he was no match for the Carthian Empire. Also, she knew she was going to be promoted, and could get this post if she impressed Janice. She got to impress both him and Mena, so it was worth it. Mena had come up to her after the battle to thank her. Now she was hers, sort of. It was strange. She was a mage, an Ostian, and had never been with a woman or had a partner. She had sex a few times at the farm, but to hear her tell it, it was mostly to test things out. She was sweet and nice and looked very good. She had also fixed her and could change her body and face. She'd put up with a few hiccups in the beginning. She was also her bodyguard, which was fun. She had killed way more people than her, but wasn't like that anymore. Her shadow stopped her from feeling bad. But she wasn't Mena the Ostian who killed Gregor and 50 red mages. They sat in the room and had dinner with Mena. She had cooked, but it was pretty basic, just a stew.
So, this trial is on Saturday, and we sail during the week. Do you need anything from me?
No, we will protect you, and I have 10 soldiers coming along. You don't need it, but it looks good and will help carry things.
It's fine, the Duke will be fine.
In the next few days, Michelle arrived, but she had no memory of getting there. She just came to her office. She was a real mage, 35 and looked 20, and Sarah knew she had been enlisted from 1620 and a red mage for 4 years, but left to be a healer. She guessed if she had magic, being a healer would be better. Red mages started to practice at 14, and that was killing criminals and murderers. Her empress would have done it.
So I'm going to live in Ostia for a year.
If the Duke says yes, we have a treaty with them, and they pay us, but he's still in charge and has the property.
But he's single and likes female mages.
Well, Mena did save his life and his sister's, and Carthia defeated the idiot White Tower mages who did anything. And of course, Gregor killed the king.
We're a lot better and prettier.
True, so trial on Saturday, get the boat Wednesday. Latest, high tide. I have got you a room and we have 10 soldiers. Mena was happy to eat with the sailors as she knows them. But you?
I was in the army 4 years and I'm happy to eat with the troops. Also, I ask Mena if she wants to train with me. I can do whatever she needs. Fire, lightning, swords.
That was 2 days ago. After a few more days of guarding her and getting ready, it was the trial. She knew every time the public was involved, you invited trouble. But she wasn't scared. Soon she was standing next to Michelle as Mena spoke. She was standing in a crowd of people at the keep, but they were in the main parlour.
As you know, I'm starting a school for people with magic, males and females 16 plus. It will teach healing, language, defense, bow staff, archery, flute, and magic. It's 10 gold, and graduates of our 1-year training will take healing jobs and keep 90% of what they earn. Room and food is 1 gold a month.
Everyone took it in, and they had written version 2. Graduates would get a badge much like the White Tower had.
Of course, this is a magic school, so I will throw a magic snowball at you, ward, and block it. Michelle, can you show them?
Michelle walked to the middle and let a white shield form. Mena raised her hand and fired a white ball of snow at it. It was blocked, and she lowered it to claps. She watched as more and more people came forward. It was funny in a way because she knew Mena was a natural and hid her power for years. She knew that because of her people, these people could learn healing and use it as a good source of gold. In the end, it was quite a few more than she thought. It was almost 20 people, but only 15 passed. The rest failed and couldn't even make a ward. They had no magic and just wanted to be healers. It gave her an idea, she'd tell Mena. Mena came up to her and spoke. She was standing next to Michelle.
Thanks for that. So the boat sets off by Wednesday. I'll be on by then. I'm happy to train with you. I like doing barrage practice. My record is 15 hits of the fireball.
That's a lot. Happy to help. It's good for me, too.
She walked off, leaving them. Sarah spoke.
That gave me an idea.
What is it? Well, a handful of non-magic ones tried out, and I realized in lands without magic they still have healers. The result is less, but a broken bone should be set, a cut stitched, and rot treated. You can take memories of a non-magic healer and give them to anyone. I am a captain and can stitch well, but I was taught.
We could create a separate magic university.
And teach us commons.
Gunnolf!
Getting a ship for free and taking 14 people on it paid off when 2 were mages and healers, and the rest were soldiers and used to cramped living. Everyone was aboard, and they would set off tomorrow on high tide. The captain was happy because he had Mena, and he and the crew liked her much more than him. She was pretty, young, had saved them, and could heal and fix scars. Sarah and Michelle were also on board and soldiers. The soldiers were just sleeping with the crew and didn't need a room. During the day, they sat on the deck and enjoyed the sun. He stood on the deck, looking out, and Mena walked up to him. She was smiling.
Thanks for the free trip. Can I repay you with something magical?
You owe me some years anyway.
Want them? I am doing this drain down practice too.
What's that?
Well, magic power is like a muscle. The more you work it, the stronger it gets. If I drain the demon's power, it won't die, but it will hate me and get stronger and faster. It's about renewal speed, too.
That makes sense. What can you do?
It's me. I could make you 5, but I owe you 4. What age do you want? And I can try to hit it.
He didn't want to be a lot younger, but he could stay alive a lot longer if he did. Maybe 30, but the same size and still a man.
Of course.
Her shadow knew what to do. It hurt her, and when she put her hand to his head, she felt it. It was like a heat all over this body. She looked tired but smiled.
Done, handsome. Go talk to Michelle. She mentioned you, and this helps you.
She was like a younger Ertrella, and now he was a younger him. He wouldn't push it, but it was a long boat trip. He walked up to her. She stood at the railing but looked at him.
She is powerful. What are you, 30 now?
But I am closer to 40 in my mind.
And I'm 35, but I look younger because I had things to do.
Tell me, I'd like to hear more. He said she had a nice voice too.
I did 4 years as a trooper, 16 to 20, was a red mage from 20 to 30. And then I travelled and learned healing. Now I'm 20 and starting again with a very good skill set.
And you're smart. I'm glad you're on our side.
Thanks, I hope the Duke likes me.
What's not to like? Beautiful, smart, nice, magic, young, and you have a nice voice too.
I'm interested in being intimate with someone this trip. It could be you. Do you have your own cabin?
I do? Is that helping me?
I am a young, beautiful, single female mage. As you said, I could get anyone. But I like you and you're good, I've heard. And not afraid of having magic done on you. And you're here now.
True. And I'm interested too. What magic, then? He liked female mages. They were like men in female bodies. He would much rather 2 weeks with her than not. Ertrella would hate it, but bad luck. She dumped him.
One, I will age you down to 25 and want to take the memory, can't ruin my reputation or have Ertrella sad.
Not the memory. Sorry. What is the point, then?
Nights of pleasure and happiness.
You with me? Why?
I like to think of things clearly, and I don't want 2 weeks of boredom. If I'm with you, I can do magic on you, Ertrella said so.
Okay, so you'll just come in later?
Yes, when everyone is asleep.
Michelle was a bit demanding, but he had no idea what people thought. He thought it was fine, but she was acting the princess. At midnight, she arrived at his door. She wasn't her, not her face, just some random pretty girl. She spoke the same.
A guise? So you can keep parts of the memories.
Very nice, thank you. She cast a silent spell and made him younger. It was a good idea. He knew his face was changed, but he was crazier when he was 25.
Get on the bed.